Kia ora tātou, and welcome to this reconvened hearing into Plan Change 49, Variation 1, the Upper Hutt City Council. I'll start by asking Te Kahu Council to open the day for us for the council.
Te kara me timatanga ahuatanga o tēnei rā ki ngā taonga tuku hua kui mā koroma o rāko te kara kia tērā. O reira me ingo i tātou. Aro whaki te kāhui ngā pai o re mutaka. Tau hōka i te awaka i rangi te mārua i wāhi o kōkatia e ngā. Mā runga ngā hau kāre tūrona ki mai te manuki o rongo mai. Ki te aro ka hukura ki te whaia, ki te ao marama, ti hai mauri o. Whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mākina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki pai e hi ake ana te atāpura he tio, he huka, he hau hu ti hai mauri o. A tēnei e mihi atu ana kia koutunga kai komihana, mihi hoki atu ana kia koutou te māre ko tau mai ki wanganui a tātou he whakawhiti whakaaro te maki. Tēnei e mihi atu kia tātou katoa.
Kia ora, kia ora te kai. Thank you so much for that. And as we came in today and saw the mist coming up from here, I think there is no doubt that there was a frosty start to the day, that the winds may well blow away throughout the course of this hearing. Thank you also very much for your gracious welcoming of us back into your council space. It is a privilege for all of us to be in that space, and also for you to extend such a warm welcome to us throughout this process. It really has been appreciated. So thank you very much. Because this is a reconvened hearing, we will briefly introduce ourselves, and I know that I see familiar faces in the room, so there is no value, I think, to be gained in us doing full introductions. But for the record, I am Sue Wells. I'm the independent chair of this hearings panel. I'll throw to you.
Kia ora, ko ana Kamiroka France, Takoinga Independent Hearing Commissioner, ko wakato tainoi, ko Ngāti Koreke Kahokora, ko Ngāti Tepa, ko Ngāti Kōrata ki Rangatoro ki te tonga, ko Rongo Maiwahine, ko Kahanene, ko Ngāti Pahoera, ko Ngāti Papoia, ko Mangaharu, Tangatu ki Tongo, ko Ngāti Whakare, Ngāti Ruriko, ko Ngāti Papoia, ko Ngāti Tūwhare Tō, ko Ngāti Tarangi Ita, ko Te Ata Haunui a Paparangi, ko Tūmango, ko Tūpoho, ko Pairangi, ko Ngā Rauru, ko Ngāti Hiniwai Atarua. E ngā whānau, e ngā hapu, e ngā iwi, e ngā tangiwa, nō reira, tēnā tātou, kātoa. Nau mai haere mai, kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you for that. Mr. Muspratt.
Kia ora. I'm Matt Muspratt, Independent Planner.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to run through a schedule that I have for the day. And this is a draft. I don't know, Haley, if this is actually up on the website in terms of the timeline for the day, but doesn't matter. If not,
the original one is, there's been a few little
okay, that's fine. So the order of business is as set out on the reconvened hearing timetable for the day. We're going to stick with that. The scene setting that you'll see at the top of that is a reminder that this is a reconvened hearing. It is not a rebuttal hearing. It is a reconvened hearing. It was set out in Mint 9 very clearly, and you will see an advice note at the back of that I'm really going to ask you to focus on in terms of submitters. The purpose of this hearing, as it says in here, is very focused. It is not a rebuttal hearing, nor is it intended to be a second bite at the cherry. It is to help the panel in our deliberations and to ensure that there are no gaps in our knowledge on the specified issue. This hearing came about because Forest and Bird at some point alerted the hearing to the fact that we did not have expert ecological evidence from council. The panel can request that. We have it today, and we will be hearing that from Mr. Goldwater. So in terms of the scope of the hearing, and this probably more for submitters, lay submitters than anyone else, I'm going to really keep you in that zone today. And I don't want you to feel offended if I do that, but if you're going back to somewhere you've been before that's not helping us with this new bit, or if you're heading into a different conversation altogether, I'm going to keep drawing you back to minute 9. And that's not me being rude. We've said to everybody, we're having a talk today about these specific things. And it's my job as chair to make sure that that process is followed so that it's fair. So if I seem a little more directive than previously, it's not because I've woken up grumpy. It's simply because it's a different part of the hearings process today. And these are quite unusual. You know, it's not usual to have a reconvened hearing. And for that reason, they do run as a hearing within a hearing, and we've got some pretty specific things that we have to do. So we're clear about the scope. One of the things that we are going to be focusing on today is the maps. Now, it's really important that we know the pieces that we're talking about. One of the things that I'm going to do today is use some very rudimentary drawing skills on that whiteboard to give a rough area indication of the bits we're talking about to make sure we're talking about the same bits. Because there is some confusion in the panel's mind at this point about which bits we're talking about. We just need to make sure we're all talking about the same bits. So there will be some layperson's jargon today. If there is such a thing, it may well be that that is a contradiction to you. I have 2 procedural matters. The first is we received an email via Ms. Boyd yesterday, or I did, from Mr. Patterson. He is aware that that matter is being addressed at the start of the hearing, Hayley? Yes. Mr. Patterson indicated some concerns about Mr. Musprat as a panel member, and that was based on Mr. Musprat having been an expert independent witness for council at the intensification planning instrument hearings that were held last year. That email has been received, and the matter will be responded to either via a minute or in the eventual deliberations from the panel. So that email is not being received as a late submission. That was a procedural matter, and we will be continuing today. There will be no further conversation on that matter later in the day. All right. We have received 3 submissions that were out of time, and I will now formally move that these be accepted. They are from Save Our Hills, Mr. Pattinson to speak, and that is only on the submission. It is not on the procedural matter. Mrs. Pattinson, if she is available to come in via Zoom to address her late submission, otherwise her late submission, I move, will be taken as read. And Mr. Grant Taylor, we also received a late submission from him. So I will move that those late submissions be considered by the panel. Is there any opposition to that?
No.
There is none. That will be recorded. Hayley, thank you very much. 9:11. Have I missed anything? Housekeeping. In the event of an emergency, exit is that way. Follow the chair. Bathrooms that way. Morning tea, 10:30. I think on that note, are we happy to box off?
Thank you.
Right, Ms. Rushmere. We are in your hands. Now, we have all received your updated Section 42A report. And if it is helpful to you, we have been through it in detail. I'm very happy to take you to paragraphs or however you would like to speak to it. Do you want to give us some preliminary thoughts? What's your...
Yeah, I'd like to get some thoughts if that's
Good as gold.
if that's okay.
Absolutely fine. We have 30 minutes and that includes question time.
Yeah.
Right.
See, I'm a different Section 42A writer than what started the hearing. Ms. Thompson's been called away to do some other work within council, so I've taken up the mantle. So I just would like to confirm qualifications at page 7, paragraph 4.
Thank you.
Of the updated Section 42A report.
Yep.
And yeah, just have some sort of.
Thank you. And I'll take you to paragraph 6 and get you to confirm that you've read the code of conduct. Thank you.
I have, yes.
Thank you very much. Alrighty.
So purpose of the updated section 42A report was to assist the panel in making decisions on submissions received on variation 1 in matters related to minute 9.
Yeah.
Provide obviously clarity from for submitters and further submitters on how their submissions have been further considered for evidence. With regards to corrections, I've not provided any further commentary on the corrections identified in the initial section 42A report.
So just pause on that. That means that there will still be some
Yes.
errors that sit in the
Yes.
in this, and we're not going to recorrect those.
Yes.
Those will be done through your right of reply.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
However, there has been an error identified in paragraph 267
Mhm.
of the updated section 42A report, where it's noted that rule NOSZ R22 is in fact restricted discretion.
Say that again, please.
So rule NOSZ R22 is a restricted discretionary activity, and I incorrectly identified it in paragraphs 267 of the updated section 42A report as a discretion.
Pause just a second. Is this so you are now telling us that that is a correction to today's?
Yes.
Okay, so here is a new piece for us. We have an update to paragraph 267.
Yep.
Okay. And where it's that's NOSZ S4. And you're saying that should read to delete NOS S4 as a consequence of rule NOS R22 being a discretionary activity.
Sorry, apologies, it's that I'll just check the paragraph number, but I've identified that rule NOSZ R22 is discretionary, is in fact restricted discretion.
Yes, that's the one I just read, isn't
Yeah.
it? So you're saying that the correction is, I'm looking at paragraph 267.
Yeah.
So if you look at the end of line 4,
Sorry.
oh sure, you're on.
Yeah. Might be 266, sorry. Bear with me 1 second.
267 is correct, I think.
Yeah.
And I think what you're saying is we should be including the.
Sorry, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, apologies.
That's
Yes,
all right.
under NOSZ S4, it's 267. Yes,
And you want the insertion of the word restricted.
restricted. Yes, please.
Okay, so that's a simple typo.
Yes.
Noted, and there we go. Alrighty, so we're back in the main body of your evidence.
Yeah.
I have a question for you on paragraph 13. Have you passed that yet?
Yes. Probably.
All right, can I just, actually, I think you've said expert advice from Mr. Goldwater.
Yeah.
It's expert evidence,
Yes.
isn't it?
Correct. Yes.
So we'll correct that word
Yes,
from
please.
advice to evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So you've just taken us, so at paragraph 17, you note the methodology, which is the green underline.
Yes.
You've got the scope, which is in relation to minute 9.
Yes.
Now, where had you got up to at that point?
Pretty much what you just said.
Alrighty. Alrighty, so just pause for a second. And let me look at, I can come back to those as questions. Righto, so the next green bit, next green bit is on page 15, paragraph 52. Would that be right? Using my psychic powers,
That's
is that where
right.
you're going next?
Yes.
Lovely, where you go?
So yeah, just wanted to make some general commentary in terms of the topics. So the approach you set up, the approach I tried to highlight in green, what's changed just for ease of reference. And then the section 42A report, the changes largely relate to topic 4, significant natural areas. Topic 5, infrastructure, including a transport corridor, and topic 10, specific amendments. The topics haven't changed since the original section 42A report. I've just made some changes to commentary in each of those sections. Sort of jumping back a little bit in terms of the paragraph that you just referred to, in terms of 50, I think it's 52. That was just addressing further the national policy statement on Indigenous biodiversity and the legal advice that we received. Whether section 3.86 has been triggered.
Yeah, and the grunty bit there is your final line, which says, however, the Silver Stream Spur proposed area of significant Indigenous vegetation and variation one is considered to be an SNA for the purpose of the NBSID. So that's the new information.
Yeah. In terms of recommended amendments, no further recommendations have been made in the updated section 42A report to the division required diversity offset, the accidental discovery protocol, and NFSZ P6.
Pause for a second, please.
Should I make it?
Are we expecting it?
Not yet.
What time are we expecting?
After the maintain. After lunch, sorry.
No, he's fine because he'll be very interested. Yeah, good as gold. So we're just being joined. We're just being joined via Zoom, Mr. Zooming in, and he is counsel for Forest and Bird.
There's people that are saying they can't find the live stream.
Yeah, sorry, and it's.
Thank you, don't. That's something, if you have comments like that, by all means, indicate to Nick, but we'll carry on. Thank you.
However, there are some changes recommended to NOS P7 to recognise the significant.
Sorry,
Sorry.
Just pause for a second. I've just, shh, please. I've just lost my train of thought. So, we are now back at which paragraph, please?
They probably not paragraph in terms of the section 42A, just general commentary about what's been amended post the original section 42A.
Thank you.
But I can try and find them as we go. I probably should. Yes, open statement. So I would jump to topic 10, which is on page. Starts on page 49. So paragraph 263, no changes are proposed to NOS P6. A slight amendment proposed to NOSZ P7 as a consequence of changes to the rules, and that's just inserting the word significant.
Sorry, just 1 minute. Your first one, which paragraph are you on?
264.
264. There's no change.
No, I apologise. That was another omission on my part. That was a consequential amendment of introducing the significant natural areas.
So is paragraph 264, which is currently coloured black.
Yeah.
Should that be coloured green and underlined?
No, there should be some additional text, which just confirming that there was a consequential amendment to policy in respect of identifying the significant natural area of the Silver Stream.
In relation to submissions, blah, blah, I do not recommend deleting NOS P7. Are we talking about the same one?
Yeah, so that was from the original section 42A,
Yeah.
and I should have added text in the updated section 42A to say there's been a consequence.
So are you saying now that you are wanting to add some text in?
Just to correct the error in section 42A, report that there's a consequential amendment to POS P7 as a result of the identification of the significant natural areas.
So can you just go to that paragraph for me and tell me what it is that you want changed in there?
Yeah, I think as a consequential amendment to the introduction of the significant natural area in the Silver Stream Spur, that policy NOSZ P7 now reads Silver Stream Spur significant natural area rather than Silver Stream Spur natural.
Okay, gotcha. So it's relating to the terminology.
Yeah.
Gotcha, okay. So consequential amendment, got it, I understand. Finally. Coffee's kicking in.
mine isn't. The next change is NOS ZR15 in the section 42A updated report, and again that's to insert the word significant.
And where are we?
So
that's
we're now on
paragraph.
1 paragraph 262 onwards. And then in appendix A,
Yep.
page 56,
Mhm.
new rule NOSZR15, insertion of the word significant natural area, or significant.
Yep.
Right in natural area.
Yep.
And the change in activity status from control to discretion.
Discretionary or restricted discretion?
Discretion.
So it's discretionary or rule
NOSZR15.
R15, yeah.
And consequently removed the compliant, the matters over which council restricts its control.
Yeah.
Consequential amendment to delete NOSZR4, which were the standards that related to the previously controlled.
Yep.
And then on page 57 of appendix and starting at paragraph 266 of section 42A report.
Just a second while I just pull it up, please. Page 56.
57 of that appendix.
Yeah. And
then starts at paragraph 266.
sorry, what are we doing on page 57 of the again?
I was just going to confirm what the changes are for rule NOS said.
The pots in green, yeah?
Yeah.
The council shall restrict its discretion to the following matters.
Yeah. And also inclusion of the words recognition.
Yep, so the 7 points.
Yep.
And its activity status is restricted discretionary.
Yep.
Okay.
At the previous hearing, it's noted it was a restricted discretionary activity, but there was no matters to which council.
Understood. All right, so those are the matters that are there. Okay,
Yeah.
lovely.
So that's the changes.
Mhm.
That's what goes through the updated section 42A report.
Thank you.
Jim recommended the amendments. I've relied on assessments undertaken by Wildlands and the evidence of Mr. Goldwater. I note that there are pointed differences between the experts in terms of the extent, but I'm unable to comment further on that as it's brought outside of my expertise. So moving on, I confirm that I've read the expert evidence provided by Guildford Timber Company and Royal Forest and Bird. With respect to legal submission from Royal Forest and Bird that a road is inappropriate and rule NOSZ R15 should be deleted. I note that if NOSZ R15 was deleted, the wider plan change 49 can still provide a consenting pathway for infrastructure on Silver Stream Spur under rule NOS R19. Rule NOSZ R19
would still provide a consenting path.
Yeah. So that rule is a rule that applies to all natural open space zones.
We've got it in here somewhere, haven't we? Have we?
Yeah, should.
Where is it?
Should be as part of the wider
You got it.
plan change 49.
I'm just wondering if we have the rule at hand. That's the one that comes out of PC 49. The rules framework that relate to the wider.
Yes. Yeah, and if it helps, it's a catch-all discretionary rule.
Be nice to have those.
Yeah.
If we can get that, actually, Smiling Sweet getting it. Please, could we have that ASAP? Those existing rules just brought forward? Be lovely, thank you.
So the catch-all rule basically states that any activity that is not listed as permitted, restricted, discretionary, or non-complying is a discretionary activity. So like I said, once it doesn't specifically reference infrastructure, it could still provide a consented pathway for the natural open space. So, therefore excluding an entire silver stream spur or the significant natural area within the silver stream is very likely to need a specific rule through the variation. So if there was a desire to specifically exclude a road on the silver stream spur, it would have to be done through a rule in the variation rather than deleting rule R15.
Yes, it does.
And obviously there'll be consequential amendments that will be required to policy NOS ZP6, which relates specifically to them.
So exclusion of a road on the spur.
Yeah.
Would need to be done.
Via a rule in the variation rather than by deleting NOSZ.
By a rule and variation. Rather than by deleting.
NOSZ R15.
Yeah.
Because if you delete NOSZ R15, potentially
You've got an underpinning framework that
Yeah.
still remains.
Yeah.
Understood.
I do acknowledge that if NOSZ R15 is amended to a discretionary activity, that might create tension with policy NOSZ B6, which has a more enabling shuttle. Then could be potentially provided for by the rule if it's changed to discretionary. And if the panel were to accept recommended amendments to R15, then removing the chapeau and NOSZ P6 altogether, or amending the wording to provide opportunities for infrastructure would be more consistent with this.
Removing the what?
The chapeau, sorry, the enabling, the word enabling, so changing the word enabling to provide.
Okay.
With regards to legal submission from GTC, I acknowledge that in recognising that there is a significant natural area on the site, but the recommended amendments in the updated section 42A report might have led to some lack of clarity or unintended consequences. I understand that rule NOSZ R15 is notified apply to the whole of the silver stream spur, since subclause H has notified refer to effects on significant silver stream spur.
Yeah. So R15 as notified.
Yeah.
Applies.
To the wider silver stream spur.
And are you now saying it should only apply to the SNA?
Well, the section 42A report
Yes.
identified that it should then only refer to this section, to the significant natural area.
So to be clear, that's your position.
Yeah, that's my position, that the legal submission from GTC raised the issue that could cause a problem for outside of the outside of the
So
site.
R15 intention is it only applies to the SNA.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
But obviously in responding to GTC legal submission, I refer back to that catch-all in NOSZ 19. Obviously, but the panel may wish to consider an alternative by amending NOSZ R15 to relate to the whole of the spur again, rather than which might provide some additional clarity to users rather just. My recommendation at this stage would be that a discretionary activity status applies both within and outside the silver stream spur. And that would address any effects on infrastructure that's not within but adjacent to the SNA, enable all effects to be considered, and it would be consistent with the activity status for other natural sites. In respect of rule NOSZ R22, GTC and their legal submission raised again a similar issue within and without the significant natural area. I note that there are provisions for the removal of Indigenous vegetation in the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity chapter of the operative district plan. So that would provide that opportunity. But then doesn't obviously, if the rule only applies to significant natural areas, you've got a consistent approach with other natural open space zones if you default to the ecological chapter of the district plan.
Understand.
But it wouldn't then provide, it wouldn't necessarily provide protection for Indigenous biodiversity yet. That's on the silver strings, but outside of a significant natural area, because it's either we haven't undertaken a wider plan change to give full effect to the NPS IB yet, including the effects management that was identified. That's probably enough. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Lovely, thank you. I know there'll be, do you have that written?
Yes, and I can provide that to you.
Yeah, thank you. It will be helpful today if we can have anything like that in advance.
Yeah.
That way it's going to help me understand where we're going,
Yeah.
make sure that we're not veering off course.
Yeah.
And I am going to keep focusing people on paragraph numbers and helping people walk through like that, okay?
Yeah.
So you've been first cab off the rank. You poor thing, I apologise if I sound too.
No, I appreciate it. There's quite a lot to get there. So.
Yeah, all right. Mr. Muskell.
Yes.
You go first.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rushmere. I have two questions. They're quite technical, so I'm very happy for these to be provided in the writing reply.
Or, well, let's see how technical they are, because they may well be.
Yeah, okay, let's see how it goes.
No,
So the first question is about, the wording of NOSZ P7
Yeah.
and NOSZ R15.
Yeah.
And whether those provisions give effect to clause 310, subclause 2 of the NPSIB
I know he's showing up.
and subclause 3. So subclause 2 sets out a list of adverse effects on an SNA that must be avoided. Subclause 3 states that effects that don't fall under subclause 2 must be managed by the effects management hierarchy. So I'm just, yeah, if you could take a look at that, give us your opinion on whether those two provisions, SCP7 and R15, give effect to those requirements. Unless you'd like to answer that now.
I would prefer to refer back to. I mean, look, gut feeling is yes, but I would prefer to to have a look. I mean, albeit what I've just sort of set out in terms of that policy and ZP7. If the changes are as recommended in my section 42 report stay as they are, then yes, I think that would apply to that significant natural area. But yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Second question, it's also about the NPSIB. It relates to the recently released FDS and
FDS.
future development strategy.
Mhm.
I understand it's been approved,
Yeah.
and I understand, but I'll get you to confirm that the southern growth area is not identified in there as a growth area or a green field area. If that's not my question, if that is the case, if not in there, could you provide your advice on whether a road through the spur would fall under any exceptions under 3.11 of the NPSIB?
I'm just going to bring us back to minute 9 and get you to frame that question in such a way that I can connect it with the purpose of today's room.
Yes, well, in order to understand the effects on the SNA and whether the provisions of rule policy NSCP7 and rule 15 give effect to the requirements of the PSIB with respect to avoiding adverse effects on the SNA. I'd need to understand the status of the southern growth area in the future development strategy, because that obviously has a big implication on the interpretation or given effect to 3.11.
Yeah.
Side B.
So I can answer the question on the.
Only if it's relevant to the hearing today. We're aware that it's come out.
Yeah.
That's public knowledge.
Yeah.
That is something that I don't know if Ms. Tancock's planning on discussing or not.
If it was helpful to the panel, we have prepared response on that.
Well, it is, the thing with this hearing, over to comment here. The thing with this hearing is it's very focused. And we're not in a vacuum. We know that's happening, but today's hearing really is about the ecological evidence. I don't have any appetite to have yet another hearing on the FDS, and its implications. But nor do I want this hearing to go down a path of let's have a great big debate about the FDS or its implications. It's about ecology today.
I understand your concerns. We've got it if it's helpful in terms
Yeah,
of
so-
daily decision making.
Are you happy with
Yes,
this?
no, I
Have to
understand.
write a reply, or do you think
I'm
people are
happy
going to
with
be disadvantaged by that?
I think.
There's a bit of a chicken and egg thing here,
Yeah.
isn't there? There's almost, do we need to?
I don't
turn
think,
our
yeah,
eyes to it?
I don't think we need to ask the question.
I guess the question I would pose is it something that cannot be avoided in order to have an open conversation about it in the context of the SNA? That's the only thing. But I do not want this hearing to descend into yet another discussion around housing and future development. Make sense?
Understood, yes.
So-
My question was about
That nexus.
how we give effect to side B with respect to the extent of SNA and how that connects with the other issues, but I'm happy to.
Cool. Welcome. Any from you, or shall I carry on? Right, I'm going to go back to my sticky notes and cover off what hasn't been covered off. Right. We're going to deal with the maps. I'm going to sketch shortly. The rules, read the road. You've covered that. The question I have for you is, I do have one, that's the rules there, got that written down. What on earth does that say? Oh, submissions to check. Matters raised by submissions. You had on page 21, paragraph 92. Submissions S27.1, 67.1 and 68.1 oppose the entire variation and seek it be deleted or abandoned. They strongly oppose the provisions for infrastructure, including a transport corridor, and would like to see the spur replanted in native vegetation. Just double checking, are there any changes to any of the submissions analysis that we need to be alerted to, or have you considered whether this revised section 42A report needs to change your response in the submission statement?
And those are identified in green.
Yep.
So the first place they appear, I can see on page 33.
Yep.
Where two rejects now sit and they accepted in part.
Yep. And I guess the question is, you're confident you've got them all?
I think so.
Righto.
As confident as I can.
Excellent, that's absolutely fine. It's fine. Why is that stitched together like that? Figure 3, greater than. Just taking you to your. No, I won't. Yeah, I'll have to. Okay. We are gonna play Let's Draw the Maps now. Because, and we're gonna do it now before you, because we're gonna start with. You're good? Yep. Mr. Williams, thank you for joining us by Zoom. You weren't here right at the start when I outlined that one of the things I'm going to do today to help me is draw some maps. Now, starting with what I can see on page 32 and going over this whiteboard here. And it goes something like this. Here is the site, for argument's sake. Yep. Here's Kiln Street. Yep. That, is that about right? Kiln
Where's
Street,
north? Where's north?
is that right? Roughly? More or less?
Yep.
That's about right?
Yes. Right.
Excellent. Now. Reynolds Batch drivers over here somewhere? About there?
Uh,
RBD? D, the railway is up there. Somewhere? Yep. Now, I'm looking at your map. I'm not going to draw your map because it's problematic on page 32, but the updated combined area within the Silver Stream Spur is recommended to be identified as the Silver Stream Spur natural area. You know where I am?
Yeah.
Okay, so the combined extent of SNA for the Silver Stream Spur with magenta outline showing extent, magenta outline goes beyond the site, right?
Yes, another change. Yes,
So the site is not actually marked on it.
not on page 32. That came, I believe that came from the evidence from the expert witness, but
So what I'm trying to get to now, at this moment in time, Ms. Rushmere, is what you think that SNA is.
Yeah.
So we've got some options.
yes,
There's the SNA which has, and this is not UH070,
no,
right? This is the bit of the SNA
Yes.
that's within the site,
yes,
not the whole
because it
SNA.
specifically relates to the service street.
So there's a gully bit that's there somewhere, is that right?
Yeah.
Gully, we'll call that gully. Creative, I know. We've got a blob that's sort of about here, is that right?
No, shall I bring the map?
No, don't bring the map, I've got the map. The blob is actually more, well, there's a couple of blobs, aren't there? I should have brought
The
my,
map on page 59 might be more helpful in
Good.
terms of that.
that's in the appendix, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The orange bit,
Yes.
Yes.
okay. So the orange bit then. Orange bit, I'm gonna keep you in, red, right? You're red. You remember your colour.
I will.
All right, you're red. So the orange bit is, I had it just a minute ago, it's sort of. So we've got some wiggly bits along there. And then we've got a wee hook. And then we've got sort of a thing like that there, yeah?
Yeah.
It goes down there. So it's kind of like, sort of like a wee sea monster. I don't think we'll call it that, but you know what I mean, don't you? But that's basically it. Now, is that one area or are there a number of bits of areas? For the purposes of your evidence, you've got two bits. You've got the, in yours it says the white bit, and then you've got the magenta bit.
Yeah.
Now, the white bit in your evidence, if I'm correct, is pretty much the gully plus a bit at the bottom of the gully. So, what I think you've said is that your version of the SNA would be something like, here we go, we're going to the blue bit now, would be something like that. Is that right? Have I got that right?
If I may, I might refer to Mr. Goldwater who provided the shape files that created the map at the bottom in terms of that white blob and versus.
Well, what I'm trying to do is actually take figure 3 on page 32 and basically it doesn't match what's on page 59.
No.
So what I'm trying to understand is figure 2 the one, or is what's on page 59 the one? Do we put a line through figure 3 or?
It'd be helpful for you to look at this map.
Well, no, what I'm trying to understand is, we've got this, right? Ms. Rushman, what is this figure 3? Is this what we should be accepting as your recommendation or?
So figure 3, as far as I understand it, help me out, if that's okay, was that came through from your evidence in terms of removing some of that?
Yeah, that's right. That is
It says,
part of an assessment carried out previously by Biomes.
it says the ecological expert recommends removing half of the area shown in white above.
Yes.
So that's not indicated on this
No.
figure 3.
No.
So for the panel's usefulness,
Yes.
ignore figure 3.
Yes. So that the half that's removed is the kind of
So let's
bottom bit.
let's ditch that then.
Yeah.
So we're not dealing with figure 3 anymore.
No.
All right. So the map, from your perspective,
Yes.
is the one we should be looking at is the one on page 59.
Yes.
And the one on page 59 still the one on page 59 does this thing. That's where we had our sea monster thing there. It's like that. Then we go wiggle, wiggle. And then we've got we've still got a gully, but on page 59, you say the gully should go.
Yes.
So we'll cross out the gully.
Yes.
Right? We're going to call this bit the bottom bit. Any objections? Thank you. The gully or the bottom bit?
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you very much. I'm now absolutely clear on what we're doing. Mr. Goldwater. Good morning. Let me just pull your evidence out of my folder.
Good morning.
Now, you have not presented to us before. We have not met you before.
Correct.
So I would ask, let's do a proper introduction. Sue Wells, Independent Hearings Commissioner, appointed to chair the panel. Been working with the RMA since 1995.
My name's
Hang on, we haven't finished yet.
Okay.
To my left.
Aina Camille France, Independent Hearing Commissioner. Tēnā koe. Nau mahe.
Matt?
Morning, I'm Matt Muspratt, Independent Planner.
Good morning.
Thank you.
My name is Nicholas Goldwater. I am Principal Ecologist at Wildland Consultants based in Auckland. I've been there for about 16 years. And I'm the ecologist for council up to date.
Lovely, thank you. Now, we have read your statement of evidence. We have sat down until morning tea at 10:30 to talk to you. And that includes question time. I appreciate that is not a lot of time, but we are quite focused on, as you will have gleaned already, this area of the spur. And is it going to be, have you got some preliminary notes?
Yes, I've got a short summary.
All right, that's great. I'll let you
Yeah.
go through that. And then if you can help us with paragraph numbers as you go, that'd be great. If
Okay.
not, that's fine.
I won't be referring to paragraph numbers in my summary.
You won't.
No.
All right,
And,
Okay, away you go. We'll listen without interruption.
Okay, firstly, I can confirm my qualifications,
Thank you.
experience, paragraphs 27 in my evidence in chief, and also I've read the code of conduct. So my name is Nicholas Goldwater. I've provided evidence dated 8th March 2024 on behalf of the council on respective matters arising from submissions on variation 1 and change 49 Silver Stream Spur, specifically with regard to draft SNA UH070. My evidence includes a response to the evidence of Dr. Vaughan Keesing, which he prepared on behalf of the Guildford Timber Company. My evidence also includes commentary on various ecological issues raised by submitters. I peer reviewed the original report prepared by Wildland Consultants in 2021, first visited the spur in December 2023. With the benefit of having visited the site, or part of the site, and read various supporting documents, my assessment differs slightly to that of the Wildlands 2021 report. Both assessments, however, conclude that the spur meets the ecological context criteria. Although the location of the spur in relation to other natural areas in the Hutt Valley does lend itself to acting as a stepping stone to larger tracts of indigenous forest for highly mobile bird species, I agree with Dr. Keesing that such evidence is lacking. I also note that the ecological corridors study undertaken by Ross et al. In 2019 found that, in quotes, only certain birds would utilise the spur's corridor function, end quote. As such, I am wary of attributing significance to the site based on stepping stone habitat alone. Dr. Keesing is of the opinion that Wildlands analysis of vegetation at Silver Stream Spur has resulted in assigning significance to some vegetation types when they should instead be excluded from the SNA. In particular, Dr. Keesing considers that areas dominated by tree ferns, such as ponga and mamaku, do not have the requisite ecological values to meet the SNA standard. During my site visit, I was able to inspect the vegetation types that Dr. Keesing has described in his evidence. While Dr. Keesing and I largely agree on the composition and structure of the vegetation of the spur, we differ in our interpretation of how the significance criteria should apply to the area of ponga mamaku tree fern land with respect to the ecological context criteria. In my opinion,
Can I just get you to pause for a second?
Sure,
Can I go to the map?
sure.
Because we're talking about a bit, aren't we?
Yeah, we're talking about a central part of that draft.
I don't, just. I know the map. The bit you're talking about is located where? Is it in the gully or is it the bottom bit?
In the bottom bit.
Left or right?
It goes from east to west.
Right across?
Yes. Almost. Well, from the west.
Come and draw it for me.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the bit I want to understand. Makes me think of things. Okay, so,
Sorry, no one to.
right, just if you can just draw the bit you're disagreeing on, yeah. Doesn't have to be bang on, you've seen how I draw.
Yeah.
It can only get better, right? So that's a different bit again.
Well,
It's big, okay, I didn't draw it right. Thank you. Now, you can see that, Dr. Pearson?
Yeah.
Is that about right? Is that the bit that you think we disagree about?
It's the top we agree at, the bottom is the bottom we agree at, and all of the middle side.
Is there a bit that you think you don't?
Can we just accept that that's not quite right?
Yes,
There we are.
absolutely.
Yeah, we
Right, so,
it's easy to order.
you know, you're going to sit down now because what I just want to check, so we
That's
go back.
that's the bit.
Good, we're making progress. So we actually have a piece that we appear to be agreeing about.
We do, and the bottom. The bottom.
So we're agreeing about the top of the bottom bit. We'll call this the middle bit. Okay? We agree with the middle bit.
Yes. Yeah, we agree with the bottom of the bottom.
Well, hang on then. Let's get this is getting better and better. Middle is good. Middle's going to be green. Green for go. I hope, Mr. Williams, that you are not shaking your head in disbelief at what you're saying. The middle bit is good. Yep. The bottom of the bottom you also agree with. Is that the bit that's underneath the single bottom bit?
Yeah, well, yes, and the margin of that thing below boundary line, we agree there's an area in there that is,
So it's pretty much under here.
yes, bottom of the bottom.
The bottom of the bottom bit, if we call that the edge bit, is that all right?
Yeah, it's sort of more to the east, isn't it, as well? We're talking about that beach Kamahi area.
Yeah, so there's a lot, below that line, there's a lot more.
Understood. So it's the beach Kamahi area that's at the edge and towards the east. Okay, so the beach, the green is not great, but the beach Kamahi area under and to the east. We're both saying that that meets the criteria
Yeah.
as an SNA.
And there's a line in this property that reflects that. And it's something like.
Right, so we've got two bits then that we've got some disagreement on. We've got the gully, yeah, which you say should be deleted, but you say can stay. And we've got this part here, the blue bit, which is the part that you're now talking about as being the area of Ponga and carry on, please. This is the middle, this is the Ponga Mabaku bit, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
lovely. Where you go, thank you.
So, in my opinion, it is the two remnants of beach Kamahi forest that are relevant when assessing the inherent value of the low diversity Ponga Mamaku tree fern land against the significance criteria set out in policy 23 of the RPS and appendix 1 of the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity. This is because the tree fern land provides a contiguous east-west linkage between the two forest remnants, while also providing a partial buffering function. Specifically, I consider the area of Ponga Mamaku tree fern land satisfies the linkage, connectivity, and buffering attributes of the ecological context criteria in both policy 23 and the EPSIB, particularly given the location between the two SNA quality areas of beach Kamahi forest. A new road would permanently bisect the core part of the spur, which in turn could compromise the linkage function of the Ponga Mamaku tree fern land that presently sits between two higher value areas of beach Kamahi forest. I am unsure what other vegetation types would be affected by a new road, although I assume that they are mostly dominated by exotic species such as pine. Accordingly, I recommend that the boundary of SNA UH 070 remains in the current form, with the exception of the small exclusion I've described in paragraph 30 of my evidence. That's that gully. With regard to the issues raised by submitters, the majority of submitters support rezoning the spur to natural open space and oppose a new transport corridor. Many of the submissions outline the potential adverse effects that could result from the construction and operation of the corridor. I agree with some of their conclusions, although further ecological surveys would be needed to inform a rigorous assessment of effects. Thank you for my summary.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That was really helpful. And thank you for I guess you do that in every hearing. Maybe not. Sometimes. Okay. Now, Commissioner, I know you have a question.
I do have a question. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Goldwater, just in regards to Mātauranga Māori, what is your understanding of Mātauranga Māori concerning Te Taio, please?
Are you talking about specifically with the site?
In general, with the site as well. Just focus on the site.
Yeah, that's quite a difficult.
Do you want to try that question again?
Yeah, okay. So, first of all, thank you for your presentation.
Right.
You have highlighted Ponga species which are relevant within Te Taio,
Yes.
which are relevant within Mātauranga Māori concerning Te Taio. So I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
What is your understanding of Mātauranga Māori concerning Te Taio, please?
Probably fairly limited. I mean, I appreciate Mātauranga Māori in terms of and Heo Māori in terms of the how you know Māori see you know biodiversity and nature. In terms of the site specifically, I'd say my understanding is fairly limited. You know, there are obviously various taonga species of note, but yeah, I guess that what really wasn't the focus of my evidence, so it's probably a little outside scope. But I definitely appreciate your question. I'd just say it's probably beyond the scope of my brief.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if that's very. It's probably
No, it's clear.
No, it's
It's
clear.
clear and
Thank you.
it's a clear and honest answer, and that's perfectly fine.
Thank you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right, let me do this. Okay. So let's begin by me getting clear. Is UH 070 broader than the site area, or is it exactly the site area?
It's broader.
Okay, so this site is a subset of UH 070.
Yeah.
So the east-west linkage connectivity in the blue bit,
Yes.
what is it connecting to? Connecting to bits outside of the site, yeah?
Yes, that's right. I don't know if you can see this map here,
Yeah, that's on page
page 9 of my evidence.
yeah. So that indicates to me it's connecting.
Can you see that area of Beach Carmarthen Forest to the east?
Well, see what I'm looking at now. This is why I drew that. So the Appendix 1 site map on here, it looks like it's entirely within the site. It's outlined in white, yeah? Tiny
I
little
don't know if
bit.
we're looking at the same.
That's what I'm asking. So Appendix 1 site map, yeah?
I want to.
Would you like to come and show me what you've got?
Yeah, sure.
So we see that area in purple, that's the area pre-filled there. And we've got that area of white there is the area that's Dr. Keesing identified. And also that little block there.
So I don't understand on there where the east-west connectivity bit is.
Oh, so this is basically this area here is the connection.
So it's the,
You've got the area of Beach Carmarthen Forest here.
which is, see, I'm really struggling to read this because the keys aren't. If.
Sorry.
Is it the bit? You've got,
Yeah, you've got area of Treeford, the Mamaku on that Treeford.
so the east-west connectivity is the magenta outline, is that what it is?
Yeah, it is, because you've got this, you see this area here, which is outside the property, Beach Carmarthen Forest.
Okay.
You've got the area of similar forest here.
Right, so what I think you've just shown me there on page 9 of Appendix 1. Going back over here, yeah? Now, purple bit there drifts right down to the bottom. Dr. Keesing, is that the bit that you are in agreement with? The bit down here that looks, that funny looking bit in magenta, you agree with all of that?
That the part of the
All of
part
it?
of 17 below. Not all of it. There are some edges below our property that are still in question.
Well,
Yes, generally there.
I'm going to ask Dr. Keesing, on page 9, are there bits in that magenta outline that you think should not be included in the SNA?
Only on the property?
Only on the property. It is quite hard to see, and it's exactly this is the problem I've got. So,
Would you like to use, my copy? Seems to be.
no, it's same, I mean,
Do you want to compare it with what you've got?
when you come to speak, Dr. Keeson,
Yes.
that is one of the material questions I have, to understand exactly what the is, right?
Yeah.
So I'll get you to come back to that. The connectivity, you're going into an area of beach kamahi forest at there, which is outside of the site.
Yeah.
And someone will remind me who owns that land? So that's private land.
Yes.
Okay. And to the east of it, the east-west connectivity, oh, that's west. Where is it connecting to the west?
So you can, this area here
Mm.
is the, area of beach kamahi forest that, Dr. Keesing identified.
Yeah,
And you can see that the Ponga, Mamaku tree fern land is contiguous with that, provides it buffers that and also then extends towards the east.
yeah, I understand that, but where's the western connection?
Well, what I'm trying to say is that it goes from west.
Okay, so that's the start point.
Yeah,
Right.
so it's basically between
Gotcha.
those two areas.
No, that's grand, thank you. Did you review the evidence of Dr. Masick?
Yes,
And that's just a correction then to your evidence?
yes, it's, yeah,
All right,
That's-
so we'll note that that is a correction and you did in fact review the evidence of
I did.
Dr. Masick, thank you very much. So you took a site visit,
Yes, December.
yep, and did you go into the gully?
No, I didn't go to the gully. So my my opinion on the gully is really based on site notes from my colleagues at Wildlands.
Mhm.
So if Dr. Keesing has been there and can talk to the quality, I'd be happy to
You open to that?
open it, yeah,
Oh,
look at
that's fine.
including that in SNA.
So is it normal to say it's not an SNA if you haven't been into it?
Well, it's basically because it's very, very narrow
Yeah.
and based on the description, it seemed quite sparse and prone to weeds. I just thought I took a sort of more conservative view of that.
Would it be fair to say at the moment you don't have enough evidence to support that position? No, the position of it being an SNA.
I took a conservative position based on the notes of my colleagues.
Right. Did you read the submissions?
Yes.
Was there anything in the submissions that occurred to you within the gully area that might have been a trigger around the SNA? Any observations from any of the submitters?
Yeah, later on that the more like recent submitters.
Yeah.
Basically after my evidence, it looked like they'd done a bit of groundwork themselves.
No, but even before that, at the previous hearing, we heard from people who were experiencing lizards and other fauna and things in there. Did you turn your mind to those, or was that?
No, I mean, because I think that was more talking about the spur in general rather than specific sites, as far as I understood.
All right.
But
that's
then,
fine.
but then in the later submissions, they've actually provided maps of
Mhm.
where they've gone, which is quite useful.
Yeah.
And some have provided very good botanical descriptions.
So in response to the submissions, which we'll hear later today, but are now in evidence, have you changed your view at all on the gully?
I think the values are probably higher than what I first ascertained.
Okay. To what extent? I mean, if you think about the level required for an SNA, is it there or?
It would probably meet the representativeness criterion if what the submitters are describing is accurate.
And they will no doubt present documentary
Yeah.
material in support of their submissions.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I'd be interested in seeing photos and.
those are, yeah, I mean, okay, well, that's fine. So
Yeah.
based on that, you could well change your view on the gully.
Yeah.
All right, that's good to know. So a new road would, at paragraph 32, would permanently bisect a core part of the spur. Would you accept that a road could be placed on the spur in such a way that it doesn't interfere with the SNA?
Yeah, interesting question.
Thank you.
Have to see where the road was.
You'd have to see where the road was. So you'd have to see where the road was. And check appendix 1 site map. Look, I actually think I'm pretty good. You good?
Let's have one
Yeah, go
final question to add and follow up for the question that I did ask Mr. Goldwater. And that is from a Mātauranga Māori perspective in regards to tile and what we see here in terms of sites of significance or sites of natural area, significant natural area from Mātauranga Māori perspective, that's the entire area. It's never fenced off.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So thank you. Just to confirm that you're on point, but just to reiterate, Mātauranga Māori perspective, it's the entire area, which is a site's significance regarding cultural values. Is that your understanding now? Can you see?
I can definitely appreciate, the holistic kind of perspective. And yeah, I know it's often we can be seen to sort of compartmentalize these issues, these vegetation types and ecosystems. But I appreciate as a whole they're all interconnected, and there are sort of broader values across the entire site. But I guess we, as ecologists as well, we're sort of bound by certain criteria we have to assess these sites with. So yeah, that can sometimes be, I guess, maybe conflict with Mātauranga Māori and how our Māori may view a site.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So from a Mātauranga Māori perspective, species that are within this area, for example, whakapapa only to this area. And so from a mainstream ecologist perspective, what's your point of view in that? Does it compare?
Well, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the species there may not necessarily be endemic to that area, but I mean, I guess, are you talking about species that have grown there or visit there? Yeah, okay.
Whakapapa from that Pacific area.
Yeah, and you're talking about the spur and as that area, or
just in this particular area to focus on.
Yeah, that's a hard one to answer because I guess in my view, a lot of those species which whakapapa to the spur will be found elsewhere. But I know you'd attach special significance to those species which are which are found there. But for me it's quite difficult to put that into my assessment. If that, I know I'm rambling a bit, but
No, it's a difficult conversation to have, because what I'm hearing you say is training that you've had has been this kind of training, and you're not trained as I wasn't trained about Māori worldview or those sorts of things, to a point where those two things do that.
And that's
You know,
absolutely
and
right.
it's not about having a layer of it. I think there's not an integration yet. I think Dr. Keesing talked about that last time. There's not an integration yet between the underlying expectations around ecology and Te Ao Māori. You know, it's still seen very Western
At this particular time.
ecology.
Yeah, I think obviously that's, you know,
It's a
it's gonna
state of-
change.
Yeah.
And I mean, in the RPS, there is significance criteria. I think it's E, which
Yes.
does deal with taonga species and Maori values. Although that's not often used in assessments, I've only seen that criteria actually used a couple of times for SNAs. A lot of it's just lack of information for the people that are assessing it. They haven't got that cultural information. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your response. Last question. Are you aware that a tohunga has the same qualification as a mainstream ecologist?
You might want to translate.
No,
No.
I'm asking a question.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Thank you.
Within the RPS policy 23 criteria, am I correct that only one of those needs to be triggered?
Yes.
So although there are 5 of them, only 4 have been assessed?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fifth one being
Mm.
Maori values,
It's called tangata whenua. Yeah. So I can understand that not all of those things need to qualify, but do they not all need to be assessed?
Often these assessments are made in the absence of information. Like, for instance, rarity and distinctiveness. You'd have to actually fully assess that criterion. You'd have to go in and do quite detailed surveys for threatened species, say barking gecko, various other lizard.
And yet I'm looking at a table on page 2 from Wildlands in 2022, which shows that that's been assessed for UH 070, right? The proposed SNA UH 070 Joe Dillon was 2022.
Yes.
That shows that everything's been assessed except for E, tangata whenua. It says not assessed. Now that's not applicable. It says it's not been assessed.
Yes, I mean,
Right.
I think not assessed and not applicable probably can be read in the same light.
Okay, let's just pause on that. Why has it not been assessed?
Well, from my experience in dealing with SNAs at Wellington, these are only assessed when certain information comes to light.
But how do you know this information going to come to light unless you assess it?
Because normally you do a desktop assessment and try and find out, you do literature review, to find out if there's any information. But often, it takes a lot of time to do that sometimes, and yeah, generally, that criterion is not assessed just because of lack of information. That's my understanding anyway.
Okay.
Dr. Keesing might want to talk to that as well.
I think, don't worry, I'll have the same probe with Dr. Keesing, because I think, I think about my background as a planning consultant and doing assessments against policies. And I would have expected that there is a difference between not assessed and not applicable. And to me, not assessed means I didn't do that bit, and I could expect somebody to say, why didn't you do that? I mean, I understand that you only need to meet one of those criteria. That's fine. But surely, even if it says desktop analysis did not indicate presence of, you know, but I just, it does trouble me.
Yeah, no, I accept that.
You know, because I think if you, and the reason, and this is a question, I don't often need to state that, but I think what the commissioner to my left is talking about, if you don't understand Te Ao Māori enough to know what you're looking at, how can you then say it doesn't need to be assessed? You know, that, and I just think there's a real gap in the traffic around this stuff.
I don't think the intention of the assessor here was saying, I don't think the implication was that it didn't need to be assessed. As I understand it, just there was no information at hand.
Yeah.
I
just,
accept that there's certainly maybe.
yeah. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm gonna get off my perch.
No, I totally accept the support, Madam Chair. The question I ask is that consultants are contractable. I'll just leave that on the table.
I think, unless Mr. Muskrat.
I did have a bunch of questions, but the chair's,
There you go.
I did, but the chair's wonderful whiteboard skills and your answers have actually answered them, so thank you.
I'm so pleased. Those art lessons really did pay off, didn't they? Right? Now, do we have everyone from Guildford here that's coming?
Yes, we do.
Right. It is 10:25. How would you feel if we reconvened at 10:45? Would you like to reconvene at 11?
No, 10:45 is fine.
Is that all right?
Absolutely.
Hannah, it's 10:45, or do you want a little bit longer? That would give us. Is that all right?
It's
Matt?
fine.
You
Yes,
fine?
it's fine.
Okay. Thank you. We will now adjourn the hearing. We will come back at the earlier start time of 10:45. That will just ensure that we have a little bit more of a squeeze for any other matters or sketching that needed to be done. All right, have a wee break. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back to this reconvened hearing. This is the second session. I'm just checking Mr. Williams is still online and hello, just checking so that we know you're there. And Hayley, can you just confirm for me we've got the transcript still going?
It happens afterwards, but
We've pushed the button.
yes.
Excellent, outstanding, marvellous. So in this next slot, we have Guildford Timber Company, and the way I've written it in the agenda is the way I've assumed, Ms. Hancock, that you would probably structure it,
Yes, I'm happy to.
which is with some introductory remarks from you, followed by Dr. Keesing, then Mr. Hall, and then you doing your closing submissions.
Yes, well,
But however, I mean, this is your, okay, and we've had something tabled, which is oral.
yes, I have tabled some oral comments in response.
Okay.
Being mindful of the scope of today's hearing.
Thank you.
I've prepared comments. There may be some of those that you consider to be out of scope, but they were in response to matters raised by the other submitters, and I wasn't sure quite how you were going to deal with those.
Well,
on the day.
we'll
So
see how we go, won't we?
feel free to discard them.
All right.
if you need to.
So is this what we started with? Or?
No, it's not. I'm going to just take you back to my filed legal submissions.
One moment, caller.
Of Guildford.
Thank you. Hold the line. We have in this bundle additional legal submissions.
Dated 22 March.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So that is you there. Righto.
Right. So obviously we've filed the legal submissions and I understand they've been they're going to be taken as read. So
Yes.
I'm just going to take you to a few small components of those and then I think we need to get stuck into the evidence because I'm sure you'll have more questions for Dr. Keesing than
Thank you.
Mr. Hall. In terms of the NPS IB issue, we've received some legal advice from Michael Finlay. The crux of that is that paragraph 2.3, GTC accepts that the correct legal perception is that where evidence of an SNA is available to counsel, that there is no obligation to identify that in accordance with that. I have dealt at 3.0 with the signal repeal of the SNA provisions by the minister. I just set that out in case there was any confusion. But obviously, the legal position remains that the panel has to consider the law as it exists today.
Yes. Thank you.
One thing to be mindful of is at 3.5, you're operating with an uncertain regulatory environment. So just make a plea that Page 49 can stand on its own 2 feet, regardless of any upcoming or intended repeal of provisions. The other thing about that is that while some councils have heeded the minister or associate minister's call to put things on hold, I don't think that that's something that the panel should consider. You're a long way through a hearing process. A lot of people have invested in that process. And ultimately, regardless of whether there's an SNA in existence or not at the time that you make the decision, there's still policy 23 of the RTS and 6C of the RMA to consider. So
yeah, thank you.
Be mindful of those obligations. Outstanding issues. There's, as we've seen this morning, a high amount of agreement between Mr. Goldwater and Dr. Keesing. Primary area of disagreement is whether or not the Honga Namaku bit in the middle is calling it.
Yep.
Meets the ecological criteria in the QSIP. I've set out what I thought that was at the time that I wrote submissions, but obviously you're going to be hearing from Dr. Keesing and I prefer that you heard what he thought rather than what I thought.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ultimately at 3.14, and unsurprisingly, it's GTC's submission that Dr. Keesing's evidence should be preferred. He's very familiar with the site. He's carried out detailed ecological assessment over a period commencing in 2007. And he's been consistent and unequivocally reliable on those assessments. And the reasons why he's made those, and just reminding the panel, you've got that very detailed assessment in his appendix of the initial evidence.
Yes.
That was filed. Ultimately, you know, areas of disagreement between two professional witnesses is a matter for the panel to decide based on having tested the evidence. Again, if expert conferencing is necessary, and I feel like we've embarked on more of a hot tubbing process in the course of the hearing, so it may not need to be, GTC remains willing and able to make Dr. Keeson available. Turning now to the correct approach, GTC's at 4.6, GTC's submission is that delineating the SNA is a distinctly separate factual exercise to assessing the effectiveness of the proposed plan change provisions, and that the delineation needs to be determined with reference to both policy 23 and the process set out in the NPS IB. It's important that the object and purpose of plan change 49 doesn't influence the SNA assessment. So those things need to be considered separate, and the SNA assessment shouldn't be allowed to procure a particular outcome.
Just pause for a second. Can you just read that again?
It is important that the object and purpose of plan change 49, should read does not influence the SNA assessment in order to procure a particular outcome. So what I'm saying is that the SNA assessment is a factual assessment to be carried out in accordance with policy 3 and the matters in appendix 1. And that is distinct from the wider considerations of plan change 49 in the Act.
So am I correctly understanding you to say that this hearing should not be considering the extent of the SNA?
No, the hearing should consider the assessment in the SNA, the existence of the SNA. But when the ecologists are discussing the SNA, you need to have a factual finding about the delineation of the SNA based on the statutory tests in the NPS.
Yes.
And policy 23.
Absolutely.
And that's the only things that should influence that assessment.
Yes.
So when you're setting up the SNA.
Yep.
When you're considering, you shouldn't consider or import matters from plan change 49 as to whether a road should occur on the spur or not into the SNA assessment. So you have a separate factual finding of where the SNA is.
Yes.
And then you consider plan change 49 and ecological effects.
Yes.
In a different basket.
So am I understanding you then to say the panel should not turn its mind to the impact of a potential road on an SNA?
It's not relevant to the SNA assessment in terms of whether you're delineating that. You have to delineate it based on the facts. So yes.
Okay, let me just ask that again. Are you saying to us that the panel should not consider the impact of a potential road on an SNA?
The panel needs to consider that, but not in determining the geographical extent of the SNA.
Yeah.
It considers that as part of its consideration on plan change 49.
I feel like we're talking past each other.
Yeah. I'm saying there's two baskets.
I agree. There's two baskets. What I want to understand is what you're telling me, because I don't think I've understood yet. So here's a for instance, play my silly game. Say we end up with something the experts agree on and it's a blob up there.
Yes.
But the blob is only going to work if it's a single blob. It wouldn't work if it was cut in half by a road.
Yes.
Right? Is what you are telling me that we can't think about that?
You shouldn't think about that when you're figuring out the extent of the SNA. So
you shouldn't think
when
about
you're making
that when you think about the extent
when you're making this, when you're just determining this,
yep,
you think about the matters in appendix 1 of the NPS,
yes,
and policy 23 of the NPS.
Yes.
You don't think about what it does, what the rest of the plan change will do to that. Once
Yes.
you've determined that,
yes,
when you're considering the effectiveness or the costs and benefits of the plan change 49
yeah,
provisions,
yeah,
that's the point at which you consider ecological effects.
okay. So I'm not missing anything.
No.
Okay, I was just wondering if we were.
There's no magic to it. It's just
No, it's
in
just
the test.
It is just as it is.
Yes.
It's just normal.
Yes.
Well, okay, thank you.
Yes.
No, that's fine.
And if you look at 4.9, sorry, my concern that I had added there was that it's unclear whether with Mr. Goldwater's assessment or the officer's planning recommendations, whether those things have been done separately. So there had been a discussion in that as to the number of submitters opposing the transport corridor and some assumptions about the scale of the road going through. So what I was trying to say there is that that shouldn't impact, it doesn't influence the initial assessment of the SNA, but obviously those things are relevant down the track for the provisions of Plan Change 49. And if you just get to 4.1, the delineation of the SNA must be done in accordance with the methodology. Yeah. In terms of the position of GTC, they submit based on the evidence of Dr. Keesing that there's no word changes required to the officers to the wording of Plan Change 49, and that was set out in opening submissions in the first statement of Mr. Hall. So GTC's position as to what wording is required hasn't changed since the November hearing.
Sorry, what wording are we talking about?
The wording of the plan change, so the plan change provisions.
No, your paragraph says, if the panel adopts Mr. Keesing's evidence, none of the further changes suggested in the revised officer's report are required.
No.
Well, there's a lot of changes in there, I guess. All the green stuff.
Yes, well, we don't see that they're necessary.
You think all of the green stuff in the officer's report is to be disregarded?
Well,
Is that what that means?
as I go on to say, yes, I don't think there's a need for it.
All of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I'm sure Mr. Hall will be taking you through this.
You'll need to.
In the event that the panel prefer the delineation of the SNA in the form proposed by Mr. Greenwater and consider the suggested changes in the revised officer's report, GTC has considered some amendments, but it doesn't consider that the additional changes proposed by the officer are necessary to give effect to the SNA delineated by Mr. Goldwater. And also I'm going to raise some issues around changes that give rise to unanticipated consequences that impact on the intention and ability of the provisions. Yep. You're going to hear from Mr. Hall on that because no one likes to hear lawyers talking about planning. In summary, those issues are there's a change in terminology. So adding Silverstream spur significant natural area across all of those provisions fails to distinguish between the areas of the spur that are SNA and which are not. The deletions proposed by the officer mean that there's no rules that deal with the infrastructure corridor or vegetation removal located outside of the SNA on the spur. We've heard this morning from Ms. Rushmere that she thought it was okay to default to the discretionary activity status. In Guildford's submission, and there's some quite good case law on this point, if it's preferential that a panel, a decision maker actually try and deal with conflicts in the plan, and that's a good place to do that. In my submission, you have the evidence before you to do that. So it seems an unusual position to dodge the issue and refer back to a actual rule that's the discretionary that doesn't deal with that tension. So the other aspect is that there's no rule left for vegetation removal located outside of an SNA. It seems a bit odd to me that you deal with vegetation removal within an SNA, but not outside of that. And lastly, that there's obviously that issue around policy 6 and whether the changes are actually enabling, given that there was a dual purpose of the plan change, which was suggested by council to deal with that inherent tension between the natural open space zone and the infrastructure corridor. And in my submission, it's not appropriate to save that fight for another day, given that we've gone through the process where there has been a robust amount of evidence that's dealt with the need for those provisions. Mr. Hall's going to take you through that very long and waffly planning summary that I tried to describe. GTC's position, if we get to 4.32, is that the provisions proposed by the officers are unworkable, and it's unclear whether there's an intended or unintended consequence of the amendments, because there was very little explanation of those. GTC considers there needs to be separate rules for roads and associated utility infrastructure inside and outside of the SNA, regardless of the extent of that. In terms of some concluding comments at 4.42.
Mm,
We have offered a view there as to how to fix those issues by providing some additional rules and things like that. We don't think you need to.
where are those rules?
So Mr. Hall will take you through.
Oh, okay,
those, but they are-
he's
they
got
are
all the rules,
detailed.
lovely,
Yeah.
thank you.
But we don't think that they're necessary.
Mhm.
And in conclusion,
Mhm.
we go to 5.2. The new ecological evidence and revisions to the officer's suggested wording are opposed for the reasons set out in its submissions and in further evidence. And in GTC submission, Dr. Keysing's, Mr. Reed's and Mr. Hall's evidence and mapping wording sought as a result of that evidence should be conferred.
Yep.
So without further ado, what I intended to do now is to call Dr. Keysing, confirm that Dr. Keysing, you provided a brief.
And I just, before you do that, I just had a question for you.
Yes.
Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, so. In your paragraph 418. Your first bullet point there, 2 new policies.
Mhm.
NOS P6, Silverstream infrastructure. Intended to enable infrastructure, including a transport corridor within the Silverstream spur to provide for passive recreation and to support the development of the southern growth area.
Yes.
Do you want to discuss the southern growth area?
Um,
Here is my question. What we know now through the, what's it called? FDS, is that right? Future Development Strategy, is that the land that we were initially talking about doesn't appear to any longer be within the southern growth area. Would that be correct?
The land is known as the Southern Growth Area. It doesn't change its name. So the Southern Growth Area is what the GTC's piece of land is called. The future development strategy that's been approved doesn't include the GTC land as a prioritised development area. But it's softened its stance. That document has softened its stance from the draft. It doesn't, to the point, exclude development of greenfield areas elsewhere. And there's some changes to the constraints mapping in that new FDS, which show that the southern growth area is an area of land that has very few constraints and could be developed in the future if further work is done. So Mr. Hall has actually prepared some notes on some speaking notes on this and was going to take you through the changes there as part of his presentation, if that was helpful. And I am mindful of the focus of this hearing.
No, I think that this one is on, I think, because the policy is being on relevant.
Yes.
What you've just told me is not to exercise myself because you're saying that the southern growth area is effectively the name of the GTC land.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And we shouldn't confuse that with being the same southern growth area, although it might be the same land, but you're saying it will still remain the southern growth area. It's not the southern growth area. Variation 1 wasn't about the development of the southern growth area as set out in the FDS.
No, so the southern growth area is a term that's been used to describe the piece of land in lots of other planning strategies over the last 20 years. So the southern growth area was referred to in the notified plan and in that policy as being the piece of land that infrastructure and road and corridors were going to have access to.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's cleared that up nicely.
Sorry, it is a little bit confusing.
Well, it's not now.
I just have the approved version from March of the FDS, which if the panel was minded to accept into their evidence, may be a relevant document that you want to look at.
Let's just pause. Let me consider whether it's on point for this hearing.
Yes. May I make a submission on that relevance of that document?
Yes, I would like you to.
Yes. Okay. So in terms of applying the NPSIB, there are and the NPSUD.
Yep.
There are provisions in there that require you to look at some of those future planning strategies. We're considering whether or not the provisions of Plan Change 49 give effect to the NPSIB. And I think there is a question there in terms of some questions around specified infrastructure. But the provisions also ultimately need to give effect to the NPSUG as well.
Yes.
So the council has chosen to change a lot of the provision framework in response to the ecological provisions, and in my submission, the future development strategy, the approved version is the relevant version that the panel will need to take into account for its decision. And the status of the SGA site, how it's treated in that document, is going to be relevant to your consideration.
Okay.
That's something that a lot of submitters have raised. We purposely didn't because we were trying to keep things narrow.
So just pause for a second. And is that surely that is something that can be addressed through the right of way? It's not?
Yes, it certainly can, and I mean, it's an updated relevant planning document,
Yeah.
which I would expect would be addressed in.
And it's nothing more than that. Is that
No.
correct?
Yes,
So it's just another part of the,
it's a piece to the puzzle, just like if you had an updated NPS in the meantime.
Yeah.
You need to have a look
All
at
right.
it.
that's fine.
So.
Yeah, by all means, that no, look, I think for the for clarity's sake, let's just don't table it today. Accept your submissions. I mean, when I say accept, we hear your submissions. Thank you. Particularly for any submitters that might have arrived. We're going to keep reminding you that the purpose of this hearing is as was set out in minute 9. And we're not going to litigate things that are outside that very tight and narrow scope. Yep.
Understood.
Thank you very much for that. Right.
Do you have any more questions of me at this point, or would you like me to?
Mr. Muspratt.
From me.
Well, I'll call Dr. Keating.
Thank you.
The panel will have received an updated brief of evidence
Yeah.
in response to the revised.
Yeah. And the panel notes, I think there is a typo throughout. It's not rebuttal evidence.
Sorry.
That's all right.
He just gets so excited about providing rebuttal, doesn't he?
It's very disappointing to understand. Thank you so much. Let me
Very
just,
sorry. To
yeah.
take that is corrected.
no, I think it's something that's slid through into,
Yes.
yeah. Okay.
Now, Dr. Keating, I just wanted to check, confirm that have you got any errors or mistakes in your brief of evidence?
Other than the rebuttal, obviously.
No, and you've prepared this evidence in accordance with the your duties as an independent expression.
Correct, I have.
Thank you so much. Now, Dr. Keating's prepared a short presentation.
Is he?
Well, he'll talk to you about these.
All right.
Yeah.
What's the short presentation?
Well, no, it's not a presentation, it's a, I'm going to talk to you. It's
It's
something.
better. You had me
Yeah.
frightened there for a minute.
No. He does have one slide, so just to warn you, we provided that to Ms. Boyd. And it is useful if she could bring that up. Well,
Was it included in your original evidence?
No. Insofar as it's a clear delineation of the bottom line there, which
When was it drawn up?
it was drawn up before evidence, for primary evidence, it just didn't make primary evidence. You might not think it's relevant now, it's just where I think the bottom line is that we're talking about there on the Mamaku.
it doesn't change where the line is, it just it just enables a discussion of whether there's a buffer on the bottom.
Well, let's work with what we've got and we'll see. All right.
Okay.
Righto. We have your evidence.
Yep.
And how would you like to deal with this? Do
I'm
you
going
want
to deal with it very quickly.
Great.
I'm going to say the only matter that is outstanding in terms of the significant S&A provisions,
Mm.
be they policy 23 or the IB set, is this question about whether there is a buffer and linkage function here associated with the Mamaku. Mr. Goldwater and I agree that it's not representative of the diversity and heritage
So
criteria.
just slow down, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up that table. There are 5 things in that table, aren't there?
Yep. Well,
They are.
yes, you may. Representativeness.
So we've got, hang on a minute, I've got to find it. It was at the back of the table itself, was at the back of Mr. Goldwater's evidence. Grab that, it's written down nicely for me. I know Mr. Muskrat chants these in his sleep, but we are not all quite that. Let me find it. 5 bits. The table, where is it? Help. The table.
Table.
Must I be so specific?
Yes.
Um,
This is the RPS.
yes,
Attachment A in my evidence.
thank you.
It's appendix 1, isn't it?
Appendix 1 on attachment A.
That's your turn.
Yeah. Well, let's see what that will.
Thank you. Now, RPS policy 23 criteria. There are 5 of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Representativeness, rarity, diversity, ecological context,
Okay.
and as we've already talked about, the hunger and
So let's talk about representativeness.
Yeah.
And we are talking about, is this the blue bit?
Yeah, so we
Start with
agree,
the bit
we agree on the middle bit,
we agree on the middle bit, the velvet screen.
Yep.
Yep,
because that is representativeness.
yep.
We,
You like the gully,
I like the gully,
and I don't think you've got any great concern about the gully.
and I like the gully because it does have representativeness. There is a beach in there as opposed to,
All right,
and I've walked it, but I haven't plotted it.
that's,
with each section.
yeah, yeah.
So I
So
think it
that's,
is.
that's that.
Yes.
Yep, the blue bit.
The
is
blue
the-
bit is the hanga manku, and that's the bit that we agree what it is.
Yes,
We agree it's not representativeness.
do we?
There
Yes,
is evidence, yes. We agree that it doesn't meet the rarity and diversity.
do we agree with that?
Well, we don't.
With the information we have.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Diversity is a no from both of you,
Yes,
is that correct?
Yeah. That's correct.
Ecological context,
this is the one. that we
it's a
don't-
no from you.
Yep.
But it's a yes from you,
Correct.
is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent, and tangata whenua hasn't even been assessed.
Correct.
So we're focusing on, is the ecological context and justification is not something, this is something that's actually in policy 23,
Ecological.
provides
context
a
of the-
corridor or stepping stone habitat for birds crossing the Hutt Valley.
Now, we agree.
Is that what's written in the RPS? That's
The
not something
RPS
else?
says enhances connectivity or otherwise buffers representative, rare or diverse indigenous ecosystems and habitats, or provides seasonal or habitat for protected threatened species. Now, I think we both agree B doesn't apply. But we
So
don't agree.
enhances,
Connectivity or otherwise buffers representative, rare or diverse indigenous ecosystems and habitats.
or otherwise buffers rare
Or otherwise buffers representative,
representatives
rare.
Yeah.
Or diverse
or diverse
indigenous ecosystems and
indigenous ecosystems and habitats.
Yep.
Enhances connectivity or otherwise buffers
those.
representative,
Yeah.
rare,
Yeah.
or diverse indigenous ecosystems and habitats.
So what we're saying
So-
is that that blue area performs those functions for either the middle or the bit down here, the
Mm.
bigger bit.
Yep.
And it either causes, I guess, a linkage between those two,
Yep,
or is important, well, or assists, adds to buffering of that one, buffering that.
yep. And you're saying no.
I'm saying it does not take all of that area and those functions
Mm,
to buffer that or that.
mm,
And it is not critical or important or assists in the connectivity between those two. Or between
mm.
those two.
So you're saying it could be bisected.
Yep, I'm saying that that could be gone and
Mm.
connectivity for the species that currently are there going across there would be the same.
So are you at that point? Do you want to carry on? I'll come back to that question.
Well, and
Because
what,
I've understood that. now.
yeah, and what I'm saying is, and from a buffering point of view, the first question you'll ask is buffering against what? What are you buffering for? Is it
Mm.
buffering against wind? Is it buffering against humidity change? Is it buffering against weed intrusion? Is it
Mm,
buffering against
mm.
people? There has to be a thing that is buffered, and that determines the style of the buffer, the extent of the buffer.
Mm.
At the moment, this is all vegetation
Mm,
there, and the question is, well, what is that or that being buffered by this against?
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't think anything.
Mm.
And if that wasn't there, there might be a slight increase in edge effect here. perhaps, although that would still be vegetation unless you move a lot of it.
Mm.
If you just put a line through here, you just take out some of it, that would still be there being buffered. In my experience, most of the humidity and wind and weed intrusion requires some form of buffering, and it might be 10, it might be 20 meters worth of diesel. To be sufficient buffer against those things. I think you do not have to have that, and that cannot be attributed to values of buffering these two things.
Mhm. Okay.
Same way in the linkage. I think there is plenty of linkage there, whether that blue stuff is present or not.
Yeah.
The things that are there. So I don't think, and here's what I fall to the NPSIB a little bit too, because that has a more nuanced discussion around context, ecological context, and about what is important in terms of assessing buffering. And it sort of suggests that it has to be important in that function to be significant. Now, I know these are two different things and they run parallel, different. To my mind, though, to put in place the functions and roles of a buffer and linkage such that the thing is significant, it has to be important in those functions. So that has weighted some of my thinking around that.
Mhm.
So I can't see why that Pangamamaku area,
Blue bit.
the blue bit, can let's use the exact words, enhances connectivity or other ways of buffering, when most of it could be gone and that buffering would still be functional in the same way it is today, and linkages would still be there today. I don't think it has that role.
All right.
In a nutshell.
Is that you done?
In a nutshell,
You
yeah.
look like you're.
Just in terms of. We did that slide that we do have.
Yes,
Yeah.
so
Now you've done that one. Is that right? Is this the slide you're
Yes.
talking about?
yes,
Yes.
yes. So that's the line that I demarcate as the SMA boundary line between yes and no, which is a more nuanced than the property boundary that you see on some of these bigger pictures. So that picture over there, for example, which just cuts it down the property line. That's the line, and I think, well, I know that includes an extent of that zero vegetation as a buffer to the Kamahi.
So the reason I'm a little bit tepid on this is because everyone's well aware of the dates when expert evidence is to be provided. And the reason I asked when this was developed was before it was, it hasn't been developed in response to anything. So I'm going to allow it because I think it's helpful, but I'm a little bit
Understood.
snippy.
Yes.
Can you please circulate this to who's got this and who hasn't got this?
It's literally been printed here.
All right, well, council's going to have a chance to have a look at this, and then we'll have a wee chat about it. All right. In the meantime, would you like to come and get mine so you can have a wee squiz at that, Dr. Goldwater, Mr. Williams? This is the mapping question, so of course, Mr. Williams is going to have a copy of it.
Thank you.
Right,
Yeah, should I just email the copy?
we have to. Do you have questions you have questions, don't you?
You just a couple.
I've got one. Can I just ask it?
Might be the same question.
You're going to come back to yours. I want to ask this. Could we turn the bits of the RPS criteria into a series of little modular elements? Play my silly game.
Mhm.
I've got enhances connectivity. That's a verb and a noun.
Yes.
Or otherwise buffers. It's another verb, buffers. Rare,
Representatives.
Representative. Rare.
Mhm.
Diverse.
Mhm.
Indigenous.
Yep.
Ecosystems and habitats. So let's start at the bottom. In the blue bit. Are there representative Indigenous ecosystems and habitats?
No.
No?
No.
Have you agreed on that? Are there rare?
Not with the knowledge that we have at the moment, no. So we haven't done hours and hours and hours and years and years and years of surveys, but as far as we're aware, there is nothing there.
Okay,
Yeah, that's true. And
so you're agreeing with that? So in terms of being it's representative habitat, right?
No,
What's the representative word? Linda?
remember, representative means hasn't got the right species assemblage and structure that type of community should have, and it is based on a historic condition.
Okay, yep, I've got it now. Okay. Diverse,
No,
no,
You agree?
I say it's low diversity of evidence.
so you agree with
Yes.
that? Indigenous ecosystems and habitats.
what it is, indigenous, it is a habitat.
So,
Yes,
It-
I'd say it's greater than 50% indigenous.
right, so that part there, we're gonna say, all right, it may not be, for argument's sake, it may not have a representative function, it may not be rare, it might not be diverse, however, whatever that's meant in this context. But it is an indigenous ecosystem and habitat. And in order for it to meet, therefore, the trigger point, be an SNA, it would have to do one of two things, yeah? It would have to otherwise buffer something.
Well, no, it has to buffer the representative rear diverse. See, I think you've got this bit mixed around.
Have I?
Yeah,
Is that what it
the
is?
buffer has to protect, if you like, the
Okay,
representative rear diverse indigenous habitat.
no, I see. But don't we first have to determine whether such a habitat exists?
We did, so it wasn't representative, it wasn't diverse, it wasn't rear, it didn't meet any of those criteria until we get to the last one, which is ecological context. Does it meet that one is what we're asking ourselves now.
Mhm.
So is it a buffer or does it enhance connectivity between good ones? One would be a good. And that's what we're asking ourselves.
All right, well, you've said it doesn't buffer.
I said it doesn't enhance connectivity or otherwise.
No, you've spent quite a long time at the start talking about it doesn't buffer. You talked about the wind and
Yep.
where that came from,
That's
you
right.
said quite clearly, it
Yep.
doesn't tick the box for buffer.
Yep.
Yeah, would you agree with that?
Not necessarily.
Right, so here we are, we've got a point of disagreement on buffer. And what about, you say it doesn't enhance connectivity? Yeah,
Yes, but you've lost the nuance.
have I?
Yes,
With what?
because the area that I'm asking to be removed from the SNA, the blue bit,
You want the whole blue bit gone?
except that there is buffering inside of the boundary that I'm leaving. So
Well, what-
don't be thinking that by removing the blue, you've lost buffer to both of those important bits. So the new boundary that I'm suggesting that removes that leaves buffer here and it leaves buffer here. There's no
So-
loss of buffer if you like.
You just.
I thought handy. Okay.
It's there. Right. So, the blue bit.
Yep.
There is, at the bottom, we talked before that you think there's something, is this what you're saying, this bit through here?
That's good stuff.
So, yeah, but is that what you mean by there's still some, what do you want, where's this line on your
So
scope?
if you were to draw
Black,
a
use the
line-
black.
If you were to draw a line of the Tamahi Beach Forest,
Mm.
it would be like this.
Yeah, but the line on your slide is weird.
Here. So there's an element in here which is occasional beech tree, occasional canopy tree, but mostly seal. So this there space,
Right.
which is around 10 to 20 meters on average, through here,
Yep.
is buffer that's left to this feature.
Okay, so we're gonna call that the black bit.
Yep.
Okay. Good, isn't it? Really. It's the black,
Yep, and that's-
black bit at the bottom.
Yep.
And there's another bit up through there somewhere.
So.
No, if it's another bit of that, use that.
So there's a buffer in here,
Mm.
same way. And then I'm saying all of that is not buffering that fan.
Alright, okay. So what about connectivity? Then
Yep, so I'm saying it doesn't enhance connectivity.
What the blue bit doesn't enhance.
Everything that comes across the edge would fly through the existing pine forest connections and over that feature without needing to hop down on it, rest on it when you need it.
Take it away, Mr. Muspratt.
What about indigenous species that can't fly?
Such as lizards.
Seeds, lizards, yeah,
All right, most insects do fly, but the insects that you might be talking about that might be spiders, hey, which are not insects, could balloon across. Most of the things that are there will fly. So I'm trying to think what might be a snail,
yeah. Tree wetter,
tree wetter, yeah,
maybe some lizards if they're present.
maybe lizards. All would still have a route or a route to it. Does it enhance it is the question? And I'm not convinced that they transport themselves across that different habitat type between Kamahi Beach to Kamahi Beach. I don't think they would, as right cross through Punga Gully. I don't think they would make that journey. But if they did, there are many ways they would make that journey and they would still pass through there. I think you're starting to get onto a slippery slope when you start to think that everything needs.
Topography of the blue bit.
So that climbs up to a ridge,
Mm.
and the ridge line is part of the park, and then it drops down into a gully. And that's most of the and then it climbs back up to the ridge towards the middle, and then there's a plateau along the middle.
So it's flat at the top.
No, it's not. None of this land is flat.
Flattish.
Well, yeah, no, it's
No,
flat.
don't touch my neck. No, stop.
Gully through there.
Okay, so it's a
Ridge
gut,
up there.
all right, so it's consistent with the rest of the,
Yeah, it goes up and it comes down into a gully and it goes back up.
you still going? Or can I ask?
No, you go for it. Yeah.
The verb that's in there is enhances
Yes,
connectivity.
yes.
I am struggling to understand how deleting that blue bit
Because we're not deleting it, but let's imagine that it wasn't. there.
enhances connectivity. Surely that part would enhance connectivity.
No, I think that's one of the fallacies of the word. You assume that enhance must mean anything and it must, but not if nothing passes through those that way.
I would assume we're using the dictionary definition of enhance, which from my recollection means to improve.
Yes.
Are you saying that that
If the barking gecko that lives in a kamahi tree has no intention to travel across that landscape to another kamahi tree that is 500 meters away, then it doesn't matter what's in the middle, it's not enhanced. And I can't prove to you that things move between there, and neither can Mr. Goldberg. It comes down to a case of you saying, well, maybe that something is enhanced, so just say yes. I don't believe that's the case. I am not convinced that there is anything that needs to and does travel through there that is benefited by that.
what is the evidential basis for this?
Habitat. So a lot of the invertebrates that we're talking about, the insects and stuff, and a lot of the lizards have a habitat they like to live in.
So I understand that, but
And
what is
resource requirements?
my question?
Yes.
You are submitting to us that a fairly sizable, fairly wide, isn't it, through there? If the black bit's 20 odd meters,
Yeah.
then that's a fairly big area.
Yeah.
How wide would it be?
At its widest, a couple hundred meters.
No. So if that were not part of the SNA, it would still be natural open space.
Are we imagining it's like grass or something?
Well, no, I mean, it's natural open space. That's what the zoning would be,
Yes.
regardless of whether or not it's an SNA. The underlying zoning, one assumes to be natural open space. Are there studies on fauna that talk about things like birds flying and canopy corridors, that kind of thing?
There are some limited publications on distances between fragments
Mm.
that birds would fly, but that's unvegetated. So if that was all pine forest, it would be functioning just the same way as it does today with that panga. Suggested here.
Mm.
If it were a sward of grass, it would be functioning just the same as it is today for the species that need to pass across there. And I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is that the panga mamaku in and of itself doesn't enhance the linkage. If it were pine forest, the linkage would be the same. If it were tall grassland, it would be the same.
What if it was something really flat?
It depends on if it were concrete, then that would be a problem.
Oh, okay.
But if it were the grass, no.
So if it were concrete, it would be a problem.
If it was entirely concrete, yes.
Okay. So in that context then, this area could be said to be better than concrete.
Yes,
So it has some benefit to connectivity.
only if it were concrete.
Right, so you're saying that you cannot really understand it unless you're doing a comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that the same as what Ms. Tancock said to us at the start of the hearing? Well, I thought Ms. Tancock said we were not to contemplate whether there should be a significant natural area based on comparing it with what it might be.
No. We're talking about, does it enhance connectivity? Does it improve or somehow make better
Yeah,
connectivity for
Yeah.
something?
yeah,
And I'm saying for the bird species there, it doesn't, they just fly over. They
Right.
don't need that
okay.
mamaku
Oh.
to get across.
Hmm.
Does it do so for lizards? I'm going to suggest to you in the round, no. One, because of the arboreal lizards, I don't think climb through the panga as they do through Kaupi. And two, the ground species would go across there, whether there was panga or not.
Right. What about,
And the invertebrates really just don't know.
it's not Cyril, is it? It's actually established.
Well, cereals is just a stage. It is an early stage in restoration. It is.
So what about connectivity for plant species?
It is both, it's probably a repository for new seeds for the next cereal stage. So, but that hasn't happened. And it's partly why I look at the retrolens 1940s. It has progressed incredibly slowly, this area, and it should be a lot more broadly Kaumahi than there is. So I question whether that is happening, but it will happen over a longer term. Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Muspratt, did you have any?
I just had one quick question. It's about paragraph 3.10. You said that linkage and buffering requirements for functions and their importance are virtually impossible to prove or disprove. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Well, we can, if you're going to radio tag, say, a whole range of wood grass can say that are present there, and then try and follow them to see whether they do move through this landscape, which no study here in this form has done. It becomes a very, very difficult task to determine that a bunch of species has come from that area and has moved through this landscape to that area. It's really hard to do with our current technologies. And you would have to say radioisotope a bunch of, say, beetles in place A, and then sample place B for an extended period of time to find those isotope beetles or their offspring, if you could, maybe DNA. So no study has done that, and it's, as you can see, it's incredibly difficult to prove that species A was there and is now there, and can pass through the area that you're concerned with too.
Thank you.
Good, Madam Chair. Good night, Dr. Keeson. Thank you for your presentation. You heard the questions which I put to Dr. Goldwater. I am going to ask you the same questions. So therefore, what is your understanding of Mātauranga Māori concerning Te Taiao?
I have no understanding.
Thank you. That's great. Again, in regards to kohanga and a Māori ecologist and specialist within Te Taiao, are you aware that kohanga has the same qualification as an ecologist?
I wasn't aware that that was the case, no.
Thank you. Just in regards to the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, and which prioritises the moding and intrinsic value of Indigenous biodiversity, and recognises people's connections and relationship with Indigenous biodiversity. Would you agree with this statement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Have you had a chance to look at the material that the submitters have presented?
So most of it, in fact, yes.
Okay, so there's, I've deliberately structured it so that this afternoon, the people who did the site visit will be placed together, and that way they will find an efficient way of giving evidence, and we can reduce any duplication. You've seen that in there, quite a considerable walkthrough was done. What are your, in your expert opinion, that walkthrough, does it address, how do you evaluate what they will show us this afternoon in terms of the blue bit and its, well,
I mean, it's a walkthrough, and it will put forward observations of species and things. But it is not a vegetation plot, and it will not necessarily give measures of proportions, and possibly doesn't give you a range of representative samples. But it will give you knowledge of everything that we've seen. It won't help us in the discussion about linkage and buffering.
why not?
Because there's no data there. There's no information about species A has moved and needed to go through this area and went through this area to area B. And like I've just said, there's a lot of this buffering and linkage stuff is without fundamental research or knowledge about what is required. And buffering is about buffering against what element or what component is being buffered against. And so a walkthrough observation is great, but it won't tell you about those processes and observe them through time.
Okay. How is the blue bit any different to the green bit?
The species composition is primarily, it's the lack of representativeness that primarily is different there. So it has a different soil, it has a different moisture.
What are the species that are different between the blue bit and green bit?
So the predominant canopy of Panga Mamaku with Garnier and some of the lower cereal species.
In the blue bit?
In the blue bit.
What are the special bits in the green bit that you like?
Bit, it's predominantly the Kamahi woodleaf beach.
Yeah.
Canopy and forest
What
component.
are the good bits of the green bit that you like?
And its diversity, and so it's got more developed shrubs and more shrubbery in the middle tier.
In the green bit?
Yes, so in the blue bit, it's relatively open in a lot of that area underneath the Panga Mamaku.
Yep.
So there are less species, it's less complex, and it is a gradient, as you will appreciate. So on the gradient of simpler early cereal, Panga is down here,
Right.
and the Kamahi leaf is a little higher up here with more species and development. So it's a time factor, and so we're really talking about difference in time.
Okay, so the blue bit is effectively younger than the green bit, but it's kind of the same.
Well, one day it might be the same.
Oh, one day it might be the same.
Yeah, one day, if it were left alone and we didn't do anything,
Yep.
this would eventually become that.
Right. So it's connectivity at a temporal level. Intergenerational.
Yeah, because all of this, one assumes, all of the seed that is available in those older beta bits could make it into this younger bit, and therefore allow that bit to develop to that bit.
Gotcha.
Excellent. Well, look, I'm just going to interrupt you, Madam Chair, and just say that you do have an understanding of Aotearoa Māori Te Tao, because what you just described there was connectivity to whakapapa.
I just don't think.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's good because you've now addressed E.
I'll be back.
Correct. But you have just addressed E. And what you've just said there is exactly why I was getting so pissy before. Because if we don't do these assessments, then we end up at a hearing like this, where someone goes, golly, tangata whenua values, what are they all about? Have we got something we should be ticking in a box here? No, anyway, I'll get off that hobby horse.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure. Very interesting. And are you sticking around this afternoon to hear the presentation?
Yep.
Marvellous. Mr. Hall, you're next. Do you need to introduce Mr. Hall, Ms. Hancock, or shall we assume that he is the same as Hall?
It's the same as the Hall. It's
Jolly good. And one assumes that you have these same qualifications that you had before, code of conduct, expert witness, etc., etc. I will just take you to that paragraph though, if I can find it. So that we can actually get you to just state that for the record. Where are you? Shoot. Hang on, I was doing so well. So,
Sorry, it isn't stated in his additional evidence.
My additional,
But it is
referred
in-
back to it, so.
yeah, that's fine. I'm just
there's
going to
one-
just,
One that,
Yeah.
experience development.
thank you. Just one moment. I'm just going to actually make sure that's just become tangled up in everything else here. That's Ms. Hancock. That's the additional oral submissions. That is Mr. Goldwater. He shouldn't be here at all. He should be over there. Here is Dr. Keesing. There is Mr. Hall. What's that?
Speaking notes.
Okay, speaking notes, but we're sustaining submission from the author.
I believe so.
Well, let's just have a wee look before that happens.
Yeah, so some of one of those speaking notes is around the FDS, we talked about earlier. There's some points that respond to the forest and bird submissions and then the additional planning analysis that Ms. Hancock referred to.
Right, just one moment. Well, the only reason I'm checking this is just to see whether or not this should have been covered off in your brief of evidence. Okay. Okay, so when we get, is this your speaking notes?
I was going to.
Are you planning on reading these?
I was planning on reading these, yes.
We've got your brief of evidence in front of you, which is what I was assuming you were going to be speaking to.
Yep.
So how about we start with
Start with
that?
that, yeah.
Okay,
then we can-
and how about we do this paragraph by paragraph and just wander through this?
Okay, yeah,
Because I'm assuming that anything that's not in here will be what you are considering rebuttal evidence. Yeah?
Yeah.
Have you read minute 9?
yes, yeah, and so, yeah, we should have taken the rebuttal evidence and plus there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you clear about the purpose of the hearing today?
Yes, yeah.
Right, so let's start with the evidence. We've got your topics that you're covering, your comment on the extent of the spur, your response to the updated section 42. And at paragraph 3, we've got Dr. Keesing reviewing the ecological assessment, his recommendation that the extent of the SNA remains in its current form. You note in particular that Mr. Goldwater considers that, and then at 3.2, Dr. Keesing disagrees. So at 3.3, you prefer Dr. Keesing's opinion. And ask the panel at 3.3 to reduce the evidence of the SNA that he has identified in 55 of his evidence. Been through that, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah.
Excluded area doesn't meet ecological context criterion when considering any amendments. Here's your planning assessment coming. And then we're at 4, which is the extent of the spur being required for infrastructure, including roading purposes. Right, do you want to read through this one?
Yeah. Yeah, so in both Mr. Goldwater's evidence, para 33 and Mr. Rushmere's updated 42A report, paras 262 to 265, they refer to the section 32 evaluation report and the NOS Standard 4 stating that a road would require.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said read through it, I mean just
Yeah,
speak to
this
it.
is a paragraph, yeah. thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, just speak to it. Yeah.
So, yeah, so it said approximately 10% required, which equates to 3.4 hectares of land, and therefore vegetation will be required to be taken for that infrastructure. I note the assessment of the effects determined by Mr. Goldwater appears to be a key factor in this his recommendation to change the activity status of rule was 15 for control discretionary just below.
Yep.
I'm not clear why the 10% figure was used, so the cost benefit evaluation of option 1 in section 32 evaluation report, nor why Forest and Bird reference a 10% figure in their submission.
How is this? How is this? Haven't we done this?
So it is responding to those you know the updated section 42A report.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Which could have had in and they're considering that we'd already provided evidence you know from Mr. Phil Reed.
I'm not getting it, am I? Are you getting it?
No, I mean, if this is a response to the mentioned 42A, I would expect it to be in the evidence.
It's also in. It's
And
also Mr.
Forest.
Goldwater's evidence, and then it was in Mr. Hall's evidence, and he's explaining why he doesn't think it should be in Mr. Goldwater's evidence or be influential in the officer's report.
Okay, I think it's the section 32 evaluation report that's thrown me there.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I was taking it right back to where.
Not for this hearing.
Yeah. Okay.
That's kind of, do you understand now?
Yeah.
I'm saying, but that's kind of why my eyes are rolling a bit. So,
Yes, no, I think we
Yeah,
could,
so-
Mr. Hall could just take you to the short point.
Yeah.
Which is that GTC, based on the previous evidence you've heard from Mr. Reed, said that that's about 4.85.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I've said in 4.3 is that the only engineering evidence provided at the hearing was from Mr. Reed.
this is, again, that's
Yeah, so-
the old
yeah,
stuff.
the
We're
old
not
stuff,
doing that
yeah,
today.
Yeah.
It's not right of reply. This
Yeah.
is specifically
Yeah.
pertaining to minute 9.
Yes, and he's explaining why the
Yes, yeah,
component
right.
of minute 9 was incorrect.
Which bit?
Sorry, the component of the council evidence that we're responding to. So Mr. Goldwater in his evidence relies on the 3.5 hectare vegetation clearance in his effects assessment to determine what he says is the bisect of the spur. We just pointing to the fact that GTC did table evidence that said that that was far less.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Am I okay to continue?
Yep. No, I see where you're going. I see how it got in.
Yeah.
It helps
Yeah.
explain
So
the
we were
difference.
just
between
trying
Mr.
to
Hall.
yeah, obviously just
All right,
history,
that's
but
fine. No,
just
I'm there now. I'm
Yeah.
there. Okay, sorry.
Right. So in 4.4, I've identified that the area of infrastructure would be approximately 880 meters long, times 30 meters wide. And then I've added an additional clarification that if you added a 50% buffer of area to allow for better design, and also I've talked further in my speaking notes later down that that also includes things like stormwater retention ponds. That is
Yeah.
that that the area that has been reviewed by Mr. Goldwater is much higher than what is most likely going to be required to provide for infrastructure. As a result, in my opinion,
No, you missed the last.
yeah.
Oh, I absolutely want you to read that last sentence.
Yep. Yeah, so, and it should be noted that that this 1.7 hectare is over land Dr. Keesing has assessed, it's not meeting the ecological context criterion to be classified as needs named.
Could you give us some more information on that, please?
In terms of,
Were you specifying where this road is going to be?
yeah, so we had shown through the previous, try not to go back to
No, just, but no, I don't recall any specific proposal.
So we talked about how you would, get, in terms of getting 880 meters, you would have to, go from, that, Elm Street side, and the closest way to get there is to go, up, up towards the Reynolds Batch Drive, kind of other side of the road. So by that, I'm talking about this going diagonally that way.
Oh, so is there now, but there is now a final proposal, is there?
No, so as you said in our evidence, we outlined that this is, that's the quickest way to get up there. And
Right,
then we showed an example from the IF application
yeah,
that was actually larger than what was proposed by the council standards,
right,
that went in a similar type of area. But there wasn't an actual proposal there, so we provided evidence that showed there was an 880 meter distance to get up to the spur. And the most likely way of, of doing that is kind of going,
through the blue bit,
through the blue bit in some way, shape, or form.
right.
And it would have that level of area being taken up. So, as a result, in my opinion, the potential ecological effects identified by Mr. Goldwater on the Silver Stream spur, providing the infrastructure required for the development of a wider filtered site, is now not grossly overstated and do not justify the amendments to variation 1 proposed by Ms. Rushmere. In terms of the response to the updated section 32 report, I had to go through.
So there's a summary of those in the speaking notes
Summary one.
of the officers and Mr. Hall's response. Right. Be helpful. It's on the last topic, so the third to last page.
This is not speaking notes. This is late evidence.
It's this was provided by this Stancock.
Pardon?
The discussion around the rules frame, the additional discussion around the rules framework was outlined in Stancock's evidence. So we did provide it through the legal side.
Hang on, when?
Through the legal side.
Let me just read what you've got here. Okay. Maybe I'm just leaping ahead. Assessment of amendments proposed, including amendments, problem, okay, these are assessments, it's not,
I'm identifying further issues with the rule framework.
why was it's not provided by way of your evidence at the time expert evidence was requested?
It came through as we were discussing the legal submissions.
But this is planning evidence.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Did you draw this up?
Yes, but it has come, as I've been thinking through the consequences of the officer's report further, yeah.
That was due when the expert evidence was due. Yes, I have not had a request for any late expert evidence.
Yeah.
Aside from one from Ms. Hancock, which I declined. Now, I'm going to pause this right now, and we're going to adjourn so that I can read this, and we're going to think about next steps, all right?
Yeah.
We're going to take 5 minutes and come back.
May I just make one comment that it was actually provided in the legal submissions, and when I said you're not going to hear from me, you'll hear from Mr. Hall as to.
I'm going to take 5 minutes now, and then we're going to come back. Thank you. Lovely. It's 11 minutes past 12. Lunch is due at 12:15. I'm going to take you back to minute 9. And the purpose of this hearing. Now, the purpose of this reconvened hearing is very focused. It is not a rebuttal hearing, nor is it intended to be a second bite at the cherry. It is to help the panel in its deliberations and to ensure that there are no gaps in the panel's knowledge on the specified issue. Then I'm going to take you to page 7 of minute 9, which is the timeline for evidence. And Ms. Tancock, you will recall that you emailed a request through for an extension, which I declined.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
I find that a lot of this material should have been provided as expert evidence and could have been provided prior to the start of this hearing and was not. Now, trying to bring it through as a legal submission means that it's coming from you, not your planner.
That I accept that.
Thank you.
And it sits in the legal submission and it's been set out in detail there.
Well, that's fine. So I'm not accepting it from Mr. Hall. If it's a legal submission from you, Ms. Tancock, that's fine, but it is not planning evidence. If you want to do it that way. Now, the other thing we could do is simply, you may not wish to bring it in at all. That's up to you.
If I may, it only came to our attention that there was an issue with the way that the plan operated as I was writing legal submissions on that. I've drawn the panel's attention to those issues. You've got the submissions there and you may consider that as you will, and do with it what you may.
No, let's be clear about this. This hearing has now been going on since 2023. And the planning framework has not changed in this regard, has it?
The legal submissions dealt with the amendments proposed by Ms. Rushmere in her revised section 42A report and dealt with what I called maybe perhaps unanticipated consequences as a result of some of the changes that were suggested. That's all I was commenting on.
Yes, and that section 42A report was provided according to the timeline.
Yes.
And the expert evidence should have been provided according to the timeline.
Yes, and Mr. Hall's provided his evidence that can sit there. I've provided my legal submissions.
Right, so let's be clear with this document that was then provided. Now this is it's the one entitled, well, on my version, it's entitled Speaking Notes of Michael Hall.
Yes.
But you've got something else on yours, I think, haven't you?
On the third to last page at the top, it says additional planning evidence from the legal submissions, but it doesn't appear on the copies that you've been given.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think that's correct. Mr. Hall, is that yours? I think that.
I don't know how we've got that version.
I think the intention was that Mr. Hall may be able to confirm whether or not he agrees with the.
I'm not hearing Mr. Hall in relation to these things, Ms. Tancock, because expert evidence should have been provided in a fair way so that everybody could receive it according to the timeline. This is a very small reconvened hearing. All right. Now, we've all been through this.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. And if you look at my annotations along the side,
yes,
you will see road, SGA, 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 SBA, SGA, all of them relate to the SGA. Yeah.
Yes.
For the benefit of the panel's information relating to this hearing, is there anything at all that specifically relates to minute 9 that will be of assistance to helping the panel form its views?
Yes, there is.
Which specific thing is it?
I think the specific thing is that, as we've discussed before, is the new FDA that's been approved and how that applies to the site.
Did that?
We've done that discussion. Mr. Hall is prepared to assist the panel
No.
by taking you through with the planning.
Absolutely not.
No, understood.
Should have been tabled at the time.
with
Should have
respect,
come through with the expert
that
evidence.
document was not available at the point in time that the evidence was due.
Then, Ms. Hancock, the appropriate thing would have been to contact the panel and to ask for it to come forward.
I understand that, and I'm
It hasn't been-
apologise for not doing it. It's
No, no.
only been raised by a number of other submitters as well, and I ask that the panel treats the submission equally from other parties as it is from GTC.
So here's my concern, Ms. Hancock. We run the risk of taking this hearing from a very small, very discreet, petite, reconvened hearing about one thing to suddenly then needing to go out again.
Yes.
And do that as
and I understand your concern. there.
I ain't doing it,
Yes,
right? This is this reconvened hearing,
yes,
okay? We're not going to get into matters outside of this. We're going to stick to our knitting.
I understand, and if the panel does not want to hear that, I understand the reasons for
Yeah.
that.
Not going in.
I
And
just
we will
ask
be
that you're
consistent. We will be consistent with that,
Yes.
all right? But for future reference, this is not how this gets done. Okay? Because it's my job as the panel chair to assess all of this stuff and think through who else needs to know about this in advance. Because it's my job to ensure that natural justice is there for all parties. This is why I get so cross, okay? Being gazumped like this, surprising a panel, is a really bad plan. So just an FYI, you know, good dialogue in advance, offline comms are fine. We'll give you the feedback. Like I said, no to you offline before when you asked for the extension, that's all fine. But doing this and trying to come through that way, not a good plan, okay?
Understood.
Now,
And
shall we go then to your additional legal submissions?
we may,
Dated the 22nd of March.
no,
No, not those. We've done those. Let's do the other ones.
2nd of April, and I would like to say with the proviso, before you comment that
I shan't say a word.
the
Not exactly.
one of the things that we did try to do in these submissions was provide a response to some of the evidence that has been filed by other submitters in the same batch. So
No,
the material that you've come in,
that's all right.
I understand.
I
that you're
shan't
able to
chew.
respond to that.
All right.
Yes, okay. And being mindful of time, obviously you do have these in writing, so I'll just take you through some key points so that you can step to your have a look.
Beautiful. We do need to.
You do. So as I noted, many of the issues that are raised by submitters may not fall within the scope of the hearing. However, I'm providing some responses to some of the broader issues that have been raised, if that assists. So in relation to Forest and Birds legal submissions, they say at paragraph 4 to 8 that determining whether or not a transport corridor is appropriate, the panel should assess the consistency against the objectives and purposes of the open space, natural open space. So
Your paragraph is where? That's what?
this paragraph 2.2.
Thank you.
Yes.
Wait, okay.
And I just wanted to note that part of the panel's job is actually assessing the appropriateness of the natural open space zoning as well. And that the section 32 report from the council had advanced a dual purpose for this plan change in recognition that some of those infrastructure corridor provisions were inconsistent with or maybe contrary or there'd be tension. So I think just comparing those provisions to the zoning being considered, it isn't the right exercise. There's been at 2.3, there was suggestion made by many submissions that the evidential basis for the future servicing of the spur is speculative. Again, you've heard the evidence previously in November, and I won't.
Good.
I'd just like to note it is a plan change rather than a resource consent, and you have the reasons why.
Thank you.
From me. At paragraph 12 and 16, Forest and Bird refer to Dr. Mayer's evidence. I'd just like to remind the panel of her acknowledgement in her evidence that she did a desktop review which was based on the wildlands assessment.
Yep.
Again, Forest and Bird haven't filed any expert evidence from Dr. Mayer's, because I think it's a little unfair for them to be saying she supports Dr. Goldwater when she hasn't actually read his evidence or filed anything to say that. So that's just a let's treat that position with caution. Dr. Keesing's evidence, Council for Forest and Bird at paragraph 16, made a little bit of an unhelpful inference there about the impartiality of Dr. Keesing. In my submission, that's an unhelpful way to approach a difference in professional opinion between two experts. Most experts that will appear before you are paid. Mr. Goldwood was paid, Dr. Keesing is paid, and the Court of Appeal in the Lissagate case has
Got it.
said you shouldn't worry about that. You've had the opportunity to hear from Dr. Keesing, and you'll appreciate that he has made some concessions.
We know how this stuff works.
Perfect. Thank you. The spatial extent and route of the proposed transport corridor, so people have complained about the lack of detailed proposal to assess the actual effects. Detailed evidence was filed by GTC, particularly on that corridor. And I'll just refer you down to paragraph 212 about Mr. Hall's reliance on the minimum length of 880 metres. He relied on the evidence of Mr. Reid. He was the only infrastructure and engineering expert that was called, and no one contested that.
This is today's hearing.
Yes, it is. And you'll be hearing a lot from other submitters this afternoon about this. So,
Well, maybe that's actually for me to guide them,
Yes.
Ms. Tancott,
okay,
and we ain't going back where we don't need to go.
that's fine. As I'll take you to 2.15
Lovely.
then. Mr. Hall seeks to correct the mistake about the extent of the spur that's going to have vegetation removed as a result of building the road. It's not 3.5 hectares or 10% of the spur. It's actually more likely, based on Mr. Reid's evidence, to be 1.7 or 4.85, or less than that when you factor in the buffers that have been provided in that assessment. And that's key to understanding the panel's understanding of what effects it is assessing in terms of the road or plan change 49 provisions. So the extent of vegetation clearance is something that you would be looking at. I've added it to 216. Forest and Birds submit that the road transects the spur is entirely inappropriate and it shouldn't be provided for. And in my submission, that overplays vote 6C, the RMA and the NPSIB. Doesn't categorically preclude development in all circumstances. For example, the NPSIB contains exceptions, and there's a pathway for specified infrastructure. And similar pathways exist through the NPSFM. So it's not a categorical absolute inappropriateness. I just draw your attention to the Supreme Court decision in Port Otago. I have a copy here if you would like
I
one.
would. Thank you.
Yes. And in that decision, I'll just, if you write, I didn't provide the paragraph number.
That's right.
Paragraph 64, 65.
Thank you. That's right.
Confirm that avoidance policies in the NZCPS do not require absolute protection. Cited the Supreme Court decision in Trans Tasman, that was only protection from material harm that was being looked at. Material harm can be mitigated and material harm by the imposition of conditions at a consent stage and taking into account the temporary nature of the duration of the harm subsists, making it overall not material. So in my submission, the court's comments, and if you read the comments of Justice Raisbrook in that decision, they have a broad application and they're equally applicable to interpreting avoid policies in the NPSIB, the regional and district plans, and the direction to protect in section 6C. They're not absolute. It does really, in my mind, underscore the importance of allowing applications to proceed to consent stage before reaching conclusions or full-blown conclusions about what those effects are. In terms of access to the SGA, I just want to note,
How is this relevant for today?
in response to a number of submitters,
How is it relevant for the panel today?
the material that's been provided appears to relate to off-site, so onto the GTC site. Number of submitters have strayed. All I wanted to say is that the scope of the plan change is obviously the spur that you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Like to say that it's important that the potential for future roading infrastructure to service this SGA is not foreclosed. And in response to the officer's suggestion that the discretionary activity is the default rule in the natural open space zone sits there rather than having bespoke provisions in Plan Change 49.
Mm.
I think there's a risk there that it is foreclosed because everyone knows trying to get consent under a default rule is a little bit different to having a rule framework that has taken into account infrastructure in a specific location and set out what the considerations are for that, particularly when you're looking at the interaction between SNAs and the natural open space. So in GTC's submission, the panel should carefully look at the rule framework, the dual purpose of the section 32 and the plan changes proposed. Think very carefully before tossing that out and leaving an applicant a very narrow default rule rather than a bespoke set of rules that manage information. The future of the zoning of the land will be severely compromised. The rezoning of the land to natural open space if the panel doesn't make provision for the road and infrastructure corridor and natural open space rezoning. In terms of timeframes, submitters have requested that the panel delete the provisions of the service of the SGA on the basis that the FPS confirms it's not needed. As Mr. Hall was going to explain, but hasn't had the opportunity, in my submission, this is a misinterpretation of the FDS, particularly the approved FDS, that has changed the position. It's important not to prematurely rule out future development of the SGA. So the situation that exists now may not be the situation that exists tomorrow, and the panel need to make allowance for the fact that the lifetime of Plan Change 49 is between 10 to 15 years, depending on this plan review. So a lot can change over that time, and it shouldn't prematurely rule out access to enable that development. The SGA remains one of the largest, and as we've seen in the new FDS, one of the largest and unconstrained greenfield sites in the region. There's a lot of the constraints have been assessed in planning decisions today are not felt in the short term, they inevitably impact on housing supply in the medium term. And so I guess the submission there is that the SGA should not be hastily dismissed on the basis it's not needed today because it may be tomorrow. Equally, the effects of roading and corridor infrastructure proposal need to be considered at resource consent stage, and including comments as set out in opening and revised submissions filed on behalf of GTC on the officers' initial 42A report. So our evidence as per it was in November, I think it's November 28.
You're right there, Dr. Pearson.
So what is and right delineation of the SNA proposed by Dr. Keysing strikes the right balance there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, panel?
No, Madam Chair, no questions for me. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Townsend.
Bit hard to write rules for a road or the effects from a road when you haven't got a proposal, isn't it?
I think planners do that all the time. In fact, so as set out in my opening submissions, I referred, I think November, I referred to the case law around when you need to, what you need to do in terms of planning for infrastructure. It's hard to equally plan for a road if the road's not there, but if the road's already there, then you're not doing a plan. So
Bit hard through a plan change process to assess the effects of something which is not yet proposed, isn't it?
it is, but there's a difference between the resource consent application when you've got
Correct.
effects and a plan change assessment.
Yeah.
And again, that was set out in the open submissions in November.
Yes, I know. I'm just referencing what you said at your paragraph 2.15. Was the comment that you made, which I wrote down.
Right.
Thank you very much. We are slightly over time, but the good news is the panel chair who crafted this carefully anticipated that this might occur. We will be reconvening at 1 p.m. Now, Mr. Williams, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
Excellent. You will be presenting via Zoom at 1 p.m. Will you have any presentation, any slides, anything like that?
No, Mum, I'm just talking to my submissions.
Excellent. At 1:30, we have a bracketed group of Mr. Skirman, Mr. Grant Taylor, Mr. Scott, who has COVID and is zooming in. Yeah. Now, all of you should have had your slides to hand, if there are any.
Yes.
Do you have them all?
Yeah. I do.
Okay. I will be looking at those over lunch, because that way I'm going to be doing exactly what I did. Don't think you are being singled out. You aren't. I will be treating, although perhaps slightly kindlier, submitters in exactly the same way. We're sticking to 1:09. If you go into the weeds, I'm going to put you back on the green. All right. So don't get distracted. We're here, you're here to help us make sure that we've got a very specific pot of information. Okay, so we'll hear from you three. Mr. Edmonds, is he in or out?
Not yet here.
Not yet here. And then from Mr. Durry also, and again, same. And if someone said it, just say, I agree. You don't have to say it as well. 3:00, we've got Mr. O'Malley, and then we have Mrs. Pattinson, who will be joining us via Zoom. Mr. Pattinson, Mr. Bellamy is actually coming in at the top. Is that right? After the tea break?
Before at 2:35, and if we can just push the tea break 10 minutes.
So Mr. Bellamy is after Silverstream Railway.
Yes.
We then have Tony Chad.
I need to talk to you about that.
Excellent. Mary Beth Taylor, and Pat Van Berkel.
Yes, I have not heard from him.
Right. We'll chat over lunch. Thank you all. Have a nice break. See you at 1:00.
Shady.
Welcome back to this hearing into Plan Change 49 Variation 1 for the Upper Hutt City Council. In this bracket, we will be hearing first up from Forest and Bird, and Mr. Williams is joining us via Zoom. Welcome to the hearing, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mum. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Well, thank you,
I've
Chair.
never been
How would you like?
Mr. Williams.
I don't believe it. I can't believe it.
Well, I think we'll just go with Madam Chair if that's all right.
Madam
Otherwise,
Chair.
get above my
Absolutely.
station. Right, we have your legal submissions in front of us. How would you like to proceed?
Well, I'll just speak to those submissions if I may, Madam Chair. It's I'll try to be quite brief. I hope I can be quick. I'm conscious that we've got quite a few people to hear from this afternoon. Some valuable evidence really from submitters who know the spur much better than I do. So I don't want to take up too much of your time this afternoon. With that in mind, I could just actually start by saying I'm conscious that there are a couple of sections in my legal submissions that do perhaps go slightly beyond the scope of minute 9. So I will be skipping over those in my oral submissions. I've heard what you said this morning, but I just ask them, they're mainly in relation to the MPS urban development and the RPS. So I really just ask that they be considered to the same extent that the GTC evidence and submissions on the same subjects. Yeah, I'm grateful. Thank you. So in paragraphs 2 to 9 in my written submissions, I've just summarized Forest and Bird's position. And really, it hasn't changed from the original hearing. So I just ask that be taken as read, please. I won't read through that now, unless you'd like me to.
I did, in going through the submissions over the course of the last few days, just look at your paragraphs 4 and 5, Mr. Williams.
Yes.
I have, I thought quite wittily summarised that, feel free to laugh, as you reminding us not to lose sight of the forest for the trees.
Very good. Yes, absolutely. I think that's a very good analogy. In fact, very apt, Madam Chair.
I giggled. I mean, it's just winning, isn't it? Carry on, Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Yeah, an apt analogy. No, I'd agree with that.
Right.
I
think we're at paragraph.
Yeah, so if we go to
9.
paragraph 10, so the spatial extent of the SNA within the spur. So I've said there that, for the purposes of this hearing, we support the conclusions of Mr. Goldwater as to the spatial extent of the SNA. Of course, that's subject to our position that, you need to not lose sight of the forest. At paragraph 12, I've talked a little bit about Dr. Mastek's evidence.
Right, just 1 moment. Paragraph 11.
Oh, yes.
That's referencing the blue bit?
It is, correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Just confirming with Mr. Goldwater that that's an accurate reflection of what you've said.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there we're talking about the buffering function of this Ponga Mamuka area that's in between the two more established areas of forest.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So paragraph 12.
Yeah, paragraph 12, I've said that I understand now that Mr. Goldwater did see Dr. Mastek's evidence, so I'm grateful for that clarification. Really, I understand, Dr. Mastek hasn't provided further evidence. When I say that her evidence sort of broadly supports what Mr. Goldwater has said, it's really this point that they both place greater weight on well, in Dr. Mastek's words, the fragmentation of habitat and the consequential disruption to ecological connectivity. So they both take this, place more weight on issues of connectivity, buffering, and take a more sort of holistic perspective, if you like, of this whole area of the spur. And then at paragraph 13, I've talked about, this is my understanding, and it's my understanding from hearing the evidence this morning, that it's pretty clear now that GTC's preferred scenario is for a road to pass directly through what we've been talking about as the blue area. I can't really see the whiteboard very well, I have to say, but my understanding is that is the area of Ponga Mamuka Tree Fern. Yeah.
Yes.
So certainly my understanding now is that that is GTC's preferred scenario, is that the road would pass directly through that area, essentially between the two established areas of Kami Beach Forest. So that would pass directly through the area that's been identified by Mr. Goldwater as an SNA. And then I've quoted Mr. Goldwater again at paragraph 14. So I mean, perhaps if he had a copy of my submissions, he could again confirm that is a direct quote from his statement.
He's nodding.
So, well, in my submission, GTC really ought to have been clearer about this.
You've got Dr. Keesing at paragraph 15.
Oh, I've got Dr. Keesing at paragraph 15. Indeed, I do. Before I just move on to that, I just wanted to comment briefly on the route of the road.
My apologies. Yeah.
So yeah, GTC really ought to have been clearer about that in my submission. If they're seeking to provide for a road in a specific location as a controlled activity, my understanding is that that would mean that a consent would need to be granted, albeit conditions could be attached. And it's in a defined location, then really there should be more information about the likely environmental impact of that activity, because it is quite a specific activity that they're seeking to include as a controlled activity.
Yeah.
And then at paragraph 15, Dr. Keesing has acknowledged that linkage and buffering requirements or functions and their importance are virtually impossible to prove or disprove. Yeah, and my understanding from listening to Dr. Keesing this morning was that there isn't really an evidential basis for scientific proof of a buffering or connectivity function of this area. Neither he nor Mr. Goldwater have in fact gone and done the rather extensive sort of investigations, which I understood Dr. Keesing to say would be necessary. I think he was talking about attaching radio devices to lizards and so on in order to actually prove scientifically that there was a connection or a connecting function there. So in my submission, what this means is that the basis on which he says that his evidence should be preferred, he says that, just quote in his statement, bring it up. He talks about Mr. Goldwater having, at paragraph 2.4, he says that the level of investigation undertaken by Mr. Goldwater is not sufficient for him to come to the conclusion that the lower quality vegetation should be included in the SNA based on the significance criteria. This is that my recommendation of the revised extent on the spur is based on more extensive investigations of the site over a period of time, as outlined in sections 4 and 5 of my evidence in chief. But my understanding of what Dr. Keesing is actually saying is that despite the fact that he may have spent more time, I'm not sure there than Mr. Goldwater, he still doesn't have or didn't conduct the kind of investigation that would be needed in order to prove scientifically whether or not there was a connecting function. So really his basis for saying that his evidence should be preferred over that of Mr. Goldwater falls away in relation to this area. And we are really left with quite a subjective assessment. And I have two comments really to make about that. The first is that in that very subjective context, in my submission, I think it is fair to say that Mr. Goldwater is better placed to make a fully impartial assessment. And also, Mr. Goldwater is supported in my submission and in his conclusions by the evidence of Dr. Massey. So hopefully that provides a little bit more sort of explanation for those written submissions. I'd also like to just make sure, if I may, that the panel is aware of clause 3.7 of the MPSIB, which talks about the precautionary approach. So in the absence of information, such as appears to be the case here, I mean, there is some information, of course, but that's not all the information we might desire. The panel ought to take a precautionary approach, and that is in the MPSIB. So I would ask the panel to adopt that approach in your decision making. As I say, quite a subjective assessment. Yeah. I mean, Dr. Keesing, you know, it's true that this proposed activity, it might not remove all of the buffer for the Kamahi Beach Forest, but it would certainly reduce the buffering, and it would certainly reduce its connectivity. And yeah, really, council should be trying to do the opposite and enhance those features.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. So then at paragraphs 17 and onwards, I talk about the spatial extent and the route of the proposed transport corridor. I won't spend too much time on the sort of precise measurements, unless you'd like me to read through those. But really, the key point in my submission is at paragraph 19. So I say there that although the likely spatial extent of a transport corridor is an important consideration, so you know whether it's 3 kilometers long or 880 meters long or whatever, that is an important consideration, of course. But even more important than that is the extent to which it would have negative effects on indigenous biodiversity and other ecological values. So I've submitted that if a shorter road that directly bisects an SNA or an area holding particularly high ecological values would be even less appropriate than a longer road through the spur that does not transect such an area. So that really just goes to my point that Mr. Hall's argument that the road will be shorter doesn't necessarily help GTC's position. In fact, in my submission, it doesn't help at all, because the shorter road is likely to go directly through this area of significant value. Okay. Or it would have to, I believe. Yeah. All right, so moving on. As at paragraph 21, I've talked about the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity, and I've asked the panel to note that clause 3.16 also requires adverse effects on Indigenous biodiversity outside SNAs to be managed by applying the effects management hierarchy. And I've acknowledged in the following paragraph that a discretionary activity status would, of course, enable council to apply that effects management hierarchy. So, yeah, if the transport corridor was discretionary, they would be able to apply that at the resource consent phase stage. But in my submission, it just creates a very unattractive tension within the plan, which could much more easily be resolved at this stage by not providing for this road, which really doesn't sit well at all within the natural open space zone provisions.
So just in there, you maintain your submission that it would be more appropriate to remove NOS R15 now. What do you mean remove it?
Well, delete.
Well, I understand that that's what that means, but what would be there if it were deleted? Well,
I'm grateful actually for council's indication that they've referred us to Rule 19. So it would default to a discretionary activity. That's my understanding, but more consistent, in fact, with our submissions would be if Rule 15 were changed to non-complying status, which would mean that actually, you know, it would not then default under Rule 19. That would be more consistent with our submissions.
Yeah. Just hang on a second, please.
Yeah, it's not in the 42. I think it's an existing rule in the plan, but it's not included. Yeah, it's in the plan already, default capital rule.
I hated how they do it. Okay, so that's under which chapter?
Not sure actually.
Rule 19, Mr. Williams.
It's the natural open space zone, Rule 19. I had it up before. Was there a natural open space zone at all in the existing plan? Let me just.
There is not.
It's on PC 49.
Hang on, I'm getting just 1 moment. I'll just translate. There is
It's
no.
on PC 49, but I would need to check whether there's an existing catch-all for the open space zones in the operative plan. The NOSZ R19 specifically came from the
Here's one I did earlier. Carry on, Mr. Williams.
Oh, yeah. So my understanding is that that default rule would not apply to a non-complying activity. So in my submission, a good course of action would be to change the activity status of Rule 15 to non-complying. And that would just mean that various other provisions in the RMA come into play if an application for a resource consent is made. You have to make sure that the effects were no more than minor, those sorts of things.
Yep.
All right. I'll skip over. Oh, sorry. No,
you're
okay. Right. I'll skip over paragraphs 24 to 32, as I've indicated. I'd ask that those could be taken as read, and as I've already mentioned, just taken into account to the extent that you're taking those matters into account for GTC. Paragraph 33, I've mentioned objective 16 of the RPS, which is important in my submission, and that requires that Indigenous ecosystems and habitats with significant biodiversity values are maintained and restored to a healthy functioning state. And that really is, as I understand it, certainly the intention of Forest and Bird and many other submitters in relation to the spur, is that this area should be restored to a healthy functioning state, thriving ecosystem to be enjoyed by the community of Upper Hutt and the wider community. So I'd ask that that really remains the focus of the panel in this matter. And then at paragraphs 34 to 37, I've just briefly set out some conclusions. So I've pointed out again that the intention is for a road to transect the SNA identified by Mr. Goldwater. And I've said in my submission that's not appropriate, certainly not as a controlled activity. And I've also said that even if the panel prefers Dr. Keating's evidence as to the spatial extent of the SNA, it would still be inappropriate to make provision for the road. And that's simply due to the significant adverse effects the road would be bound to have on the ecological and amenity values of the spur natural open space zone. And you're going to hear a lot more, I think, this afternoon, potentially, about those values that the community hold. And the final paragraph, I've said, this is sort of reiterating what was said in the original submissions, really, but there doesn't seem to be any clear evidence in support of the southern growth area. I would just raise the point that my learned friend, Ms. Tancock, said talked a number of times about ruling out the southern growth area. And I'm not sure that there's any real basis for you to find that this would be ruling out the southern growth area if you were to not make provision for the transport corridor. yeah, this is not, as I understand it, the only possible access to that area. So please, panel, may it please, panel, those are my submissions. Unless I can
So
assist you
much.
further, if you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Muspratt,
No questions from me, thank you.
Mr. Parafrance.
No questions from me, thank you, Madam Chair.
We have exactly 4 minutes. Sit comfortably. Mr. Williams, I have 2 questions for you. Paragraph 25, you talk about a special associated effects on the special amenity features of the spur. What are those? Where are they mapped?
Where are they? Sorry?
Mapped. What are they?
Oh, I'm not sure if they're mapped at all. I know that this is a phrase that council uses in its planning documents. My understanding, I don't think it's defined in the plan either. My understanding is that special amenity features are simply amenity features that are special in some way. It's a term that's used in the plan. So these would be, in this context, the kind of the conservation values that people particularly hold in relation to this spur.
Thank you. Can I get clarification on that from council, please? Is that meant to be amenity values, really? Or is it a thing? I thought they were things like.
Yeah, so special amenity landscapes.
No, it says here special amenity features of the spur.
Just trying to find a defined.
Is it? I mean, what I'm interested in is, are they dots on a map?
I don't believe they are.
It's a feature. It's a special tree, or it's a special something.
Yeah, I don't believe they are, but I can.
Right. No, that's fine. That's asked and answered. I want to get your legal opinion, Mr. Williams, on the tables that sit with the assessment criteria and whether the fact that the tangata whenua provisions have not been assessed is something that the panel needs to be mindful of.
Well, yes, I think it is something that the panel does need to be mindful of. But my understanding is that you only need to meet one of those criteria. So, I mean, perhaps, you know, that's should sort of presents a way forward for the panel, even in the absence of evidence of tangata whenua values. I mean, you can still be satisfied that the buffering and connectivity values, the ecological context is there. But absolutely, I can't answer that. Of course, I don't know why it is that there's no evidence in this plan change about tangata whenua values relating to the spur.
So, as counsel for Forest and Bird, you would do these all the time, right?
Do what exactly? Sorry, plan changes,
the
assessments of SNAs. Well, I'm not involved in actually assessing SNAs.
But you would have exposure to them.
I'm certainly aware of them. Yes.
The types of assessments.
Sure. My understanding, I really can't give you a professional advice on how often it is that tangata whenua values are not considered. That's not something I can comment on. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Is that table unique to this region, or is that across the country?
Not sure.
To this region.
The table's taken from the MPSIB, I thought, or is it the RPS?
The RPS applies to this region, but I'm not sure what other regions equivalent policy looks like in their RPS.
So the table is taken from the MPSIB? Is it?
Precedes the MPSIB.
No, so the
The
table,
RPS.
it's from the RPS. So interesting.
Well, then I certainly can't comment. I don't have much experience in the Wellington region with SNAs.
Thank you. I think that's me done. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Between 1:30 and the afternoon tea break, we're going to hear from as follows. Batter up, please. Mr. Skirman, Mr. Grant Taylor, Mr. Scott via Zoom, Mr. Edmonds, and Mr. Jury. Now, the way I have this structured is I have assumed that you will effectively work as a squadron of sorts, because you were all, the first batch of you were participants in the walkovers, the site visit. and the information that you will have will all flow through together. So I'm sort of viewing this as a seamless presentation, yeah. God willing. That having been said, while there are no, and you'll see for the first three of you, I have simply put a 20-minute bracket because in doing this, I wasn't clear how your presentations were going to flow together. So I have assumed that Mr. Scott is probably not going to say a lot because he's sick. Mr. Grant Taylor's got photographs, Mr. Skirman's got photographs and a PowerPoint. With the PowerPoints, I'm actually going to go up here and ask you to orient me on that map up there where it is you're talking about. We're showing the photos. Yep, that's going to be one of the most useful things. So, after the afternoon tea slot, with the exception of Mr. Bellamy, who was going to have 10 minutes speaking just before afternoon tea, it's a different framework. Each of the submitters in there gets 10 minutes each. That's it. So, let's go. I know you've all read minute 9. Thank you very much. Come forward, Mr. Skirman. And are you all right if Mr. Grant Taylor comes up as well? Is sits beside you?
Yes, certainly.
Lovely. And Mr. Scott would be at the table beside you, but he is Jeremy, and so
I've
shall.
just checked if he's joining us, but I haven't heard back.
Look, we have his written material.
Yes.
We have plenty of people who've been on walkabouts and similar, and that's the thing. So, Mr. Edmund's presentation is not part of this bundle, is that correct? So anyway, we'll carry on. Mr. Skirman, away you go.
Tēnā koutou katoa. First of all, got the route that we took for our site visits.
Lovely.
And on the left-hand side, it's overlaid on a 1:50,000 topographical map.
One moment, please. We'll just make sure. Is that all right there with the Zoom?
That's coming.
Ali, we'll just get that so that we can get this into the record and the people watching elsewhere can also see this. So 2 seconds with screen sharing.
I can see that now.
Oh, can you?
Oh.
What can you see, Mr. Williams?
Oh, I can see a PowerPoint presentation, it looks like, with a plan change with 9, Don Skirman, 3rd of April, 2024.
Do you mind just taking us through the slides? Sorry, that was my attempt at humour. Here we go. Righto. Who's Bob Ross?
That might be Caleb.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yep, lovely. Okay. Yeah. Right. Plan change 49. All right, Mr. Skirman, away you go. So this is your walkabout that you did.
Yes, that's correct. On the next slide, it shows the route that we took. That was recorded on my watch, and I've overlaid that on the 1:50,000 topographical map. You can see we followed, starting at the bottom from Reynolds Map Drive, which is just off the map, and then we followed what's shown as a vehicle track on the topographical map. And then, we went down what I've numbered 1. It's a bit hard to see there. But there's 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are roughly chronological order, and they're as per my submission. And then on the 1st of April, we did a second one, which is in orange, coming in from Sylvan Wave, and that's number 5 in my subsequent presentation.
You mean slide, so that's the slide numbers for them?
Yes, that's right. Well, they're divided into sections. Sometimes there's three slides per one of those sections.
Thank you.
And on the right-hand side, tried to overlap that on Mr. Goldwater's figure 1, which shows the extent of the SNA and tracks that were previously taken by his associates which you can see roughly follow the what's shown as a vehicle track.
Okay.
With-
Thank you. Shall we get through the photos?
Yeah, sure.
Right.
So next slide is the first gully. It's not the one that was removed from the SNA. This one has never been in the SNA. This one is to the east of that gully.
So I'm going up there and, no, I'll do it. That way. Righto, now let me, because otherwise I'll get lost. So say when I drive. So we're about there. There.
Yeah,
So that one there is outside of the SNA. So it's nothing to see here. Yep. Is that what you're saying, or are you saying it should be in an SNA?
I'm saying it should be in the SNA.
Okay, but it's outside. So you think, let me find the black one. So about there, we'll call that one, also an SNA. That's your position?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Alrighty. Next one.
So the orange arrow is slipped a bit, unfortunately, but it's supposed to be pointing to the middle circle there, which is the middle part of that gully. It shows some more photos there. You can see trappings taking place there as well.
So is that about there?
Yeah.
Over that way. Okay, so that's 1B. And the other one was 1A. Was that right?
That's correct.
Excellent. And what's your position on 1B?
Yes, the whole of this gully, I believe, should be yes and no.
Okay. All right.
And there's should have mentioned in the first 1A, the water was observed to be flowing, even though it's towards the end of the fairly dry summer, and the water continued, of course, right down to the throughout the gully. And the next photo, the next slide is 1C, which is the bottom end, which has some tall trees, and David also found a core in the pool down there.
Yep.
Which is, you can see a photo of at the bottom left-hand corner.
Yep. Thank you. So that's gully photos.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's all the gully photos?
Just that particular
One more gully? There's a different gully coming, is there?
Yes, later on there is, yes.
Okay. So the gully photos that you've got. You've seen these now? Is this fresh information for you? Okay. Is this fresh information for you? I'm going to let you carry on, right? We're going to go through this, and I'm going to keep my eyes on Dr. Keesing and on Mr. Goldwater. And if you are having a moment, just let me know, all right? Yeah. Yeah. You understand where I'm going?
Having a moment.
Well, you know what I mean. If you're saying,
Yeah.
that actually might be a thing.
Yeah.
If you're getting one of those things, just give me a, yeah. Okay. And because I'm just putting these are so that we can easily pin these for conversation, right? Okay. So away we go. Carry on. Thank you, Mr. Stephen.
Okay, then we go to section 2, what I've called section 2, which is going up the hill to the marked vehicle track.
Righto. That's 1C is there.
We've got 2A.
2A?
That's right.
So we're still nowhere near the blue bit. Nowhere near the blue bit.
No, that's
Is
correct.
this sort of slope stuff, is it?
Yes, it
Righto.
is, and it's mainly pine forest, but there are honga, and there are also seedlings of native trees that form a canopy evident as well in places.
So, and this is something also you're saying should be in?
I don't think it meets the criteria at this stage.
So 2A, probably not.
I'm saying though that when the trees need to be gradually removed in a way that preserves the seedlings and the other growth that's already there now
Yeah,
to
got
speed up its transition to native bush.
Yep.
I'm looking for something I can use as a white. Tissue or something. Sorry, I found it. Found it. You go.
Thank you. I found this morning, but carry on. And then
And-
2B's at the bottom there.
Yes, what I've called 2B is out of chronological order. We did that before we did the first gully, but yeah, it's just showing what that sort of forest is like too. It's also outside the SNA, and but there's Kānaka and Manaka growing, Ponga. There's also native trees, seedlings that are up to 5 meters tall that we saw,
Right,
and quite a lot of pine trees also in this area.
so in or out? What's your submission?
I didn't recommend it to be included in my submission.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. Yep. Next one.
Then section 3 is another gully.
Yep.
Which is the gully that was originally in the SNA, but we actually started higher up than the SNA.
Yep.
So that's 3A is upstream of the SNA,
Okay,
and water was found to start here. I made a mistake in the submission. I said it started in the SNA, but it actually started in this section.
thank you. And this is one you
I believe should be included in the SNA.
Yep.
There's mature Mamaku and Ponga, and a lot of native tree seedlings in the gully.
okay.
And section 3B is the same gully in what's currently included in the SNA.
Down. Oh, in the middle. So we're agreeing with everybody. So 3B's in the middle of the SNA.
Yes.
We're doing something right. 3B. 3B. Excellent. Yes. Okay. 3C.
And 3C, it used to be in the SNA, and we saw no evidence of weeds in what we saw. It's and yeah, there are tall beech trees on the banks, certainly mature and a lot of native tree seedlings of reasonable height.
So it's
here.
it's an in for you, is it?
Yes, certainly.
Righto.
We didn't abseil off the cliff, but in the bit we went to before we exited the gully, we didn't find any weeds that were referred to.
Is that in the gully?
It's gully adjacent.
I think that's the gully.
Is it the gully?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
3C is the gully?
3C.
Oh, three.
Yeah.
Oh, don't do that. 3C.
He didn't mark it.
I don't want to touch it. 3C. 3C, and I think that's a yes from Dr. Keesing. Mr. Goldwater,
Yeah,
he's happy, they're
yes,
happy?
yep, based on these, based on
Gully?
the description.
Gully. Yes. Okay. Lovely.
And section 4 is the blue bit that we walked through, mostly just following the track. There's a middle that we saw there, and several Waka Waka. There's Kānaka and Manaka there, as well as Ponga and Mamaku, and also a lot of native tree seedlings that we saw.
So that's bang smack in the middle of the blue bit out there?
Yes.
And is it just 4 or is it 4A?
Just 4. Yes, I
Okay.
didn't have that many photos.
All right. So that's one you'd be saying yes to, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is something you haven't seen these images,
Well, I mean, I had seen,
but you've done the walk over.
yes, I had seen, some Kamika and.
Yeah. So it's nothing new for you. You'll have seen this too. Okay, so that's fine. So your submission is that it's in?
Yes, it is,
Okay.
and I know that Monica is listed as at risk to cloning due to myrtle rust, and
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
not 100% sure if it's Monica or Carnica, but certainly saw one of those quite a bit as in the bottom left-hand photo. This,
Thank you. All right, and we have,
then section 5.
It's got important. It's over here.
so it's just above the blue bit.
It's actually in the.
It's in the blue
It's in the
bit.
blue. In the blue.
Okay, righto, 5 is about there. Yep. I do need a bit again. I think there's one on the way. Here we go, use ribbon. All right,
That's correct. So we went through what's council and land, and I think is also included in SNA, and then we got on to the actual PC 49 lands, which is currently proposed to be SNA as well. And we followed a ridge and then down a gully. We crossed over the gully to ridge on the other side. We went out of the SNA, and as per the definition of the SNA, it seemed to be appropriate that we got into the pine forest there.
are
So
you telling me you can trespass?
no, it's still in the still in
Lovely.
PC.
Okay, so and we've got there, and you're saying this bit should be in,
Yes, that's right.
So
Should
and it's within the
remain.
blue bit.
That's right, yes. And we saw that north of the blue bits,
I'm just
Yeah, there
watching,
was.
I'm just mindful of time, I'm
Yes.
sorry, Mr. Scoop.
yes, it was pine, quite a lot of pines there, so
Okay.
yeah, but so the next slide there, I just tried to relate what we saw to Dr. Keesing's plots, but I wasn't able to determine which plots were which.
Yeah,
I tried using Mr. Goldwater's interpretation, but we also laid them over the contours on the map down the bottom right-hand corner, and I've given you a blow up of that. The descriptions as to, north of side of a ridge or steep gully or ridge top, it didn't seem to agree with the descriptions of the plots.
Look, but this is tricky,
Yes,
isn't it? That's, yeah.
yes,
we
it
get
is.
I'm just
It's,
gonna, I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna have to keep you moving, I do apologise.
Okay.
Because the people coming after you are gonna amplify and
Yes.
speak to this further, so your final slide there,
Just my conclusions.
yeah, thank you.
No reduction in the current SNA is warranted, and examples of advanced regeneration are found within sections that have extensive prominent mamaku, and are obviously being used by birds who are spreading the seeds. A lot of these canopy trees are spread by birds. The entirety of section 1 gully should be added to the SNA to protect this permanent watercourse, and ditto section 3 gully. And in removing the pine trees, it should be killed gradually rather than clear field.
Yeah, it's not, let's not get into, we're not getting into pest management, thank you, thank you. Right, next up, Mr. Garte,
Okay, so
you've got photographs,
I've got two bits, but I'll dump the first bit because it doesn't have on the.
you see where we're going with this?
Yeah, I did.
Help, so beautiful, thank
So
you.
I'm dumping the first. It's not in the fruit.
I'm,
It's beautiful.
right, we've got everything in writing, right?
You do,
Right.
you do. And there's a whole lot more verbiage next.
Ready, let's go.
As we move to the, you've got that, Jason, sent you a point.
Yeah, is that the one you want? Yeah.
That one.
Yes.
So this is, these are photographs taken with a slightly different eye from Don's eye,
Okay,
slightly different, completely different camera. And I look for different things, and I've had a different history, which has informed my choices.
yeah, now you all note at this point that we've run over time,
Okay.
so it's not your fault, it's my lazy caring. So I'm really looking to see these photographs,
They have to
and
go
you,
fast.
no, I want you to talk, this is great.
Yep.
This is really good information, that the two paid experts can think about, that the two paid experts can also think about, this will help us, the panel, frame our view. There we go, we had it.
Oh,
Go.
we had
Okay, so that's Don's next pack.
Got
Yeah,
Beautiful.
so that's the same, that's Don, thank you, Don, for that.
it? Okay,
So
that's
there's
three.
quite a nice kind
Carry on.
beside my baggie.
Yeah, lovely.
And then on the ground, put a bit of weather. And
Where
then-
are we at this point?
So we're just entering, I'm with Don, so it's in about the same area as Don was.
Righto, so let's
this
scan
is
through.
Spread along a bit of a line.
Just run them
And then
through.
put a bit of weather. Then I did the leaf litter because that's always quite important. It tells you what's above.
Yeah.
Kamahi and beach.
Yes.
Then
Right.
heaps of Kamahi and then two really nice tower. One
Mhm.
just to the right of Jason and one just to the further right of Jason. Kamahi is a canopy species,
Yeah.
20 meters,
Right.
and there it is. There's Totara getting ready.
And this is in the blue bit, is it?
That's in the blue bit.
Righto.
That's right beside the book, so you know.
Yeah.
I was a bit surprised, very, very long leaves, nonetheless a Totara, and yet another bloody tower on the right.
Mhm.
And then a tower. We're getting really sick of tower. We see tower.
Sick of
everywhere.
it, carry on. Blue bit.
Ferns, they're really pretty. And then that was a rather nice bush lawyer. I've never seen one like that before. The stick was that big around. That was a lawyer, all right. It had this weight a bit.
It's all right, Ms. Hancock, I've
No,
got
no.
your back on this one, don't you worry. Carry on.
Didn't realise there was bush species.
Where are we? Are we still in the blue
We're
bit?
still in there and we're working up the side of a bit of a gully there.
Yep.
And then we see some small supplejack and big Totara.
In the blue bit.
Those are well over 6 meters, those ponds or tree fern.
Mhm.
One of them was a pond, definitely, tree fern. And then there was sorry, I'm not catching up.
That's
A
all right.
beech tree
sorry.
and then another stick, I can't remember why I took that
That's a
photo.
great photo of the
No,
stick. Lovely.
And then we see that the tuis do get there. I confess I picked up that tui feather and I put it in so that we could see it. But it's within 20 centimeters of its previous height. Tuis exist and fly through there. Next. That's just some terrible stuff because I'm terrified that I'm going to fall over as we go down. And there's a beech tree which probably was 2 foot through, say 400 mil.
And this is still within the blue bit?
Still within the blue bit.
Right,
It's a ring.
That,
the one on the right.
no, the one on the right.
Oh,
is-
sorry,
is a
we
beech,
talked about the
which
same
is-
thing before.
Which is dying. Yeah, the sapling's going to come later because it's outside of the bit. And so pretty
So
we're going
the
to see
next slide
it. Next slide.
is,
Just walking down the gully with big pongers, 5 and 6 meters.
okay,
And then on the way out, I know we were outside the area and I couldn't believe my luck. That's a reboot. So pretty. So pretty.
so that's through the blue bit.
That's just outside of the blue bit, right beside the road.
Thank you.
The one on the left is in the blue bit, one on the right was my last gasp. But pretty. I
Absolutely
love
brilliant.
those trees.
Thank you. And that's all captured through here.
It is. I can give you more.
We've got it. We've read it.
I
Let
can
me,
give you
s-
more.
I'm sure, but your camera is probably
Well,
like mine, and I think that's really helpful. Thank you so much.
can I just sort of put an addition over the top?
Yeah.
I was actually surprised because
Well, when I say yes,
it won't take long.
well, that's not my concern. No big can of worms.
Oh, no can of worms. I was surprised because some of the descriptions sort of suggested that the area was devoid of growth, and devoid of space, but all my experience, which is 71 years, New Zealand thought, is that it's mobile in time and in space. It moves around and everything is different. You walk 10 meters and it's wholly different from what you just saw. If you don't see it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's
Let's get that.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, that landed. Righto, now we have next up. Caleb Scott, how are you feeling, Caleb?
Yeah, pretty rotten.
Oh,
to be
mate.
honest.
Oh, look, it's so sad that you've been captured by the it. You probably will find it a wee bit hard. Have you been watching online, or have you been?
I have, yes.
No wonder you're feeling rotten. Caleb, we have your submission and
Oh.
we've read it. Don't feel you have to read it out. Feel free to just talk to it or to add value to what these guys have said. All right.
Yeah, I've got a couple of quick, short and sharp slides, so it won't take long to just get
Fantastic.
through
That's
it.
great. Yep. Beautiful.
So they should have come up now.
Here we are. Is that you?
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
So just as a simple thing, so there's it's been off covered this morning, but the removal of the gully section from the SNA. So basically, that's what I'm covering off in just my slides is that as part of our 7-hour walk up and around the spur, having a look at things, I've concentrated a little bit of the area of the gully. So the screenshot taken on my phone shows the plotted location of the photos that I took, and I've scaled it approximately the same size as Mr. Goldwater's map there, which is you've got in his report, and that's Appendix 1.
Yep. Thank you. That's helpful.
So yeah, this is the upper gully. So this is actually in the SNA. So this is, we're agreeing with what's been stated that this is an important area. So these two photos here were taken in the SNA and not for the
So
proposed
that's in
removal.
the green bit. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the top end of the gully, but not the bit for removal.
Yep.
So this is So this is an agreement to what's been stated there. So this is actually moving down into the gully itself, into the area recommended for removal.
Mhm.
So this is just showing that the natural growth that's in there. I mean, there's not a lot of pest growth or growth that isn't native to the area as such. So it's.
Now, are you lying down when you're taking those photos, Caleb, or are you standing up?
I'm standing.
Full height?
Yeah.
Okay, just check. Sounds like a funny question, but sometimes angles, I know that. Yeah. Sorry, I hope that didn't appear to be. I wasn't being facetious.
No, that's all right. They're taking it about 2 meters in height because I generally hold my phone at that height, which is my face level. So I'm quite tall, so that's probably why they seem quite tall.
Yeah, thank you.
So right in the basically the crux of that gully, and that's the canopy basically looking dead vertical. So for quite a lot of that gully, the canopy is just almost entirely native. There are pines scooting up the upper edges of the gully, but in the lower parts, virtually all you can see is that canopy.
Yep.
With what I would say is pretty mature native growth.
Yep.
Towards the floor, there is definitely a lot of other undergrowth and things coming through.
So we're still in the green bit?
This is down in the gully in the suggested removal piece.
Okay. Thank you.
So yeah, this more or less just shows what it's looking like a bit closer to the valley floor. It is quite steep with the stream that runs through the bottom of it, being the very bottom point of it. So yeah, more or less just to sort of summarize, there is a lot of this is actually moved across to out of any of the SNA areas to where Donald was talking about in his presentation, because we're actually up in some pine growth. Well, the one on the left of Simon, that's within native growth, but you can see a tower coming up through there. But they're also on the right-hand photo is basically at the bottom level of the pine growth, but you can see that all through underneath the pines, there is native growth up and coming from underneath.
Yeah. Now, is that what we call cereal vegetation?
I can't comment on the technical term for it.
I'm gazing across the table at Mr. Goldman.
Say it's regenerating under a pine canopy.
Dr. Keesing, is that cereal or is that just regeneration?
Well, regeneration, cereal is part of the regeneration.
So it's just
fact.
Thank you. Right. Caleb, thanks for that.
No
Is this
problem.
can I ask questions at this point?
For sure.
I'm just going to pick and see if we have any questions.
Hey.
Right, thanks for that, Caleb. That's brilliant.
Not a problem.
Just sit tight if you can, and I'm just going to see now. Is anyone else, Mr. Edmonds? You part of this
Looks like different tech.
different tack?
Yes.
Okay.
Same thing.
Is it better that Silverstream goes before or after you? Or are you on a different tack as well? All right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do now then, the three of you having done that, I'm actually, with the leave of the panel, going to suggest that we just check in with the expert witnesses for both Guildford and for council. Yep.
Yes.
And just see if there's anything in there that's made them go, golly gosh. You up to that? Yeah. All right. So Dr. Keesing.
Well, Caleb's photographs confirmed for me that the gully, not the bottom, the gully is indeed S&P.
So that's gully 1 or 3.
That's the red thing. The red one.
I don't want to go there. Okay, so that's gully 3.
Yeah. You blame
We're going to call it gully 3. It's
Yep.
better than the alternative.
Yep.
All right. So that's definitely SNA as far
Yes.
as you're concerned.
Yes. Happy with that.
Vigorous nodding. Okay, at this point we go all those in favour, except that's not how this works. And I do just want to reiterate, while we're all cheerfully talking about SNAs and potential in and potential out, we've not yet made that decision. And even though we might come to a place in our deliberations, there ain't no guarantee that council's going to, right? But let's carry on. So, gully 3, all of gully 3, all those bits?
Yep.
All those bits?
Joining to the middle. Yep.
Smiley face, okay, right.
Now, I wasn't, admittedly, I can't see the photographs very clearly. But I didn't see that gully 1 or 2 or blue were substantially different. In that they are all generally Cyril and Hunga. Good dominated gullies. Has to be with the less water related ones in the blue. And so I didn't see even, and I acknowledge that there are occasional trees in there and stuff, but I wasn't convinced that still meets today's criteria.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was generally, in terms of diversity and structure, it was quite similar to what's in the blue area.
So you're leaning towards in or out?
Probably out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Unless it forms a decent buffer
Right.
linkage.
So there's nothing in there that's kind of made anyone go, yippee.
I mean, only with that red area.
The red area is okay. So in terms of so area 1, area 2, and so area 4, the one that was over here.
That's the blue, yeah.
Any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I don't think that's changed my. Okay.
Well, I still consider that as part of.
So you're still both in your own camps on that one. What about number 5?
Same 4.
Same. So we're still split on numbers 4 and 5. And in terms of 2, you're saying no. In terms of 1, you're both saying no. In terms of 4 and 5, you've got 1 going yes and 1 going no. Yeah, that sums up the expert's position. So if I think about 4 and 5, which are the ones where you split, I'm just going to keep checking in with you throughout the day to see if either of you are going, I've heard something new. Otherwise, what's going to happen is the panel's going to have to just sit tight and go and chat. So, that's good. Can I just say also to submitters, what a lot of hard work you've done. And how appreciative we are of it. Please don't think that the scamper through things is taking it lightly. It's not. It's incredibly helpful to get that. Expert evidence is one thing. And we weight, WEIGHT, evidence and submissions when we come to making decisions. Things like that are really useful, Now, what am I doing? I'm having a think. It's an unusual thing for me. Thank you. We will hear next from Mr. Edmonds. Presentation to come. It's said.
I have it now. Yeah.
You have it now?
Sorry, it took so. Now I will keep my comments to specifically not retouching too much on what's been shown. And
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
I thought I'd just start with a very kind of presentation, acknowledge the pre-European people around this area. Thanks to the archaeological report and a little bit of reporting backwards, it's been able to identify that there was the far side of the village, either end of the spur.
We're one moment, caller. Hang on a second. Have I got this?
Yeah, no, you haven't. But you
Have we got this?
see it through today.
Is there a printout of it?
Yes.
Okay, just one moment, please, and I'll just find me bits and pieces
I
here.
think it was in its own,
Silver screen,
this one.
that on there? Yeah. Excellent, outstanding. Thank you so much. You found it?
No.
Right, do you want to share mine? Yes, please. Just a second,
Oh,
3 minutes. Yeah, okay.
So I just wanted
No, we have read.
we got that was part of the submission. It's chair. In that case, I'm really first of all, I'll take this as well. I was challenged at my last submission about did I know the names of any of the Māori names of the streams or pathways there. I do not. Some good people have done some excellent research and showed that Māori were walking past the spur for European times. They were encamped at both ends of the spur at the ground, and they were probably hunting fishing through the spur. That's the next one. And this is a pathway which I would still call the Tyler track. Before the Lord Road was there, you walk through away from the river and you arrive just where sort of street is now.
Is that the red track?
That's the red track through there. There's very little left of the European times, but it is definitely there was human habitation there. They were probably making good use of the spur in terms of both fishing. Probably in the Silver Stream, so railway they were getting more things to do it. Yeah. The next slide, and these just show the two pass sites. There's a star on the left and a star on the right. Okay. That's very good. Next slide, thanks. So this was a quick thing on map pitch, because that's the theme of my talk here. 2007, the spur had made it to the two-colour area in the top of this diagram. It was all pine forest and a little bit of Carnegie in the current area, which is like ECNAs.
So you've done that, and now I've completely lost where the spur is.
Right at the top of that figure
The
is the
purple
purple lump, and the purple lump was at that came all the plantation line. 2007.
Oh yeah, I see.
Rush.
Yeah.
On the next map,
Yep.
and the next slide, we made it 2015, and the good work of easing here, and we've got some more variation. We've got most of the areas that we just talked about today shown here. We have classes.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
The case, but
And I tell you what I think you're doing. You're saying in 2007, it was all purple,
and now
and now in 2015, it's purple with some green
But
bits.
nothing much has changed except things have grown a bit. But if I go to the next slide, in this case, there was in 2021, and we almost managed to get to broadleaf indigenous hardwood facility part on the spur at that stage. I'll let you look at it at leisure. But mostly that was just optimism, perhaps. On the next slide, in that case, it was talked about as an SNA. And broadly, same areas. But even at this stage, at this point, there was grouping of the various vegetation thought about. 30% of it was considered an indigenous forest, up from broadleaf hardwoods that case. And on the next slide, this phase, we now get to the point where the road that's talked about obviously has to cross some aspects of the SNA. And I'm not going to talk about road alignment, but it's evident that in a basic form, it's going to be there. Some vegetation clearance will be required.
Where's that come from, that image?
That image was part of the work that Guildford commissioned from envelope engineering to lay out a road and other infrastructure.
So, yep. So where's the image come from?
That's come from an envelope drawing of the road alignment in this case.
No, you're missing my point.
Oh,
How did you come to acquire the image?
as part of the submitted evidence that was available was the 2021 master plan and its associated documentation.
And that's come via this hearing or through another?
It's come through and I can tell, you know, afterwards.
No, it's just, I'm just checking to make sure it's actually something that has been submitted to this, or
It
I'm just
wasn't,
looking at Ms. Tancock.
I understand Mr. Reid in his evidence for GTC set out the infrastructure accelerated fund application that was to joint
Thank
with
you.
council. I think it's that image.
Thank you very much, appreciate that. That's helpful.
we know a road has to go somewhere, and if you just look at the next slide, we know, thank you
Yep.
to GTC, it's a big square. This is only half the width of what it needs to be. That is the case. And obviously, at this wholesale level of vegetation removal, there's not much left of the natural spaces really. If I go to the next slide, I would like to really pinpoint the fact that we've had a mapping exercise, and really through aerial mapping, which is a great tool, we could see that back in 1943, most of these areas that we're talking about existed in some form. I have attempted on the second slide, follow this, to put those in blue. And for reference, I've also shown the area outside as the UH70 area, which is outside the spur area, which is also was growing at its own pace at that point. And just take a moment there and look at the primary gullies we talked about. We've got the dispute area 5. We've got most of the hoop area, which is no agreement in the middle area in that case. We've got our northern gullies, our gully north of that, south rim. And really this is 1943, but what's happened since then? And the next slide, at this point, I've really changed.
Are you changing to something else?
There's a couple of
big
parts.
files.
That's all right, while you're doing that, I'm gonna ask you, these blue lines on here, what are they?
So those blue lines represent marking out vegetation that you can see in high resolution on the aerial photo.
So you've superimposed those blue lines, and that's just effectively colouring in the darkest things, yeah?
Colouring the areas of indigenous vegetation that were obviously there in 1943.
How do you know they were indigenous vegetation in 1943?
They're actually described as indigenous vegetation.
That'll do it,
Okay.
righto, fair enough. Reasonable reply.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Now, this is,
So really,
which gully is this? Is this gully,
we'll call this gully 1.
is this the red gully?
No, this is the gully 1 that's.
It's got a name.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
I'll let it name. But thank you, thank you, Haley. So this brings us to 1984. And I've talked about aerial photo, and here is a classic 1984 photo of the spur at its worst. At this stage, no pines except a few wildings, gorse, scrub everywhere. What can you actually see? You can see forestry roads that have been run across there to start plantation pines at the right hand end. I'm sorry it's all skewed around. We don't tell the pilots which way to fly.
So it's not just me.
Absolutely. But on the next photo, at this point, I've taken an area here and I have once again highlighted with a blue ring. When you look in, this is this entire gully area from the middle.
Right, Woo, hang on, get me
Upside
there.
down. Upside down.
No, you go back here, and I'm gonna do this, because otherwise it won't stick.
So just to help schematically with their mapping, this is the middle area, this gully and that gully, all the way to this area.
Hang on a sec. So this here, show me now, that one.
Page.
No, it's all good.
No, you missed the page.
I'm not gonna argue.
That's okay.
No, don't.
I apologize. You don't have it here.
Oh, do I miss it? There it is. Yes. So, it's upside down. Is that right?
So if you look at that way,
I'm so wrong, I can't read.
there you go. Perfect.
Oh, fantastic. So, what am I looking at?
You're looking at,
Is that the red bit here?
you're looking at the red bit,
And
bit, going into the middle bit.
which is the middle bit?
The middle bit is here. That's the red bit.
Oh, okay, slightly different.
And then down here is 3A, the upstairs, the upstream bit of it here. And this area is area 4. And all of that was vegetation in 1984. And you can actually see the trees, you can see the fronds. You can distinguish clearly that it's all the same stuff that was there in 1943, but grown a bit.
Okay.
On the next slide, if I may. This is the bit that's most contentious. This is the area 5 bit. And thankfully, this is the right way around at this point.
So
And
this
this-
is area This is the blue bit,
Yep, that's
but
area
it's, and
five.
it's the right hand side of the blue
Area
bit.
5. In Area 5, you can actually see the crowns of the beech trees in this valley that our colleagues a few days ago went and refound.
Was that a house there?
That's right here. Right. So,
So it's upside down. Gotcha. So that's Sylvan Way.
That's the Silver Way is on that side, and that house is still there.
Whose house is that?
I believe it's owned by GTC.
That's it, GTC land, is it?
That's not in that area.
Yeah, so that's the bit that's down here a little bit?
Yeah, between that and the paperwork.
I think it's an old, quarantine station. Mav had.
Now, see, you know how we've got this whole thing about minute 9 and being really specific? There's one exception. Really interesting stories. See me out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So,
And sorry, the last one is these 3 areas. This is the Area 1. This is what Area 1 looked like in 1884. It's least developed. There's small spurs coming down. The bottom of the page is actually, this is upside down again.
Yeah.
Sorry, Area 5. Not building from where you can see it. We just flick Hayley, please, through the next one. So that's what a terrible aerial photo looks like. And all that information is the same. That's taken the same year. But depending what you're looking at, you just decide there's nothing there. On the next slide, these are just art points, which indicates Easing's area. And this on the next slide down, we've got areas that are changing, but we'll move through these. Sorry, next slide.
thank you. Well done. Thank you very much.
Probably I should hand over to my colleague Jason now.
Sounds like a good plan. Thank you very much.
You don't want the next 2 parts?
What are the next 2 parts?
There was 2 more parts of the PowerPoint, but what were the, part 3 and 4?
Yeah, more some photos, and there's my recommendation at the end about the area.
Now, has that been provided to the panel? Has it been submitted as evidence before today? 3 and 4? No.
The area I've recommended is just the last one.
No, in terms of evidence.
It's been my evidence.
In terms of the submissions that are, so that we can record what's come through.
Oh, yeah, I have it noted, but it came in today.
Well,
These
if
PowerPoints.
those are fine. If we've got something else that's
Oh.
come in that we haven't looked at.
No.
That's only come in today. What are the other parts?
Oh, that's the whole thing I gave you. It's just been split into 4 parts. Because they were big.
Have we
But that's
seen,
there is
what is it? Is that,
that thing you're holding, yeah.
so this here? It's the entirety?
Yeah.
That's fine. Now, these obviously haven't. Right, so Dr. Keesing, comments as before?
I did exactly the same exercise as you done, like.
Anything new for you? Anything new for you? Mr. Goldwater, you've just about got an upgrade there.
No, not really. I mean, it's quite a bit to take on, just getting your head around.
Yeah, I'm aware.
So
It's a lot to brain dump all at the same time, so, yeah, no, that's understandable, and I mean, look. Yeah, that is a lot. Thank you very much. Right. Listen, Jerry or Gary, I've forgotten. Gary.
Yep.
How can I forget that?
No, you said
Long
right,
time no
that's
see.
right.
I said it right the first time and then clearly I need a cup of tea. Right, how are we doing? Time. Slightly over?
Yeah.
Doesn't
Try and keep it through. I've got to get through the.
All right, so you, now, minute 9,
It doesn't work on the TV.
Have you got it? So I can change the slides.
No.
just tell Hayley.
Yeah, sorry.
Just going to add to the time.
Well, no, well, that's fine, but just remember,
Yeah.
you're here to assist us.
I am, and I'm going
It's-
to add context to our knowledge and interpretation, which will in turn.
Okay, but just listen, I will be guiding you in terms of time and you're going to need to work with me on this.
Yep.
Okay, so because I can read ahead of you, see where you're going, there might be
Yep.
bits that I deliberately want you to get to
Yep.
more quickly than other bits.
Yep.
Okay, but we have read it all.
The one you sent me is the same as Caleb's.
I know, I sent you a link to upload it.
Yeah, the link is opening the same as.
Well, while you two are doing that, how about I have a suggestion? How about we hear now, rather than from you, because I don't want to spend time sorting out tech.
Sure.
how about we hear from our next submitter who wanted to go before the tea break, who was name gone, Hayley Help,
Graham Bellamy.
Mr. Bellamy. Are you okay if we take you now?
I'll be pretty brief.
That's all right. And then we'll take afternoon tea, and during the afternoon tea break, we'll get you sorted out, all right? Yeah, Mr. Bellamy, hello.
Hello.
Tell me about math. No, don't.
I don't have any maps or photos.
That's all right. Way to go. Thank you.
Yeah, I speak mainly on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of Forest and Bird Branch. I must acknowledge the work done by Mr. Williams of Forest and Bird as well. The spur is pretty important as a natural feature at the southern end of the Upper Hutt area. It might be only a minor piece of land, but it's major as far as we're concerned as a natural, significant natural area. If I can just digress to some work that we've been doing opposite this in relation to Keith George Memorial Park, and also along the motorway River Road on the western escarpment. For a number of years now, probably about 8 years, we've been pest controlling in that area, and we've also been removing old man's beard and other weeds. And what the guys have noticed recently is the increase in bird life at the northern end where the work is being done. And this includes New Zealand falcon, caribou, whitehead, tomtits, bellbirds, tui, and grey warbler. When they initially started this work, there were very few of those birds in this area, but now they have migrated north as we've been clearing the pests and the pest weeds. So this indicates to us that also if the spur was regenerated and native, that they would migrate west to east across the valley. And this is important as far as we're concerned. We continue to oppose the original proposal for the infrastructure corridor across the spur, as we believe that the SNA areas and the whole spur is regenerating a native bush. And if you only include the areas that are currently significant natural areas, you exclude the potential of the rest of that spur to regenerate in the native. We acknowledge the work of Silksling Railway and the people who've been into these gullies. Unfortunately, I had a hip operation, so I was unable to participate in the walk. But I think you can see from the photos that have been taken that there is significant natural regeneration of native forestation in the SNA area and areas outside the SNAs. This to us is really important because it shows the future of what the spur can be for the residents and for recreational use. We would like to see that the road proposed infrastructure corridor does not go anywhere near any SNA area, and in fact does not even touch the spur. We believe that there are ample other access ways to these SGA without having to use the spur as an infrastructure. So we think that the spur should be rezoned as a natural open space and allow no access for the corridor, transport corridor, and be opened up for use for recreational use, not commercial use. I think, yeah, that's about all I need to say at this stage.
Thank you for
You
that.
have had my written submissions.
Yes, yes, we have. No, thank you very much for that. Mr.
No
Musgrave,
questions from me.
no
Thank you.
questions? for you? Thank you. No, look, thank you so much for that. I think, you've got one line in there. However, we need to not lose sight of the fact that Silverstream Spur can qualify as natural open space without comprising an SNA.
Yes, that's sort of the, there's the attitude and approach of Forest and Bird as well, as you wanted going from Mr. Williams. We believe that the SNAs are significant, but to Forest and Bird, the significance is the whole area, not just the SNAs.
Are we getting too hung up on words and definitions?
We believe that we maybe are.
So,
but we still acknowledge that, you know, the SNAs still form a strategic viewpoint of the Spur.
sure, but if we think of it, the Spur is now council owned, right?
Yes.
And there's no MOU anymore. That's all fallen away. So it's a different world than it was not very long ago. We have to be really careful that we don't, I think, and this is, I think, what Ms. Tancock was pointing to before, we don't sort of create an SNA for it to be convenient to block something, right? Makes sense, you know, it's because that's actually not something that we can do. That's naughty. People get pinged for that. So one of the things we're going to have to really think about is, does it qualify at the moment or not? You know, and even if it doesn't, what I think you're saying here is just remember, you've still got natural open space. Yeah. Which is in council ownership. And that's a very different word. One of the things, and just flag this now, that we really haven't got a good handle on yet as a panel that we're going to need is a tabular comparison of the rules framework vis-a-vis infrastructure, natural open space, everything else, so that it's idiot proof, so that I can read it. Yeah. Because it's a bit of a movable feast at the moment. And it would be nice to be able to do a compare and contrast, you know, because this isn't a resource consent hearing. This is a plan change where we take the long-term view. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yep. Thank you.
We'll catch up another time and talk about, what was it, PB or what did you say it was?
Large animal quarantine station.
General quarantine.
Yes, llamas and ostriches. Yeah.
This is the
Just down the bottom of the Spur. Just at the end of Kiln Street.
Do you know, I think that should be in one of the schedules in the plan as a heritage element, don't you think? That's a good time for a cup of coffee. Mr. Hall's agreeing, good time. Right, all right. Thank you very much for that.
I'm sure Gilbert Timber Company would like to
I think
donate that.
probably give him a medal. Right, so we're going to take a short break. Kaylee, you've just got
I have it now, sorry, apologies.
That's all right. We will take that break now anyway, I think. I'm in, that's all right for you, Mr. Gorry, okay? I could really use a bit of a coffee recharge moment. At some point we'll get this kind of diagrammatical monstrosity better corrected too and made less shocking in its form. I don't want to frighten the children before it goes out. No, I want you to get the drawing, not your face. All right. We're down for a break, and I think we'll come back at so Mr. Darry's likely to take a solid 20, but we had 10 from Mr. Edmonds. I've actually got Mr. Darry, I've got you down for 30 minutes, including questions. Right, but I keep seeing your glasses and think it's a hand up, so it's not. Have we heard anything from Pat Van Berkel?
We have not.
Okay, and Tony Chad is not, so that's a not. So we all right.
I'm just watching.
Watching what?
I'm just watching. I'm not presenting.
Oh, you Tony?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Welcome. Right. On that note, we're out of here. We'll be back at Can we call it 10 to 3, please? Right? Thank you, everyone. This is the final session of the reconvened hearing into Plan Change 49 and Variation 1 for the Upper Hutt City Council. We're about to hear from Mr. Durry on behalf of the Silver Stream Railway. Can I just check in also and see who else is on Zoom with us at the moment? If we have anyone else sitting there, Hayley?
Mr. Williams and Caleb Scott.
Still here, madam.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. Right, now then, there are 51 slides in there. Is this the only slide pack? Okay. Then. Now, just if it's been said before, just smile and you bonus point for that.
Yeah.
We don't need to go back to the previous hearing. Okay. And this is really focusing in on the bits that we need to be alert to today. You've also, is Dr. Pearson still here? They've gone, but we still have Mr. Goldwater. We also, I should have said before, be asking Ms. Edmonds at some point for her feedback on anything else, and also you too. That may or may not happen today. Exhaustion may take over. Away you go.
You go to review. Slideshow at the top. Yep, from beginning. There it is. Yeah.
Rock and roll.
Right, April the 1st, not only marked April Fool's Day, but 10 years since our management committee oftentimes first exchanged emails about the spur. The involvement in the process has evolved as we've gone on, and we can now add ecology to the list of skills our members are proficient with. This email from Upper Hutt City Council's General Council in April 2021 demonstrates exactly what the community have been up to.
Where are we? Please?
Against this.
No, hang on.
almost
Where are we? Just a
Okay.
minute, please, Mr. Day.
Yep.
Is this the relevant slide for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're undeterred, we're ready to have another go. There have been some other updates which further negate the need for this road, which I'll briefly touch on, namely the future development strategy, which did not include the southern growth area for development and is in line with the HBA data on sufficiency and in relevance to clause 3.11 of the NPSVD.
Right, Mr. Durry,
Yes.
we're
Yeah.
outside of our remit at this
Yeah.
point. So back into minute
Right.
9. You may need to scamper through some of these.
This one's probably more relevant. because,
Beautiful. Thank you.
This is a map that was included in Upper Hutt City Council's submission to the Natural Resources Plan Change 1. The area of the spur and above Sylvan Way are still shaded as urban. However, we are hopeful of a resolution to this soon, which will see these areas zoned entirely as natural open space.
They are urban. They're
Yeah.
urban areas.
Yes.
That's what they are.
Currently zoned as, yes.
No, they are. They're urban areas. They're part of the urban area. They're not rural. All right?
We have been concerned for some time about the details and size and location of the road infrastructure corridor. They've always been blurred with statements to the effect that no work has been done on the design of the road, and it is not known where and how much of the spur will damage. However, by December 2020, there is an indicative road location shown on this slide from a council workshop that shows a road on the spur traversing the current SNA. This map was taken from this slide of the workshop that did contain a link that shows, amongst other things, an indicative road layout for the GTC, and we presume from the map spur land. GTC master plan from March 2021 contained a slightly different version of the road to use the language from the Silver Stream Forest website that would sidle up the south side of the spur to join the rolling ridgetop land of Silver Stream Forest. However, after council has rejected the land swap and later sale of 8.5 hectares of the spur to GTC for housing on a road, this email shows that the direction had markedly changed from only a few months earlier was the master plan. Early July 2021 showed preparations being made for an application to the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund for a road corridor on the spur from the 44 Kiln Street frontage.
We had that one last time, haven't we?
Nope.
I've said that before.
I think so. To the top of the ridge, 110 metres high. By the end of July 2021, GTC had commissioned envelope engineering to undertake design work for a road for the expression of interest stage.
We have concluded that later this work was updated to a more detailed design as was what would have been required. for
There's
request-
no debate about this today, is there, Mr. Darren?
Mentioned.
I know that, but I don't think it's in debate, is it?
Yeah, because Mr. Reid's evidence from November 2023 appears to contradict these known details, which is paragraph 5.4 states that the envelope design work was done for the IAF application that included housing. At no stage was there any suggestion of that IAF being used to provide housing on the spur. This shows that the design concept from March 2021 master plan was changed to being the shortest possible route up the spur
Oh, I see where you're going.
to gain
Oh.
110 meters using the existing topography to not exceed an 8% gradient and taking 1.4 kilometers to get there without the need to permit housing. Read paragraph 5.5. As was in our last presentation, the draft 42A report for the first version of PC 40 from May 2022 talks of a road in a known location. We cannot understand why there needs to be such high level secrecy and deceptiveness about the location and size of the road. While any sort of road is incompatible with the natural open space zoning for the spur, we believe that if the true extent of the road was revealed, then it would cause an even greater backlash from the community than is occurring now. That's a copy of the code of practice for Upper City Council.
Just don't, we were,
That's
scan
correct.
back, please, just, and scan it back to the previous one if you wouldn't mind. Right, what's that one?
It's the draft section 42A report, the original plan change 49. And it talks of an initial indication of where the proposed roading corridor will be located.
It's the draft section 42A report. Is that the one that was published?
No.
So that's not the notified version? Okay. Now this here, that is the code of practice, is that the current
Engineering
plan?
works, Upper City Council's code of practice. for
Okay,
engineering.
and is that what's currently in the plan?
I believe it's incorporated by reference. That's the standards that council uses when getting police.
Okay, so that's accurate, those are the accurate.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got. Isn't that's the same information we had last time?
Didn't present it, no. You may have it. Yeah.
Thank you.
While the exact location of the road remains an apparent mystery, the scale of the road is much easier to work out using that data. We conclude from the evidence above that the road will be between 1.1 and 1.8 kilometres long. The 1.4 kilometre figure used by envelope engineering, read evidence paragraph 5.5, is the most reliable, as the 880 metre figure used in Mr. Hall's rebuttal evidence 43 is not a realistic figure, considering the layout of the land between 44 Kiln Street and the top of the ridge adjoining GTC land, which features at least 2 large gullies and associated watercourses. Using Upper City Council code of practice, we consider the 3.5 hectare figure arrived at by both Forest and Bird, Upper City Council and Mr. Goldwater is at the extremely conservative end of the spectrum. We believe an area of 4 hectares or greater will be required to construct a road of the required size and shape to service the proposed number of houses, as well as being utilised as a public transport route, as is mentioned in the GTC evidence.
Let's pause for a second.
Yeah.
That's paragraphs 13 and 14. Of
Yes,
the
slides 13 and 14, yeah.
13 and 14. And what slide number is this for?
That's 13 and 14.
The slide is called.
Yep.
Right, Alec, the slide deck?
I see 14.
14,
You
yep.
see 14 on the slide deck and it's 13. Righty.
Just run some.
No, that's fine. Just making some notes. And find my pen. Yeah.
We have often wondered how the 2015 ecological report came into being. This was recently revealed in the release of emails by Upper City Council on an online OAA request site. There were various emails released, including some internal emails between staff trying to find the best deal to come up with a report that did not turn into something bigger and to only contain sufficient information to justify the sale of the spur. This report was compiled by Bottom Miskell, cost Upper City Council $3,500. down from the 10,000 quoted by another reputable firm. Incidentally, it seems that the report was never finalised completely, still continues with draft in a few places. However, as it was up what City Council was seeking, they have used it as a way of downplaying any ecological merit the spur has since it was published.
Right, hi ho for a second. I want to have a look
Getting
through your,
into-
no, I want to have a look through your slides. I just want to see what else you've got in here. Just to make sure I'm not going to end myself up anywhere else.
The last slide, I don't have any talking to, so
These are all pictures?
the last ones are here, the last.
Right, that's good. Yeah.
Because they've already been covered.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so while I will not review the entire document, it does show that it is deficient in many areas. For example, this table shows the vegetation communities on the spur from the 2015 report authored by Dr. Keith. It shows a total of 3% young gorse, 16% gorse broadleaf, 35% mixed cereal broadleaf, and 56% pine, meaning a total of 110% of the spur was vegetated at that point. Using this table, the 35% mixed broadleaf contains slopes with kamahi, manuka, broadleaf silverfern mix, whereas the gullies consist of manuka, or mamaku, and mahoe. There appears to be some text missing here as the next sentence is incomplete. After this data was inputted into the map showing where these areas are on the spur, the 35% of cereal broadleaf vanishes, being replaced by tree fern. The gullies we talk about later in this presentation are all shown as either pine or tree fern. We mentioned in our submission the extensive archive of photos that has captured the evolution of the makeup of the vegetation of the spur, probably not directly, but
Yeah.
incidentally.
Adjacent to it.
Yeah. To ensure that the beech trees at the bottom of Gully B, my map, is your Gully 1.
Well, let's use mine. So that's gully one, that's the
Yep.
black one to the right.
Yep.
And the trees that we're looking at, the green trees at the bottom.
When the red circle.
One C.
Okay, then that's a dumb question. Is that
Yep.
yellow gorse or is it something else? It's gorse.
Yeah.
And that's beech in the middle. Is that what you just
And
said?
the yellow, and the red circle.
Okay, so the red circle there is the bottom of Gully A.
1C.
Good.
What green is that, Jason?
I'll cover that. To ensure that the beech trees at the bottom of Gully B, Gully 1, would have been visible in 2015, I selected these images, these angles showing these trees as readily visible in 1985, 30 years before the visit to Gizem. Even to our untrained eyes, these beech trees do not look anything like plantation pine and tree fern, which make statements contained about the ecology, not forgetting the erroneous statements about watercourses, hard to accept as fact.
Is that 2015 as well?
That's 1985.
That's 85, but the previous one was
Both
2015.
from 1985.
Beg your pardon.
However, the information contained in the report was exactly what the city council staff had expected. And they finally had the justification to sell the spur. I now move on to the ecological information contained in the GTC master plan
Just
document.
pause, please.
Yes.
So those two slides with the images, what number are they on the slide yet?
They are 18 and 19.
Thank you.
We feel this is important as it seems to contradict several key statements from the GTC expert witnesses. This slide talks about connectivity the site permits across the Hutt Valley. Yet in the rebuttal statements of Mr. Hall, paragraphs 3.3, 5.1 and 5.12, and Dr. Keesing, paragraphs 3.9, 3.10, 3.15, 4.1, 4.4 and 4.5, they state the spur is, assumably no longer, able to provide this connectivity, and in fact this connectivity is virtually impossible to prove or disprove. Keesing's evidence 3.10. The master plan also states that using the Boffa-Miskell 2015 report, the spur is 71% exotic, yet the 2015 report states 75% out of 110% had some form of exotic component to its assembly. This and the next few slides demonstrate that when it suits GTC, can promote the usefulness of the spur in terms of ecological value and connectivity function. Remembering the 2015 report stated in closing, there is no evidence nor reason to conclude that Silverstream Spur has any current ecological values, nor has it any critical ecological function roles in the wider or local landscape, including the corridor function. This slide again from the GTC master plan shows the SNA area. Sorry.
Just backwards for me, you're just going to have to help
Oh.
me here. Those two slides are from what?
Sorry, the GTC master plan from 2021.
And they are,
This talks about connectivity.
yeah.
The spirit provides.
And I've just, this is because I've got so much paper in front of me. I've just misplaced yours with its paragraphs alongside. So I'm diligently trying to learn everything as I go. So carry on.
This slide again from the GTC master plan shows the SNA area on the spur and surrounding land. That resembles the UH070 SNA that was the basis for the SNA or SSSNA on the spur as part of PC 49 variation 1. The source for this is quoted as being Offamuskel, and we conclude that this is the work of Dr. Keesing when he talks about this in his original evidence, paragraphs 4.3, 4.9, 4.1, 1.1, and 4.12. In particular, and I quote, the natural area on the Silverstream Spur identified in variation 1 does not reflect my expert opinion as to the values present on the Silverstream Spur or the values that Offamuskel or I had previously met as part of our work on the wider GTC site. Yet, aside from Gully A or your Gully tree, these two areas are identical in both the master plan and the section 32A, 32 assessment of PC 49 variation 1.
Just pause for a moment, please.
Sure.
Dr. Keesing, I can see you in the background here, and I can see you shaking your head. Is that your work?
No. The SNAs are council developed.
So
Well,
Those features there are not my identified.
I just want to let's just test this. So, because you just stated at your paragraph,
about 25.
thank you, that you, I think I may have misunderstood you. Did you say you thought that was the work?
Offamuskel, it says there's a key down.
Yeah, that's the Offamuskel work.
And the yellow is.
So the yellow
both
is,
SNAs in brackets, Offamuskel.
so that's the SNAs that Boppers did.
So as far as I'm aware, the only people who have identified SNAs for council are Auckland, and we have reviewed those and tweeted with them.
So you were the tweeterer or the twitterer, but not the original tweet.
Correct.
So I understand. I think what you're saying is you.
Well, that's a good topic.
1 minute.
Council.
What I think what you said is that Dr. Keesing is the author of that. I think what Dr. Keesing is saying is, as much as he would like to be the author of that, he has in fact copied and pasted. Now there is nodding in the background. So, and it's come from Wildlands, which is, Yep.
It would have been done by, Rogers to the office.
Yep.
Quite some time ago. I'm not sure what they based their.
so we've got, so basically, we've got all of them here. So someone in this room. Most likely both of them, yeah,
Okay.
so, right.
Shows me it's convenient. Anyway. In the master plan, you see statement 29% of the spur is either broadleaf indigenous hardwood or indigenous forest, which are added to the 56% pine and 15% room gives 100% coverage. We can only conclude from this that the 6 years between the master plan and the 2015 Offamuskel report were fairly active growing seasons for the native species on the spur. It also states a 1.1 kilometre road, which you've shown cannot be believed to be correct. Over the last few years, some added emphasis in the last few months, Where questions are raised about the accuracy of the evidence presented at the hearing, our members have either individually or collectively walked over parts of the spur. It was considered that viewing the area of, and I quote, the Ponga Mamaku tree fern that does not play an important role or function in either linkage or buffering of the beach Kamahi SNA areas, using rebuttal statement paragraph 4.5, to get an idea for ourselves just what this area contains. Entering via the public car park and walking track on Sylvan Way, we headed over the paper road and along the ridge before heading down into the gully, doubling back, exiting the SNA area briefly before re-entering the gully and heading along the watercourse before retracing our steps back to Sylvan Way. For a moment, we did consider the possibility that we'd gone to the wrong area, because in our assessment, the area is far from being low diversity on that Mamaku tree fernland, using rebuttal evidence paragraph 37B, it actually being very similar in assemblage to Gully A. Gully 3. With many large beach, Kamahi, and evidence of regeneration all around us. Any tree fern that is in place is mature rather than fundamentally young tree fern. Seeing November 2023, paragraph 10.3, and is another important part of the spur, and when coupled with the stream we located, was an exciting revelation and well worth the walk.
We have 9 minutes left.
Yeah. So this is what was located in the area that has been determined as Ponga Mamaku. So that's not Ponga or Mamaku. That's the areas that we walk.
Right, just pause for me briefly.
Red arrows are the location of the photo.
Right, just this part, I need you to just hang on so that I get my orientation. Here's the. So photo A is in the middle of the blue dot, yeah?
Yeah. Smack bang in the middle.
Yes. Nailing it. Okay, photo D and F would be number 5.
Yeah. Slide a little bit.
Photo C, what's that yellow line?
The yellow line is the place where we walked.
That's where you walked?
Yeah.
What's that blue bit? Stream?
Sort of, yeah, it's the stream, basically the part of the stream that we viewed.
And the pale blue?
Is the extent of the SNA.
No, it's the blue bit, isn't it? Isn't that the blue area?
So what did you say?
What, Lisa? Within the pale blue,
The blue outline looks to be around the Pangamanga.
now use my terminology, please. It's the blue bit?
Yes, well,
When I was listening,
I don't know if it's the SNA, but it is the blue bit.
That's taken from.
That's the SNA boundary.
Yeah.
Say again?
That's the SNA boundary.
That was lifted off the.
But it's mostly the blue bit. But that boundary is actually using.
The straight line at the bottom is the boundary of the SNA. The straight
no,
blue
no,
line.
The wiggly blue line at the top. is the northern boundary is SNA. And the boundary of the SNA stops at the boundary of the open space zone, that straight line. It hasn't been continued.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is mainly the
blue
blue
bit.
Blue bit.
Yes.
So it's not.
Yeah.
It's not the SNA, it's the blue bit.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what I
that's-
say, isn't it? That's the bit everyone else says, isn't it?
No, in my terminology, this is why it's important. Play my silly game because it helps me. And the panel is the one that needs to figure this stuff out. We've got so many maps in play at the moment that when we come to the end of the hearing, it'll be tidied up and put into proper planning language. But for now, within your pale blue, the light green stuff is what's up here on the wall, and it's called, it's the blue bit.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
So that's area 4 is round about your, what is it, B and C, was that?
Oh, it's probably.
And then 5 is there, and so those two there, those 2 bits there are the ones where we've got divergence. So the ones on the map there, that are material for us in particular, are photo B and C and photo D and F.
Sounds right?
Well, all of them.
But no, those, if we look at the extent, yes, but primarily within there. Yeah. So let's go to B and C and D and E, shall we? And A, just for the what's ups.
So that's A.
Yep.
It's not a hung out, not a mamaku.
It does not look
That's
like
a
either.
beach tree.
Carry on. That's that one. And then what have we got there? That's
B is a close up of the water course.
Right.
C is another beech tree. It's not the same one that was in the first photo.
okay. Hold the phone. I'm going to keep holding this slide up here so I don't lose sight of this panel. So B, that's 4. Round about 4 up there.
4, 5.
Okay, and so that's B, and you're showing a water course.
Yep.
And when was that taken?
On Monday.
And Monday didn't rain? How's the rain been over here?
It's not a flow path. There were other flow paths that came down to it, which were reasonably dry.
Okay, so is it a stream or an
Yeah,
ephemeral
I think
stream?
it's-
What's it?
The intermittent or really.
Correct.
Okay, and C is,
A bigger version of that photo, basically, which is in exactly the same. I didn't stood in the same spot and took those 2 photos.
Yep.
D shows regeneration of Miro and Tawa. E is a Totara and Kami. F is another Tawa. You can see some Tonga and Mamaku there, yes, but it is not, we don't believe it is solely Tonga and Mamaku. G shows more Kami. And H shows the height of the tree ferns.
and how can we establish that? Is there,
Because I'm not very tall, and you're looking up.
sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Just pause for a second. This is an area that you've walked?
I walked a small area.
This is an area that you've walked? Dr. Keeson?
I've been down up to Galley, so I'd intercepted it.
So you know where these are? Okay. Anything in there that,
I just say that when we label vegetation types, Ponga Mamaku treeland, tree fern land, that's quite a, it's a general description. We can't account for every species. I mean, I think.
yeah, no, but in terms of, I beg your pardon, in terms of what we've got up here today, is it changing your thinking or anything? Is it reflective of what you've already, any surprises, any wow moments?
No, I mean, I'm not surprised to see emergent Tawa and Kamahi. I think you can see them on the photos. They're dotted around.
Dr. Keeson from the back row?
Same thing.
Same thing? Okay. So,
We move to Gully B now.
okay, now your gully B is my,
Gully 1,
thank you.
and that's outside of the current SNA area. Viewed by wildlands from Hulls Creek area in June 2022. Stated as included in the SNA within its report, as it was confused with Gully A. We did talk about this in our last presentation, and we've conducted 2 walkouts into that area. And we believe it should be included in the SNA area, and again contains mature beach, tundra, and a waterway with water in it.
Just, sorry, pause, just pop back there. Is gully B or my gully 1, is that the pale green bit?
Yeah.
When was that taken?
10th of March,
Where was it taken from?
grown above the middle bit.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I like your terminology, I can understand it. Where is the water course? Bang smack in the middle?
Very much, yes.
Okay,
Meanders down the, it's fairly steep.
all right. Thank you.
So
Oh, Lord.
that's the,
Yep.
where all the photos were taken from.
Thank you.
Photo A shows the beginning of the water course. B is a large totara. C, again, emergent tawa, indicating, there's pretty rampant bird life. This is close-ups of the totara. Caleb trying to give it a hug.
Best in the middle.
And Bessel, yeah. Came across plenty of evidence of that.
Now tell me again, is this gully,
Gully one. We're at about 1B at the moment.
where is Caleb, what is Caleb hugging and where?
Totara.
Mm.
Quite large.
It's big, and it's photo E is taken from,
Roughly in the centre of the drawing there. 1B. About 1B on your drawing there.
now, I seem to recall, Mr. Goldwater, that you haven't walked gully one, is that correct?
Neither of those gullies.
Neither of those gullies, and Dr. Pearson, how about you?
walked Gully one, not since 19.
So the likes of that, big beastie of a tortoise, that's quite a thing, isn't it?
No, it's Totara. It's a Totara in the gully. Doesn't make it a forest.
Yeah, I mean, there's some truth there. I want to know what the general canopy was comprised.
Okay, let's keep going.
Photo G is more of the watercourse. Photo H is starting to move into the beach area. Photo I, J, the Jura Beach was from 1985. And there's a sort of diameter of the beach there, is sort of cluster of them at the bottom.
So pause there, it's K is the circumference of the beach, is it?
Of one of them.
One of them, and that's 3 metre circumference. So that's a, yep, all right.
Pretty much almost as big as they sort of get.
Okay.
Photo L and M show the aquatic wildlife. Water spider, which isn't anything overly fancy, but it's there. And Gary the Buddha.
Right, pause and we'll just find out where Gary lives.
He
Gary lives in L.
Area 1C.
Sorry. Your Talbot maybe?
Yeah, on our property.
On your property with Talbot?
Yeah.
So that's outside of the council area?
Yes.
Scary living in Talbot?
No, because this is up a waterfall basically.
You couldn't get down to the railway from here, sorry to interrupt, because.
No, I'm
Yeah.
indulging you.
Why
Since you're sitting next to a very important person, you get permission by association.
We could have broken our necks attempting to get down, but we gave up at the back.
Right. Pause for nightfall. Scroll.
But it's good to see these values here.
Is this news to you?
The fact that there was a stream there supporting Buddha is news.
Yeah.
So that is something. I mean, Kura is, I don't believe it's no longer a threatened species, so it wouldn't necessarily tick the rarity criteria.
Right. So the stream did come up in the submissions to the substantive hearing. You may not have had
This particular stream?
No.
No, different one?
We mainly talked about Gully 3.
Gully 3.
Yeah, and that's where the photo of the Gura we presented last time was taken.
Oh, it was a different photo.
It was.
So Gary's a new one.
Yes, yeah.
He's not lonely anymore.
Well, yeah.
No.
But maybe
Okay.
the same one, but he's moved quite a considerable distance.
See, this is where you need one of Dr. Keesing's little things
Radio
that stick on his back, hey, to find out if those things actually need the connectivity so they move between, yeah?
This was a very slow and tiring.
Yeah.
Now, the mayor's going to think that I'm indulging in too much levity. These things are meant to be very dry and deadly. Dr. Keesing, is this information something that is new for you? So this relating to Gully 1, yeah, the one in black to the right, we currently have it on this sort of not too exciting space. We've now got a coda, we've got some water, we've got a bit of a tortoise, big beach. Oh, I don't know how big beach is here. Are you starting to have thoughts about Gully 1?
The fact that it has an intermittent pretty waterway with some aquatic life does add to the value of it. I reflect back on that photograph looking down from the shot. You can still see it's predominantly Pangamamaku all the way down. And obviously there is an occasional tree in it. I don't think the vegetation has changed much. But it does raise the contextual value.
Yeah.
supporting it.
And the presence of water. And the coda,
Again, the coda is not a threatened species,
but it's like,
but it is life, but there will be, so is the spider, so is the Dolomites. It's also. So
the what now?
The Dolomites, just the spider.
Is that a native spider?
Yeah.
Lovely.
So there is life there, but there was life even without the Kura, there's still life. The Kura isn't particularly special in the realm of the ecology world, to make it a rarity, etc. It's not my own, but that's a different thing.
Out, isn't it though? Isn't it though, to my left?
Cover that.
So, Mr. Goldwater, your thoughts?
Yeah, similar thoughts. I really need to know what the canopy was like.
So slightly warmer and mildly curious. Sum it up?
Yeah.
Slightly warmer and mildly curious.
I mean, there's definitely some big old trees there. What's the composition of the subcanopy? How continuous is the canopy?
Okay.
I have a question, please. How old do you suspect those trees would be, the tortura?
Totara, maybe 80 to 100.
Thank you.
You heard that, Dr. Keith, nodding as well?
That's about 0.3 of a meter radius by the sound of it, so yeah. Did he get 3 meter diameter, did he not?
That was the beach, I think.
Was it?
Beach was 3.3
Yes, the
circumference.
beach could be older.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's box on to NO and T, which show what?
That is walking back through the plantation, just showing the story that's developing there.
Okay.
O is
Tree.
another tall
Yep.
tree fern, and P is another juvenile
Okay.
tundra.
Now,
And this is right up on top of the ridge. This moves to the essentially the movement again.
okay, now we are nearly 40 minutes now. So, but the high notes, well,
But I'm trying to cover what
I understand that.
we're adding to your knowledge.
Well, that's right. So just let's remember what knowledge we're after, okay? We've got these two folk in the room. I'm trying to press them to see if we're getting light bulb moments as well. Yeah. So where next? Gully,
Gully A.
A, which is
number 3. with
the red one.
The red, middle and the red bit.
Yeah.
Is included in the original report. But
So let's pause at this point because we may have a win.
I think we do. Yeah.
So all of these, excellent.
Yep.
We've got a win at the back and a win over there.
Yeah, it was just the questioning around where the weed species information came from. And that was the extent of the wildland site visit in June 2022. And the image there shows the two ecologists walking through inkweed and Japanese honeysuckle and Himalayan honeysuckle and the like. So I believe that's where that information came from.
Cool.
Because we could just find no evidence of such thing. That's the beach that we sitting under, it's 4.8.
Now, will you indulge me and let me help you scan through to your final couple of slides? Is that all right? Noting that we have read everything. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Understood. Could you go through to the next one? Because I know that we have a question that is burning on the lips of my colleague to the left, and it would be appropriate for you to ask it.
So we just conducted a very, we're not experts, we don't profess to be. But we spent a lot of time reading up on this stuff, studying and doing site walk here. So we have a reasonable understanding. And we conducted a bit of a thing here taken from the RPS 23 documentation.
If you'd like to pause, I have a question coming through from my left here. She's burning to ask it.
Go.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, sure, Mr. Dowie, thank you very much for your presentation, much appreciated. Just in regards to your highlighted statement regarding rarity, the mohomoho, the native lizards. Can you expand more about that?
So, I covered it briefly in my, submission, that the adjacent landfill, is currently undergoing some fairly major deforestation and upgrading work to extend its life, until it's full. And part of that work, Hutt City Council have relocated, I added the number on the thing, I can't remember it offhand, but it was over 200 various forms of native lizards, geckos and the like. I'm pretty sure I included it in my submission. I didn't cover it in here. So that proves that those are on land adjacent to the spur. We've also had the area along Hulls Creek, which is owned by a neighbouring property owner. He is doing similar work, deforestation work on the side of another side of his, and he's pulled some geckos out of there and relocated them to Hulls Creek. And I spoke to him last week to try and get more information on that. I've been unable to, but he did inform me that they're going to relocate some more there from another site. So there's every chance that they are on the spur.
So, from your knowledge, is the Department of Conservation involved in this relocation of?
Couldn't be. They would have to be
They would have to
involved
be.
because we have to put in an application.
Sometimes we don't ask questions as a hearing.
For the, I would imagine for the Hutt City Council work that they would be.
So another question, please, Mr. Dara, in regards to your understanding of cultural values regarding native species, Tonga species such as mogomogo, the lizards. What's your understanding of cultural values
I
concerning
did
those
read up
Tonga
about
species?
kura and understand that they are Tonga species.
That's the okay, kora. So
Yeah.
that's kora. I'm talking about the mogomogo, the lizards.
I didn't really spend a lot of time looking at it in details.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Gold, Water, do you have any comment in regards to Tonga species regarding native mogomogo?
I know they are regarded or even revered by some Maori, but that's a fairly limited extent. I could comment on what species have been found on the spur. I mean, this was included in the original report.
Well, thank you. Can I just I'm just really going to make a statement here.
No, you can ask a question.
From a Mātauranga Māori perspective regarding Te Taio, regarding the mogomogo, atua place mogomogo in areas of significant value as an indicator and as a protector of urapa. Are you aware of that?
I have heard yes, similar themes, I suppose.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, it goes back to my comment how they are revered or even feared by some Maori.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not a deep understanding.
All right,
Thank you for the response.
Look, one of the things I've learned is that the tireder you get, the sloppier you get with your time management. And I'm right now failing miserably. So I'm going to get you to help Mr. Durry by can we we've read this and your final couple of pages you still set the relief previously sought. You seek in particular the removal of all provisions for a road infrastructure corridor anywhere on the spur land. And you are talking about linking the area known as your slide, that slide back is quite clear about everything you want. So I think thank you for that. That's now let me see if Mr. Busbrook has any questions.
From me.
Thank you very much for that. Well done. Thank you, and thank you for your cooperation. Can I just acknowledge that we have the Mayor who has chosen to join us? Thank you for doing that. It is very much appreciated. You missed a day, you won't have missed it because sure it's been live streamed somewhere. We've had a very interesting day. So, right, who's next? We have next up Mr. O'Malley. Is that right? No, is it right? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
running the ship.
Yeah, but don't, no, hey, I'm pointing it, but I don't know where I'm going. Come on. Right, Mr. O'Malley, welcome back.
Short and brief and blunt, okay.
Sounds good.
And I haven't got any fancy diagrams on that to blind you with. I've taken a whole different thought process to this and helping you understand the dynamic of what's occurring here, in my view, from 45 years of experience in business and the school of hard knocks, okay? This is a different thought process.
I'm frightened, but you've got 10 minutes. Where you go?
Probably won't even use that. So we go. Right, here we are. Thank you, Commissioners, to address you. I'll be brief. We're dealing here with a hypothesis, speculation, general guessing game of a road on the soil stream spur in the route of may or may not take its potential impact on a SNA, wildlife and vegetation. And we've got different expert opinions and advice of varying depth of substance and analysis. Against this background, I know Mr. Goldwater and Dr. Foster are of like mind that a transport corridor constructed on the spur would have detrimental effects on the site's ecology, and this would be incompatible with the protective conditions of a natural open space zone. I support this position, and I put it to you that the whole matter really should end there, but I think that's conditional, and you've already alluded to it. How do we define a natural open space? I've taken the most liberal interpretation of it in making that statement. You may beg to differ. Fine, that's my basis. However, should that position not suffice for the no road case, then I would contend that what's lacking in this process is the fact that just not knowing where the proposed road that is to join Kiln Street and any other roads is to be located. I put it to you, this is a typical case of the devil lies in the factual detail, or rather the lack of it. I give credit to Mr. Goldwater in the statement. It's difficult to actually assess the level of residual effect of such a road on the spur without further information, which he then subsequently details. And the risk of being chastised for going back to some of the previous meeting we had on the subject and the report of Mr. Philip Reid. There's such a couple of extracts out of it I think are pertinent here. The rezoning of the spur as an open space calls for a visionary future roading design, and later on he goes down and talks about with the Reynolds Bark Drive possibilities and other roads on there. Says it can only be assessed as part of a detailed design stage. And clearly Mr. Reid is pointing out the actual location of all roads on the spur can only be determined by a more detailed design, and that's the issue I'm wishing to raise. So it's not just the impact of potential road on Kiln Street considered, it's all activity contained on the spur for roading. I'll put it to you, this supports the position of Mr. Goldwater and has called for a detailed design of the road and the whole proposed infrastructure. To further assess the impact on the environment of the road on the spur, it would also enable a detailed analysis assessment of the evidence in paragraph 6.6 of Dr. Fleur, I don't know if I get her name right, Musk, is it? On the extent of the degree of the environmental destruction she claims that would result in. I put it to you that anything less than this in seeking to get an approval of an undefined conceptual road or roads is irresponsible and gambling with our future. The full responsibility for detailed road design so that a detailed factual assessment of its impact on the environment can be measured falls on the Guildford Timber Company Limited, and to date this year they have provided nothing. Mr. Reid's report contains a conceptual road design that goes right through the centre of the current proposed SNA. And here Dr. Keating has sought by way of just his opinion and little else to discredit the validity of the proposed SNA and dissect it for the purpose of supporting a construction road passing through it. And just referring to your diagram up here, section, was it number 4? If he could knock that out as a business strategy from the spur, they've won their case. A road goes in, simple as that. Dr. Keating and his opposition become engaged in an opinionated standoff with Mr. Goldwater. Great. I would expect to see experts such as him engage in a contestable debate, point by point, as to why he rejects another's assertions in favour of his own, rather than declare an unconvincing position in statements such as, I am not swayed by Mr. Goldwater's evidence, which I put to you as just a subjective opinion. And I would be looking for proof that would prove or disprove, and to look at that, I will be looking at some empirical evidence and some data.
However, that may not be to the benefit of his clients. Now, let's
Oh,
look
no,
at-
no. That's one too fast. Back it up.
Well, all right, because that raises exception to the next point, ma'am.
That's
And
fine.
We need to look at, because that relates us to the nature of impartiality.
Look, I hear what you're saying, but we do have people in this room who are experts. And that's why I keep referencing them. They're entitled to work, they're entitled to be paid. And I don't want this to descend into mudslinging, all right?
When, madam, is the appropriate time to raise the issue of impartiality?
No, it's good, but do it in a way that is respectful of these people, all right?
Well, all right, okay, looking from a business perspective, and let's see how we get on with this discussion. In the business world of my past experience and activity, one hires a consultant or expert to remove obstacles in a proposition so as to achieve your desired outcome, which in this case is a road through what is a proposed SNA. Experts are not hired to support the viewpoint of those who oppose any proposition they put up. They're there to advance the position of those who pay them. That's business. Okay. So when looking at what we have here, I wish to raise the question of impartiality required by expert witnesses' evidence and how such impartiality is assessed. I draw your attention to the requirement that expert witnesses not and must not behave as an advocate for the party that engages them. I note the terms of such experts' engagement is not published in their statements. So how do we know?
What did you say? You note that.
I note that. Thank you.
I literally didn't hear what you said.
Oh, okay. I wish to raise the question of importance of the impartiality required of expert witnesses' evidence and how such impartiality is assessed.
Yeah.
I draw your attention to the requirement that expert witnesses are not and must not behave as an advocate for the party that engages them.
Yeah.
I note the terms of such experts' engagement is not published in their statements. Now they talk about their expertise and all the rest of it, but their terms and conditions of their appointment isn't published. I couldn't find it. Could you point it out to me if you can? I'd appreciate it.
Mr. O'Malley.
Yes.
Very happy to explain to you how the code of conduct for expert witnesses works. What I'm inferring from this is that you think that Dr. Keesing's evidence, his expert evidence, is in fact advocacy. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm referring to his document, this particular one with the map on here.
Okay, that's fine.
I said to you earlier, the business strategy for Guildford is to knock that number 4 diagram out of being considered as an SNA, and they've won their case. That's all they've got to do. Okay? And I'll speak to the comment that's been made that's following on from what Forrest and Bird said on the same issue. All right?
Thank you. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Right, I note that such terms of expert engagement is not published on the circle down here. Dr. Kissing's evidence is contained in this document, narrowly focused solely on how to redesign and thereby destroy parts of the current proposed SNA, not to enhance it or to protect it as one would expect for a natural open space, but to facilitate road access. Such an approach of content is very much in accordance with the wishes of those who've hired him, as alluded to by Forrest and Bird, support their position. Furthermore, in his presentation, he does not appear to appear singularly, but sits as a member of the Guildford team. I put it to you that such an approach of behaviour is not consistent with being impartial towards assisting with the decision you're required to make. That's my contention. I'll leave you to think about it.
Thank you. And that's, are we wrapping?
Yes, the submission you've heard today from the Silver Stream Railway gives you a detailed holistic insight to the varied and ecological makeup of the spur. I'll put you this as some of the details. The work exports before you should have done but failed to do. It's not been generated by ecology experts, never. It's a holistic statement of environment treasures on the spur, which are under threat of destruction by road development. Then change footing also includes the area next to the Sylvan Way where I live. The proposed road serves the area from most of the spur, thereby further fractioning an integral nature of the plant and natural open space. I've witnessed much native bird life flourishing in this area, and as such a road would seriously disturb the natural food resource of such wildlife depends for their survival. I put it to you that your first consideration is to protect the natural open space of Silver Stream Spur, its unique environmental features that would have been displayed to you. It is no place for a residential road that will serve some 3,000 cars daily and hardly destroy the environment. The proposed road application could be declined. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Excellent. No, you're good. Thank you for that, Mr. O'Malley. There is a code of conduct for expert witnesses. If you end up in the environment court in front of an unpleasant environment court judge, you will find out very swiftly that you need to be adhering to that. All of the hearings, one of the things they do when they introduce themselves, we get the experts to actually pin down the fact that they've read the code of conduct, that in preparing their evidence, they will abide by it. Lawyers are a different beast. Sorry, I'm pointing at you, Ms. Hancock. Oh, there's another one, a pair of them. They cluster, right? They're allowed to make submissions just as members of the public. And so when it comes to expert evidence, we will probe the experts in a way that we don't do with members of the public, because they have a duty of care to us as well as to their clients. Because if they get found out, same with planners, expert planners, no different. If they get found out to be simply buttering their bread, they don't get work, and their reputation goes down, and their word is not looked upon favourably. So they actually do. Please nod. Yeah, that's how it works. I appreciate, and I think your comment around the optics is an interesting one. I've never thought about having all the members of a team sitting side by side and how that might look to the public. Thank you for that. That's really useful. We will pause for a short bathroom break. On behalf of my colleague to the left, don't go anywhere. When we return, we will be back with someone else. I thank you for your attendance, Sue. Where you go? Thank you. I will find out while you're away who we're up to. Where are we at? Yeah, so in terms of Hayley. Oh, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Yep. Thank you. And after that brief pause, we return to the hearing. Sue Pattinson, Sue Pattinson's up next. So come on up. We have 10 minutes for you, Sue. Thanks. Well, sure, and he has 10 minutes after you.
Yeah. Thank you. And
Lovely.
thank you to Hayley. Not just quite yet, but yeah. Thank you to Hayley, who also told us to make it. I got back from Palmerston North, I think, without any speeding tickets in time.
Oh, well done. Always encouraging. You have to tell me your secrets sometime. Right, now, we have a copy of the slide pack that you've sent through.
Yes, maybe Hayley can just put the first slide up and I'll indicate when I'd like the others. Is that all right?
Lovely. Thank you.
Oh.
Now, you've also read minute 9 that relates to the hearing. So minute 9 is the one that came out that I have somewhere. Lord, help me, folks. Thank you. In February, we sent out a minute.
Oh, I might have scanned it, but yeah.
Which set out the parameters for this hearing.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And with what we're focusing on today, which is to help the panel, particularly with regards to the potential SNA on the spur. It also set out that we were uncertain as to the nature and extent of the area or areas, and we're focusing really on that.
Yes.
So my job is to help keep folk in that fairly tight window.
Okay,
all right.
thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Okay, thank you very much, Annette. My presentation focuses on what can happen as a result of stormwater that is not properly managed when urban environments are developed.
So we'll have to get this back into the.
I appreciate that this reconvened hearing is limited to new evidence regarding ecological issues related to the Silver Stream spur. My concern is that ecological issues must be considered holistically and not just in silos. The ecological evidence submitted by council relates to part of the spur of natural significance. I want all parts of the spur with native plants retained in their entirety, no road or infrastructure through the spur, and existing vegetation given the opportunity to seed new native growth over the rest of the spur in the long term. I'm particularly concerned about removing any of this native vegetation for the sake of the road and an infrastructure whose primary purpose is to open up large-scale urban development in the southern growth area, that is Guildford land on Pinehaven Hill. There are negative ecological knock-on effects should such a road and development be permitted to occur before the flawed Pinehaven flood maps are rectified. The ecological consequences are damaging to the environment and threatening to human life. Recent example, which I'll show a slide of shortly, is a slip that occurred in a storm on the 8th of December 2019 as a result of forestry clearance above 136A Pinehaven Road. And I'll show another example of 200 tonnes of rock and debris washed down from a hillside on a rural home in Upper Hutt. In another storm event, expert evidence from RJ Hall and Associates Limited warns of serious ecological and life-threatening harm that will result from the opening up of the southern growth area, Guildford development by a road through the spur. I request that the panel give due regard to this holistic view of not just the consequences of the spur, but the wider Pinehaven area as a result of this unwanted growth through the spur. I ask the panel give due consideration to the overwhelming evidence of flawed flood modelling and its serious ecological consequences, which will not only affect Pinehaven residents, but also along Olds Creek at the foot of the spur. I do not think a major road is at all necessary for public access for recreational use of the spur. A few well-maintained tracks and all that's required. So we'll just start with the first slide, thank you. That last, sorry, can you go back? Oh, actually, no, that's perfect. Thank you, Hayley. So this is from a quote from RJ Hall and Associates, who is an expert.
Is this relevant to this hearing, or is this more relevant, excuse me, I said drop, was this more relevant to the last one?
No, you'll see it's relevant.
Oh.
Okay. If the Pine Haven hydrology is not fixed, it will result in bad effects from the future urban development on the presently well vegetated stable ridges and upper slopes within this catchment. Typically stream beds incise where they cut in and channel widths increase and lateral bank erosion becomes more pronounced. If these effects were to arise in the Pine Haven stream's upper reaches, then both the erosion products and riparian vegetation destabilized by the lateral bank erosion will tend to accumulate in the upper reaches and be periodically swept out in subsequent rainstorms. These processes have the potential to destabilize slopes and result in an increase in the propensity for landslides. Also, too, we looked at that natural habitation that was shown. You can forget about protecting that. That also just gets swept out and destroyed as well. Thank you, Hayley. Ecological well-being.
I think we've got the purpose of, yeah, the road.
Yeah. The road isn't needed. It's not needed in the growth strategy. Go over to the next slide, thank you. So here is an example of a slip. So Pine Haven, so those hills is forestry, right? There's no, Savo Hills lobbied for special protection and with forestry in that, which was not given because it's above an urban area. And that is a slip that happened from forestry on Bilka Timber Company's land that came down, rocks and debris came down on 4 homes. And it resulted in at least 15 tons of rocks having to be removed, and there was no responsibility taken, or the owners had to do it at their own expense. The next slide is just showing the debris and stuff that's left. Sorry, to go back a slide, please. So the one on the right is just showing the slashings and everything that's actually left, and the impact that has on the ecology. Next slide, please. This is another example of what you see. This is a person's property in Moonshine Road, and it's just paddock. It's a lovely like 10-acre block land, and forestry got cleared. So their front yard and their backyard turns into a river, and they had to get rid of 200 tons of rock from one storm. Okay, so you can think about, you're going to open up that road, you're going to allow large scale, we've got 4 flood maps, it's going to really impact the whole ecology. And it's not needed, not required. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
I'll just check and see if there's any questions from.
No questions. Thank you.
For me.
You've raised an issue for me where a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. There's an NPS for plantation forestry now, isn't there?
It's now NPS for commercial forestry. I think it's changed pretty recently. There's a couple of changes to it, but I can't remember what kind of this.
Is there a scale in there? Is that relevant to this hearing?
Yeah, there's certain permitted activity standards in the NPS.
Is it pertinent to this piece of land? Is this land too small in scale for it to be? Has any thought been given to that?
I believe, do an assessment of the end.
I can't remember.
I'd have to go back and have a look and just confirm my reply, but I'm sure that I did. That was in respect to the wider plan changer. I'm not sure to the extent of the original one, but everyone's.
want to call you your
Just-
honour, but
just-
I can't.
No, just hi, I'm just asking council, planner to do her job. Your honour's lovely, but I think it's very fetching, don't you think?
That's so cute.
It's much more flattering than mum and Mr. Williams. It makes me feel 1,000 years old.
Yeah, it's interesting, because you'll see any NPS, you know, see it tends to trump, you know, what's in district plans anyway. Just trying to find an appropriate section of the section.
Or perhaps don't scamper on it now. Just maybe, you don't happen to have that big of trust, do you?
I know a little bit about it.
Is it relevant?
Well, it's, my understanding is originally council responsible for the implementation. So if that site does need consent, same with the NES, it would be from regional council.
Well, that'll be. Thank you for that. That's
May I ask Steve just to add some?
just note, he will have his own moment in time, and
Was it specifically addressed in the section 42, but it might be addressed in the section 32? So I just need to check on that.
all right. Look, that's grand. I think we'll park that from there. It's probably tangential, and I'm sure it will raise its head as we cover off our questions at the end of this. So I think we're done. Thank you very much.
We can verify that there's nothing.
No, I can see that your husband just wrote that down.
Yeah.
I'll go to him next and have his answer. Thank you. Feel free to stay. All right. Yeah. Mr. Pattinson, let me just get your stuff organised. Same deal. We have 10 minutes for you. And your time starts now. I make it 4:13.
Tēnā koutou katoa. For Stephen Pattinson aho, and I'm representing Save Our Hills Incorporated, which is a community group advocating for the local environment and for appropriate sustainable urban development in our island. My first slide, humans are part of ecosystems. Every ecosystem on Earth has human drivers, influence and impacts on both the structure and function of the system. And in turn, people can be affected sometimes very seriously by the local ecosystem and what we do to it. The panel has been turning its mind to the nature and extent of ecological information it needs to ensure the council fulfills its statutory functions with regard to variation 1. The National Policy Statement on Urban Development forms part of the council's statutory obligation to provide urban environments that ensure the health and safety of the community now and into the future. When considering the impacts of a proposed transport corridor and infrastructure through the spur, we want the panel to give consideration of impacts on the ecosystems beyond the spur that will also impact Pinehaven. And in particular, environmental well-being through flood protection. Variation 1 introduces provisions to enable infrastructure, including a transport corridor through the spur, opening up access to potential development of the southern growth area, which is Guildford development. This plan, recent plan by Guildford Timber Company, shows the proposed transport corridor meandering up through the spur.
Which slide are you speaking to?
Yeah, sorry,
This
is it
one?
still this one?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Hayley. Yes, this plan here.
No, that's fine. I'm just
Yes.
asking because I don't have a copy of what you're reading from. So,
Oh, sure.
all right, thank you. Carry on.
This is a recent plan by Guildford Timber Company showing the proposed transport corridor meandering up the spur, with a bus stop about halfway up the spur, servicing potential urban development, which is indicated by the creamy coloured blobs over the spur. That's Guildford's suggestion for urban development.
Thank you, and help me, I'm not from here, Pine Haven is where? On there,
That'll come on the next slide.
so it's not on that
This
slide,
is Silverstream, basically.
righto,
And those round blue circles are indicating a 200-metre radius pedestrian catchment for the bus stop
right, thank you.
halfway up the spur.
Mhm.
In addition to the merits or otherwise of a transport corridor and Guildford's proposed development on the spur and its impact on the ecology of the immediate environment of the spur, I ask that the panel also consider the potential impact of the proposed transport corridor on the ecology of their wider environment. Clearly, the impact is not restricted to the spur, but
We're
continues along the
veering,
proposed.
veering a long way off course at this point. So back to the NPS, the special, the SNA, please. Okay,
Basically disqualifying my submission.
well, I don't know what you've got written in front of you, but I've got your slides and you know what minute 9 says. So if you can really help us by sticking to that, please,
I'm asking
just like I've asked everybody else.
you be mindful of the fact that the impact of that transport corridor is not restricted to the spur.
Heard you, and I'm asking you to box on and really focus on the
But
SNA.
continues along the proposed transport route as we follow the white development blobs along the ridge line. And we're talking about ecological issues that impacts. Next slide, please.
Let's be very clear. The ecological issues that the panel has specifically reconvened this hearing for relate to the SNA areas on the top of the spur. We are not getting into the wider transport catchment. We're not getting into flood management. We're not getting into natural hazards. All of those things are subject to other hearings. It will be very helpful if you can focus your knowledge and provide your local submissions based on this. So let's carry on.
As well as I'm grateful that you are leading this hearing.
Thank you. Let's carry on.
Been very well led. And what I'm asking you to consider, it's not just about the spur.
You have
There are
5 minutes, Mr.
ecological
Patterson.
impacts.
Come on, let's get
There are
cracking.
whatever the decision that comes out of this hearing about a road transport corridor through the spur, there are ecological impacts way beyond the spur and affecting communities of people who are part of this ecosystem. The ecosystem is not limited to silos on the spur.
However, today's hearing is. So let's get back to this hearing, which is what is set out in minute 9. Mr. Patterson.
I cannot accept that.
All right.
We have been to every hearing possible, and as far as we can tell, just last week, Radio New Zealand news item said.
Off topic, please help me here. Love to hear you on this topic, but Mr. Patterson, I'm not here to go around this with you. So are we talking about this?
Does
Or
that not look like an ecological impact to you? That slide? That happened in Pinehaven.
Lovely.
After harvesting of pine trees
In
the
1976.
70s.
Okay, lovely.
That happened in my street.
Right.
In Elmsley Road. Fortunately, nobody was hurt. It happened as a result of slashings building up 6 meters high in a gully against standing pines, which eventually gave way and charged down over the road around that house. On the other side of the road.
Lovely.
Now, a similar thing happened in 1975 in South Canterbury. A debris dam burst, 4 lives were lost, 3 of those were children.
All right. Can we go to the next slide, please? Right. What's
Here's
this
the
one?
other half of.
What's this one telling us?
There's the other half of Guildford's proposed development along the ridge.
Yep.
Impacting, in this case, Pinehaven. You can see Pinehaven Road. A lot of the people from that development will come down into Pinehaven Road, and other will come down into Elmsley Road, the catchment the development at the top.
Just help me here. You know that I'm not good with maths. You will have figured this out by now. If my drawing hasn't persuaded you of that, nothing else will. Where is this in connection to the spur?
See that photo on the right?
Yep.
That's from Guildford's website. That's looking. That's from the ridge in the map.
Yeah.
In the centre bottom, looking down Pinehaven Road.
And where is, I've just lost my orientation again, sorry. Where is the spur land on that map?
If you go back 2 slides, we're looking at, that's the.
So it's off to the left.
One half and the other half.
Gotcha.
There's
So
the
that's,
other half.
gotcha, thank you.
So we can come back.
Yep.
So that development
connects.
drains into our streets. If you go, please, again there, right? And you can see from that photo how it all drains down into Pinehaven Road in that case. Now you can see also in these Guildford example of the development, a lot of soft forest and bush is being replaced by hard roofs, roads and driveways. Now, quite rightly, they say that we are fully committed to ensuring that the development is sensitive to its surroundings and the existing communities in Pinehaven and Silver Street. And of course, we appreciate that. But to achieve that, next slide, please, you have to have reliable flood modelling.
Okay, what's
I've got
this?
a document here from Greater Wellington called Economical Wellbeing. It's just a random thing that I found.
Thank
In
you.
addition to issues like biodiversity and biosecurity, it also mentions flood protection and its role in looking after the well-being of the environment. So look, flood protection is a very important topic. Now, what we have here is one of Greater Wellington's experts, Peter Kinley, at the Pinehaven Streamworks hearing, saying that he thinks that's a good match. Now, what we're looking at there is a map on the right, is actual flooding in a 1 in 30 year storm event that happened on the 8th of December 2019. Sue and I were out from 5 o'clock in the morning till 5:30 in the afternoon all day. We've got hundreds of photos. We've got written statements from 25 people in those affected flood areas. So that is a reliable map of actual flooding that occurred on the 8th of December.
So can you help me again with the orientation? Where am I? Where is the subject site? Is it?
You see the white building, big white building at the top left? That's Farrers, or used to be Foodstuffs.
So
that's on Kiln Street at the foot of the spur.
Got it. So it's sort of to the left.
Yes. Now,
just
so
hang on a second.
the map on the right is an actual 1 in 30 years storm event and the flooding that happened. The one on the left is Greater Wellington's model for a 25-year flood event. And according to their expert, that's a good match. That the model flooding is a good match to what would actually happen in a 25-year flood event. We don't think it's a good match. Next, please. In Birch Grove and Pinehaven, these are Greater Wellington's photographs that they published in their report. They went there on the 23rd of July in that flood. They went the next day on the 24th, took these photos, put them in their report, and said that the flooding that happened the previous day was a 5 to 10 year flood event. Now, the blue lines that we've added show the flooding that occurred on the 8th of December that we know that was a 1 in 30 year storm event. The one in 2009 is obviously a bigger event. It could not have been a 5 to 10 year event. What I'm trying to point out to you here is the experts are telling us, are telling the community, we've got it right. The community can see quite plainly it is not right. This flood model, there's something seriously wrong with it. Next slide, please. Now, this is technical.
Oh God, don't do this to me at this time of day.
Oh no, we need to.
Oh no, we don't.
Yes, we do. I'll keep it simple.
Oh no, I don't think so. Let's be
Yes,
real
no,
clear.
no.
No.
This is vital. This is Greater Wellington's own data, that inclined line, there's their plots, those blue dots. That's their data that they derived from that one single storm event in 2009. Now they're saying that the 76 flood was a 100-year event.
Mr. Paxton, you're having the argument in the wrong room.
Please, this is not rocket science, it's quite straightforward.
Nor is it that you're having the argument in the wrong room. Now, come on. Back to minute 9. Last slide.
I'm going to just make it, before we move on, I'm just going to make the point that this graph, if you took the time to understand it, is showing very plainly that their modelling is absolutely absurd. They're saying that the flood that happened in 2009 on their graph is about a fortnightly or monthly event. Next slide, please. In other words, it's totally unreliable modelling. And here we know why now. We never knew this at previous hearings, but we know now because we got this on Official Information Act request. That email chain on the left is telling us that the baseline flood model is representing the forested hills as if they are already developed. It's as simple as that. And that means that the modelling is going to mask, when this model is used to assess future development on the Pinehaven Bridge by Guildford in the Southern Growth Area for hydraulic neutrality, it will not happen. Hydraulic neutrality will not happen because the current model is already modelled in a way that it's already got that development on it.
Well, it's good that you've OIA'd that. I think it's 2015, is it? That email.
Yes, that was, this email is by the flood mapping auditor.
Good. So that will give you good, a
And
good
he
piece of
found
information
that
to present to the natural hazards hearing.
We have been, I'm sorry, I don't know whether to call you Mrs. or Ms. What do you prefer?
Well, at this time of day,
Sue.
well, I was quite on Your Honour.
Yeah.
But I'm probably not.
Your Honour?
No, don't do that. No, look, thank you. And I do appreciate, Mr. Patterson, that it's, it's an ongoing issue. And I know that you are making your case, you're making it well. It's just, and I'm not being rude, it's just, this is not the hearing where this one is actually on.
Thank you for letting me get to my last slide.
I appreciate that, and thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance. Now, we have, who's next? Tony is not speaking. Mary Beth and then Pat Van Berkel. Right, now, come on up, Mary Beth. Did I say Tony? I think it Pat Van Berkel's name. Excellent. Lovely.
Chair meeting up. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here.
Now, Mary Beth,
I know, the minute 9.
Hang on a minute.
And I'm not showing the video.
No, and I'm about to speak. So,
About to speak.
what I'm about to say is, I viewed the video yesterday, so that I would see, you wanted us to watch the 2 minute 40 long video of,
36.
pardon me?
36.
Seems to be 40 on my Vimeo player, but I'll take the word for it, of Silverstream Forest. In my terminology, we would call that a sizzle video.
Sorry, you're correct. 2
Which was about it was promotional video. So noted, we get it. Today, we're really focused on this one little. Yeah. So thank you. Appreciate
that.
that.
I put out that section, but
Sweet. Thank you.
there are a couple of decisions. I'm just going to try to speak from the heart a little bit, if that's all right.
That's fine,
And-
but don't be cross with me if I say, as I just did.
It takes a lot more than that. So speak from the heart and also endorse what's come before me from the public on their level. And part of the, the development strategy, future development strategy. And I just want to say this because I really like what it says. And it talks about, one of the questions from Greater Wellington was, shall we protect what we love? Right? And, of course we should. The question was, do you support our proposed approach to protect the areas we love? We love the Silver Stream Spur. It has amenity values for us. And sadly, council decided not to go further with the special amenity landscapes in their district plan. And that's just another contentious issue. I was on the group and I disagree with the reason that they abandoned it, because when you come into Upper Hutt and you see this spur, you kind of go, oh, that's great. And special amenity is geographical, but it's also emotive. It's the land we love. It's the land that we identify with in our area. And so that's the thing. But so do you support our proposed approach to protect the areas we love? Ask Greater Wellington.
Where are we?
We're on page 4.
Thank you. Sorry.
On the, on the future development strategy consultation, one submitter wrote.
Oh,
back.
go back, please. Go back to the top of the page. You missed it.
Page 4.
Right.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity and it providing direction to councils to protect, maintain and restore Indigenous biodiversity, blah, blah. Now, what is it that you want us to focus on?
What page are you?
You're page 4.
Yeah, no, I'm down at the bottom. I'm down at the very bottom. It's just, I just want to make a comment about what one submitter put forward about, do we want to protect the areas we love? Okay,
All right.
and this submitter said, totally agree. We must protect what we love. We also must protect what protects us. And that's biodiversity. The clean air, the water, the biodiversity, the food producing land, the cultural sites is vital for well-being. Now, this is from a member of the public that's not even here. And so this is what we feel about the spur, and this is what we're hearing from the people about the spur. But back to page 1.
No.
Okay, we love it. So back to page 1 is we're talking about enabling provisions for a road infrastructure corridor. But I think I would like you to change the focus a little bit, because there are 2 options here about this enabling. And what I'm seeing is, are you going to make, what is the question? Are you going to make a recommendation that will enable a private developer to knowingly harm regenerating biodiversity on publicly owned land for private financial gain? Is that one of the things we're trying to enable here? See, it's a whole different way to look at it, point of view. Or are you going to make a recommendation to council? This is option 2. That will enable the community to protect and nurture biodiversity regeneration on their own publicly owned land for future community use. So what are you really, at the end of the line, what are you enabling? Biodiversity destruction for money or biodiversity protection for the future generations? So big philosophical questions, but that's what it boils down to.
No, that's an interpretation of what it boils down to.
I disagree.
Okay.
So I'll continue on, and I'm not.
Actually, no. I just want.
Yeah.
We actually have a job to do.
I know.
Which is to stick within a legal framework.
Yeah.
You know, and there's a whole lot of stuff that we actually will be thinking about really carefully, including these provisions, because everything sort of balances and ties in together and meshes, and it's really subtle. And it would be nice if it was as simple and black and white as those 2 things. But we have to go through a brain ache of significant proportions.
Oh, I don't envy you. It would be really hard with all the.
It's going to be
people
fascinating.
coming from different
So in
angles,
terms of
just the sheer amount of information.
in terms of, yeah, so I do just feel the need occasionally to wave a little flag on the panel's behalf that says, you know, we really do think about this stuff. So
no, I take that to heart. I really know you are. And it's tough, and it's tough for us to continuously over a decade or more come up and say the same and then try to find something different. But when
and you don't have to.
What
That's
actually is not being heard, which is not in speaking the art, the voice of nature is not being clearly heard here. And you have to spend a lot of time in nature to hear that. But if the voice of nature were being heard, it's late, it would probably be saying, help me, save me, love me, and I'll love you back. I'm an environmentalist, I'm not a scientist, but you feel these things. You're involved with different cultures and their relationship. to the land. We can call it Papatuanuku, we can call it Gaia, we can call it Mother Nature. But it is all supporting of every life, including human life. And so any opportunity with our biodiversity crisis, we have 4,000 species falling off the end of the earth, endemic species that only happen here, so if they're gone, the whole world loses. So this is what nature would be saying to us, is save me, help me, work with me, not against me. So that heartfelt thing, away the two issues, the serious factual issues that bother me a lot are the comments from all of the ecological experts, including Keeley, that there just is not sufficient assessment, thorough, in-depth assessment being done of the spur to really give us the best idea, to give us a clear idea. It's not clear, it's clear as mud. Give us a clear idea about what the effect would be to the biodiversity on the spur. It should a road be put through. There's so one point, the factual point, it's not enough assessment, not enough information. And the second point goes back to a couple, 3-4 years ago, just warming up for the public forum at a council meeting. And the then infrastructure asset management director, who is now our CE, it was about the meeting, one of the agenda topics was the spur. It might have been around the MOU, I can't remember exactly, but we had a little chat. And he said, you know, the thing that bothers me the most is that there has been no official, formal, independent feasibility study done as to where this road would go. And feasibility study is a preliminary exploration, right, of a proposed project, an undertaking to determine its merits and the viabilities and its failures. So it aims to provide an independent assessment, not GCC, not Upper Hutt City Council, not any one of us, but totally independent, that examines all aspects of a proposal, such as this road, that would include the technical, economic, financial, legal, environmental, everything. So that's all the engineers, all the geotechnical people, all the ecologists, and right down to what is really, we don't even know exactly where the road, and we talk about envelope consulting. Well, I talk about the back of the envelope drawings of roads, because there's nothing there. Okay, so how can you guys, how can anybody? So insufficient, still, after all this time, insufficient information. Can you believe it?
Oh, yeah.
It's hard for me to believe. So back then, years ago, our infrastructure director said, where's the feasibility strategy? Okay, so, you know, they felt this was an essential first step before anything happens, and it should be paid for by the developer who has the interest in getting the road in. And this hasn't happened. So, you know, without this additional information, it's impossible to determine exactly how much of the Silverstream Spur SNA would be permanently damaged by this road. So that's a piece of the puzzle that's missing. Yeah. So, you know, going on, I mean, I wasn't going to show this slide, and I'm not going to show the slide, but I do, and I'm jumping around a little bit. I
feel hesitant when you say, because I feel like something's about to drop.
No, I just want to underline what Rafe Goodwin, who now owns
2 minutes, by the way.
Who now owns only 12.5% of the Guildford holding. There's been a change in the structure of Guildford Timber Company, the ownership, directorship, etc., which I think has changed the tone, because in this marketing video, Rafe Goodwin talks about his whakapapa, connection to the land, and he says one of the most, to me it's important, because it means I'm kind of on his side in a way, one of the most exciting possibilities at Silverstream Forest, what he calls the proposed subdivision area, is the opportunity to enhance the ecological and biodiversity values of the area by creating an extensive reserve up on the top. And then there's going to be a sort of a wonderland of biodiversity on the GTC land with these little hamlets placed in. That sounds just awesome, doesn't it? But why, when he has the Silverstream Spur that shares 2 boundaries with his land, the wonderland, biodiversity, reserves, ecological, everything. So why now do they, and the same land, same gullies, same sort of stuff going on? So why now with that little piece of the spur does he want to destroy stuff? That doesn't make sense to me. So that's why the change in tone and the change in ownership and, you know, it's all, now we've got a situation where we have minor ownership and it's
Sorry,
mainly
let's-
owned by a lawyer in
let's wrap it up.
Auckland.
Let's
And
wrap it
then we have a second director, Craig Martell, his company in Auckland has been providing consultants for GTC.
Mhm.
So that change in tone has gone from, I love it to, you know. So, but at the end of the day, whatever happens, you know, we're really putting our energy into 100% natural open space, no road. I don't want any provision or anything to do with road taken away. But that doesn't mean that Guildford has to stop their plans to subdivide. Not at all. They're not even really connected. That salmon growth area that is now unfavorable in terms of all the recent legislation, they can go ahead. So, you know, they have different access. So that's not the problem. The problem is not trying to stop Guildford from developing their land. It's trying to use public land and harming public land in order to make their development. That's the big thing. And there's a lot more that could be said, including about that policy meeting on the 21st, got the closest we got.
No, you're doing really well. It's 12 minutes. Wrap it up for me.
Well, the wrapping up is everything that's been said before me on behalf of this for, okay.
Wonderful. Thank
Natural
you.
open space.
And I think, thank you. I'm
Thank you.
gonna let you stop there.
The voice of nature.
Yes.
Also
all that.
justice for nature.
No, got all that, but thank you also for that, the commentary around, the, lack of certainty. That's helpful. No, I don't feel the need for it. Sometimes I get to have the last one. Very rare, even though I live alone.
You're doing so well, Sue. It's unbelievable. This is a job that you've been doing. All of you. Excellent.
Thank you. Yeah, all praise gratefully received. We pay for
You
that.
got my submission there.
We have it.
You know that Kingi Tonga just went to the UN and said, this is justice for nature. Said they want our taller species, Cora the whale, to have
Yes,
personhood.
personhood.
This is what we have to work towards, you guys, not against.
You. And Pat Van Berkel, come on up. I believe you are the last person. Is that right? Was that right?
It
Yes,
is.
that is right.
I'll turn the lights off and.
My word.
Tēnā koutou, commissioners. Great to be back here. Thank you for the opportunity to submit on the ecological significance of the spur.
Thank you.
This afternoon, I've come from the Crazy and Ambitious Conference that is running today and tomorrow, which is on the bioheritage to do with biodiversity. And so there are all these eloquent speakers and
Then you come here.
and then I'm coming here. Yeah, that's right. And but I just want to tell you, one of the things that they mentioned there was they want to set up a DNA reference database because all the overseas databases don't cover our unique creatures and plants that we have here. Just in case you didn't know.
Thank you.
So I assume you have read my submission. That
Look,
I sent.
any time I get, our minute gets quoted in a submission, you get an extra point.
Oh, good.
So
Yes,
thank
I-
you very
I did
much.
quote that.
Yes, we have. It's actually really good, and it's that you've done that. It's helpful. So thank you.
Well, I hope the rest is also good. Right, so what I'd like to say is that to ignore or deny the ecological significance of the whole spur natural area is to ignore or deny the inevitable change in habitat that will occur over the coming decades. So this is the point. We're fussing about significant natural area here and significant natural area there. We've got little diagrams and things. Great. Very good, actually.
You just caught that one real quick. Well done.
But that's right. But the fact is that the whole spur in the coming decades, if the spur is protected from roads and other stuff, it will be completely covered in native forests, including what I'm envisaging will happen is covered in a few rata. And at Christmas time, when you come into Upper Hutt, you will see that whole hillside and emblazoned in red. On other parts of Guildford Timber Company land, there are rata this size. Anytime you want to see them, I'll take press pass. What's that? Indeed, yes, or the fine part, anyway. And not only rata, moko moko, weta, kaura, maybe peka peka. So sure about that.
What's
What we
peka?
do,
What's
bats.
Bats.
But what we do know is that kiwi are already just a few kilometres away from the spur. So they will be living there by that time, provided they can get there. That's another. Right, yes. Yes, so they are, there's something like over 200 kiwi in the Rimataka forest, and they are spreading and they're coming through to Upper Hutt. So I ask that you firstly recognise the significance of the whole spur as a natural area, and that you therefore protect it from eroding. That is what I want to say.
Thank you. Excellent. Put me on the hop. I'm trying to send a sneaky email to Hayley while you're talking. So please make sure that Te Kahu is available for the karakia to close, and if not, somebody from council will have to. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
We have your written submission as well, and you were at a conference. So earlier in the day, there were some discussions about the gully. I think that very crude drawing on the right hand side, crudely,
roughly,
crude's the right word, isn't it? That rough drawing on the right hand side, the gully that's in red at the top, I think there's been some movement in terms of thought process around that. And the little table on the side there are a couple of other bits at the bottom, areas 4 and 5, where there's still considerable divergence between the two expert witnesses from an ecology perspective. So yeah, it's definitely been an interesting day, so thank you.
Well, as I have said in what I've written to you and what I've just said to you now, is the rest of it should also be considered significant.
Yeah, understand.
Because it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Now, just when you thought you were done, you're not. So, no, you are.
Yeah.
But, sorry. Right. Now, I would like to invite some comment, having had the benefit of listening to the submitters, firstly from Dr. Keesing, then from Mr. Goldwater, and then from you, Suzanne, as to whether or not you feel as if you are in a position, in a place in your head where you've had sufficient chance to reflect on and I'm going to start to talk. So I'll just poke off for a second. Dr. Keesing, do you like to come up to the table? Right, Hannah, Ms. Hancock?
Oh, no, it's fine.
Right, Dr. Keesing, welcome back. Now, you've been listening to the submitters today. Firstly, some overall feedback perhaps on the work that they've been doing.
So, I mean, a lot of them have taken a lot of hard work to walk all through there. And I appreciated the photographs and things. And if I was to go into it, I'd have a range of commentary about the usefulness of that. But it all has some use. And the evidence presented has supported and persuaded me in terms of our Gully 3, our red area, which I had walked through but not been through thoroughly. That information assisted me in saying, yeah, I think that is meeting the representative criteria. The other information I saw, I am not convinced that either our blue area or Gully 1, although there are elements in there, is sufficient to meet any of the tests
Yeah.
in the policy statement.
The purist test.
That's right.
Let's call them that, the purist
It's
test.
not about value, it's about the purest test
Yeah.
that we as ecologists have to fit into. And I'm not convinced that that information has changed my opinion on meeting.
Is there anything else that's raising any red flags for you or any question marks for you? I've got particular question marks in my mind about water, about these.
So there are,
streams.
that's right, so there are, and back in 2015, I think I was asked to have a look at it. I never got around on site into the waterway, so I don't know which are perennial, which are intermittent.
Yeah.
Waterways in and of themselves don't often feature in a classic terrestrial SMA assessment, other than contextual. And you might say that the vegetation is moving away or blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So that is probably happening in Gully 1. And I'm not convinced it's happening in some of the other gullies, but I haven't been in amongst them. So would it change the context? Perhaps, in terms that would be adding to a, but you'll notice in the RPS, there's no mention of protection of waterways or supporting springs or anything. It's enhanced connectivity, which the waterway does without that vegetation, or buffer. Maybe that's where that would come.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Goldwater.
Yeah, well, yeah, firstly, I'd slightly reiterate and acknowledge the effort of the submitters. I think you've put in a great effort, and it's quite edifying for me too, to see, find out about those other areas. And yeah, I agree, the gully in red, I think, should be added back into the SNA. And it was really interesting to actually see or discover the water courses and what they're supporting there, and particularly Coolbrook. And also, when we get to the blue area, it was, I'd only really accessed part of that, so it was good to see, really helpful to see those photos of emergent beach and Totara and Kamahi and other species. I think that sort of, while that may not tip, might not tick the diversity criteria for that particular area, I still think it meets the ecological context criteria, just in terms of linkages. I note that the MPSIB says even partial linkages and buffers are can be considered as significant. So that's what I kind of lean on quite heavily, in my opinion. Yeah, as to that Gully 1, I'm sort of in two minds. I probably need more information to actually make an informed call as to whether it's SNA or representativeness.
Here's a question. How confident should we be before say something? There's a lot of really wobbly stuff here.
Yeah.
What's the might even look at this tag, but we don't have another lawyer present. What's the Mr. Muspratt, who has in the past sat in a lot of hearings, is there case law on how certain one must be?
No, I don't think there is. And some sites.
Hancock, are you able to point me to any case law on?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
No, I
think
can't.
there's a civil burden in RMA proceedings.
Pardon me?
There's a civil burden of proof
Yes,
in RMA
yes.
proceedings, so that may assist you.
But there's nothing more than that.
Well, there may be some case law.
It's not leaping out at me.
I think for ecological context, some professional judgment is required. Is probably a bit more subjective. Whereas with rarity, if you find a moko or a barking gecko in that area of bush, you can say yes, it meets that criterion because it's a threatened species. Same with representativeness. Generally,
I'm going to say this.
To subjective in that hierarchy.
I am going to inject some very inappropriate levity. This does not involve kidnapping one of those things from somebody else's land and putting it there.
No Kura word kidnapping.
I know Gary's
already been done before.
Gary's got a home base, I'm clear about that. Okay, so really the panel is still left with quite a shades of grey decision, isn't it?
Yeah, to some degree, I mean, we have a different interpretation of that. I think part of that criteria. So,
yeah,
it's not easy. It's not as clear cut as some of those other criteria. So.
Yeah.
Question?
No, different thought bubble. Wondering whether we need to be asking anything. Do you want to ask anything?
Going to ask Ms. Rushman for certain things and right to apply with respect to the existing rule framework for relevant activities across the plan and how they interact with each other. I think that's really, the panel doesn't have that at the moment, and I think it's something we're really going to need to have.
So, and perhaps rather than do that here, it would be better that the panel takes that offline, because we have already given a list which we need to update with the other, and we need to have a conversation as a panel about what, if any, other information we may need before we can make a confident recommendation. Ms. Rushmere, on the back of today, listening to all parties, in what has been a delightfully unorthodox process, thank you all so much for participating.
every time.
Victor didn't go to sleep.
Have you had any changes in your thinking or your landing, or are there elements you would like to raise for the panel that you would like to say, look, this, I'm scratching my head now, I'd like to go away and think about this further, or there's a gap, or?
So I think there's some definitely scratching heads and needing to go away further. Just in terms of the extent of this, I also acknowledge that there's been some agreement in terms of that Bonnie free. And look, I kind of relied on Mr. Goldwater in terms of recommending removing that from the section in section 42A, dated section 42A report. So look, just yes, acknowledge that there's been a shift in position of that, and just that's fine. Just in terms of the wider rule framework, absolutely I can come back on that. I just noted earlier that we were talking about rule NOS 19, which is that catch-all rule.
Yeah.
There is a similar catch-all rule in the operative district plan as well that applies to all open space, not just the open space. There's no scope of submissions to amend that rule, NOS ZR19 through plan change 49.
And that's fine. We just need to have absolute chapter and verse on looking at the rules framework. Here is everything that's sitting there. And here's what you can play with, and here's what you can't play with. And here's the submissions or evidence that we've received. But yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. No, at the start I said that obviously that there was that rule that you could rely on, but equally, and I'm kind of wedded to the idea that should be the fallback position. I think there's merit in looking at putting something into the variation one in terms of road within and without of this far, just to provide some clarity for so not necessarily rely on that fallback position.
It will be helpful, I think. It will be helpful for us to get how do I frame this? So there's a road, and then there's a road, and then there's a road, and then there's a road, right?
Yeah.
That's actually quite well done, isn't
I think so.
it? So what's probably not coming through quite yet is some of the nuancing around that. Because it may even be that we're talking about, at the moment, there's no concept of enable an access road, enable a local road, enable a collector road, enable an arterial road. All of those things might need different triggers. I don't know. Or have different assessments. I don't know. You know, but it's at the moment, it's kind of imagine something.
Well, I guess that would be the merit in having it discretionary.
But hey, it's just in terms of the table. Yeah. Now, Commissioner Cara France is going to raise it as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think it can we frame it as it's something the panel is going to discuss, but I really would like you to spotlight it.
Okay. Tēnā koe, Ms. Rushmore. I'm just going to phrase this in terms of consideration. So have you considered in regards to the quite evident lack of tangata whenua assessment concerning the ecology kaupapa of the day? Have you considered and what considerations will be applied regarding the cultural value assessment from the iwi and mana whenua, please?
I haven't at this stage. It's definitely outside my area of expertise. So I think I probably need to consider how that might assist the panel and through the right of applying.
Thank you. Are you satisfied with the response? Can I just say we're not expecting you to. We're expecting you to have a conversation with iwi and mana whenua regards to providing a cultural values assessment.
I think this is how we would need to work through quite carefully, because the temptation or the thing about these is it's a bit like the SGA conversations. You know, there are all these bubbles that touch on this, and it's such an ambiguous environment at the moment in terms of the law and everything else. And you've also got a rolling plan review. So you've got all these live chapters and you've got bits of work that are half going on. And I think it may be helpful to just give a bit, we'll talk about it. I mean, you've probably got stuff that's happened. We don't know, whatever. But some of these things, I think also it's just this mystifying absence of assessments of.
It's quite clear there's a lack of evidence that supports tangata whenua perspective, cultural values in regards to site significance regarding this particular area and regarding the kaupapa of ecology from a Mātou Rangamaru perspective. It is quite clear that there's a lacking of evidence.
That's not unique to this here. That's something that is probably
across the next plantains that we're progressing.
Yeah, and probably across the region. I don't know. So it's whether it's just one, whether it's I don't know. So yeah. Right.
May I ask a quick question of clarification for myself, please, in terms of right of reply? I know that there was two of us to start off with, one for the variation and one for plan change 49 with two rights of reply that we're coming back to. Would it be helpful, given that it's now all me, to provide a combined right of reply? Or
definitely. So we will take our conversations offline, right? The intention after this, unless the intention after this is that the panel will check that stuff. Not right now though, because tired panel. Once we've had that, we will issue directions or requests for, you to cover off stuff in your right of reply. At some point in the foreseeable future, the hearing will be then formally closed. Once we have the information, we then move into the deliberations phase. So my initial reaction is that it would make sense for it to be one thing. However, once we start unpacking that and digging into it, may well change that because it might get hella messy. And so maybe.
Sorry.
No, that's but yes. This, yeah. Right.
We'll
Okay.
have a chat.
Okay. Look, thank you to all parties for your patience. This has been mission. You have cooperated so thoroughly. I'm really, really grateful. You know, we've covered a lot of ground today, and I think the purpose of this was to help us with the next phase, which is the challenging one. Just how do you, first of all, make sense of what you've got, and then how do you see if everything fits? And then how do you write it up so that it can be legible for all parties? We have who's going to provide us with a key effort.
Sure. Tēnā, anu tātou. Tēnā ai ka mihi atu, mō te pai o tā tātou nohu tahi, me te tā hua o ngā korero, no reira e aku rangatira. Hoki pai atu ki o tātou, tari ki o koutou kanga, ki o koutou whanau, ka te rā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora.
I greet us all and thank you for an excellent meeting and for the high quality of discussion. And on that note, my esteemed colleagues, may you return safely to your offices, to your homes, to your families. Thus, I greet you, I greet you, I greet you all.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you all. We need you.
Ka pai.